Hi, everyone. Just a little quick mic check. Can I get a thumbs up if everyone can hear me okay? Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, let's get into it. I'll get my screen sharing and we can kick off. Host has disabled screen sharing. Lesia, would you be able to give me screen sharing, please? Thank you. Still saying I can't do a screen share. If this, here we go, great. Fabulous. Get this out of the way. Wonderful. So here we are kicking off the World Polkadot Forum. Thank you for everyone coming. Thank you for everyone coming early as well, depending on where you are, of course. So this is the sort of first World Polkadot Forum that we're hosting as Unit and Unit Conference. So very exciting to be kicking this off. I'm currently in Estonia at the moment, just kind of traveling around with my band as well, doing some music stuff as we're going. But I think today, what I'd like to do is just sort of take you through a little bit of my journey with Unit Network, also with Polkadot, and then do a little bit of a run through of the Unit Network platform as well, what we're building, why we're actually building it as well, which is, I think is pretty important. And yeah, then there can be some time for questions or a little bit of networking at the end if anyone has anything they would like to get through. So my name is Thorn Davis. I'm a co-founder at Unit Network. I do some front-end development as well, but mostly going to be focusing on UI UX designing for the application itself. As mentioned as well, I'm also a professional musician with a band called Thorn. And so we're actually on tour at the moment. We just played a really beautiful set in Estonia last night. It was so awesome. And I've also founded a record label with my band called Noon, and I run a sort of small design agency alongside as well. So originally I was born in South Africa and grew up there. And when I was about 7 or 8, I moved to New Zealand and then afterwards Australia. But one thing that was very interesting, especially growing up in South Africa, was there was definitely a sense of disparity and definitely a sense of sort of exploitation with humans and also with resources and just with the way that the whole society was sort of structured. And I think while I was there growing up, I didn't really have as much of a clear perspective on what was going on until I actually moved to New Zealand and then Australia and was able to kind of like retroactively look at just the way that things were actually run there. And it's been a very difficult history for South Africa, as I'm sure many of you know. And so when I was sort of in my teens, my father started to get involved with some sort of like gold exchanges. He actually built one of the first sort of fiat to gold on-ramp websites way back in the day. And so I think he's, in a way, maybe I'm now sort of beginning to appreciate that he's been sort of giving me the red pill for pretty much my entire life. So it's almost like a pretty natural progression that I think I ended up here in the crypto space. But I think one of the really big takeaways for me was that perspective really does sort of drive possibility. And I think once I began to realize that a lot of the systems that are currently active at this point in time, they don't necessarily need to stay that way. You know, I think for a lot of people, if we look at, say, monetary systems or if we look at social systems, we think that these kind of have existed for a very long time and are probably going to exist for another very long time into the future. But what I'm beginning to realize, especially over the last few years, is that this certainly is not the case. And a lot of these different systems are sort of ripe for disruption and for change. Sorry, someone's just started a lawnmower. I'm just going to close this window. That's all right. And so things really got kicked off when about 2 years ago, I actually was reading a book by an author called John Taylor Gatto. The book was called Dumbing Us Down. And he actually mentioned this book here called Tragedy and Hope. which is a very, very dense read. I have to admit, I'm still getting through it about 2 years later. But some of the key takeaways from this book were extremely profound, not only for matters of sort of finance, but just for matters of human history and how we actually came to be where we actually are in this day and age. And so this quote here, the powers of financial capitalism had another far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. So like, while this is pretty anti-establishment, it is to a certain extent true. And I'm not here to kind of complain about the current financial systems too much. I think the big thing for me was just that there is a possibility that they can change, as these are technologies that we're actually dealing with. And one of the very important takeaways I got from this book was that based on the distribution of technologies, like the different revolutions that have happened in human history, the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, the financial revolution, the arms and the military revolutions, based on how these different revolutions actually were received in different countries, based on like the order that they were received in, it had very, very profound impact on the development of that country as a whole. So for example, India received sort of modern, quote unquote, modern weapons and transportation before it received a lot of the advances in agriculture, which had been developed in the UK. And so moving forward, we can see that how this has actually manifested itself in a country like India. And the same goes for a lot of Southeast Asia as well. And one of the, I guess the next sort of thing that I pulled out of this book was that money in itself is actually a technology. And so for a very long time, I expected, or I assumed that money just is what it is. It's going to be the way it's going to be. And this sort of like value of exchange, the social contract that we have, which is sort of like an imposition by centralized governments and therefore corruptible by the same organizations, doesn't actually have to exist in the current form that it exists in now. And so we can kind of see how it's evolved over time and has manifested differently in different places. We can see different monetary policy in different countries has obviously had very, very far-reaching effects for those economies as a whole. But then, of course, we had something like Bitcoin, which for me was a very big turning point. Mind you, I did have this a little bit earlier, like a couple of years ago, before I was reading Tragedy and Hope. But Tragedy and Hope really just like cemented this idea for me. But Bitcoin really gave us like a sort of, at least it gave me the ability to see that there is actually a potential for a new medium of exchange, a new store of value. And so later Ethereum gave us the smart contract. And then most recently, Polkadot has kind of introduced this concept of the blockchain of blockchains. And so I think where Unit sort of fits into this is going to be the next evolution. It's going to sort of be the application built on top of these infrastructures, which really allows us to reorganize how we're actually looking at monetary systems, but also social systems, because I will have to say that blockchains are not really blockchains if there's no human participation. And I came across this wonderful quote that if it doesn't move people or doesn't move things in the real world, it's not actually really doing anything. And I think this is super important to actually note, because there is a lot of stuff happening in the Web3 and the crypto space at the moment. But when I actually have to take a very granular look at what this is actually doing for people, for society, for the betterment of the world as a whole, it's actually very difficult to actually kind of figure that out. At least maybe now, but maybe that's my naivety. So we'll see how things go. But I guess now where Unit is at is we're trying to sort of be the DAO of DAOs. So as Polkadot is the blockchain of blockchains, we've kind of zoomed in a little bit more, and we were like, okay, let's actually look at, let's take like a humanistic approach to this, and let's look at how we can adjust and reorganize humans, because a lot of the way that we interact can actually be improved now that we have these technologies and we have this ability to kind of develop things in the digital space as well. So I guess the way that we really kind of got here and the sort of solution that we're looking at is this concept of the token economy. And so for me, DAOs and tokens are sort of interoperable, because I think if you're going to make a DAO, typically you're going to have a token that is kind of there to assist with the governance of that DAO, or it's there to incentivize participation or to fund growth or whatever it is. But I will note that I think DAOs have actually existed for a long time in the world, but have just taken a slightly different form. So a friend of mine was a Buddhist monk for 10 years, and I was taking a walk with him through Central Park a few weeks ago. And he was telling me that, it's very interesting because the way that the monastery was organized and all of the different monasteries around the world, it was done in very much a DAO fashion, albeit they didn't have a token, but the way that they kind of proceeded, and there was a sort of hierarchy, and there was not so much a hierarchy, but like a hierarchy of governance. There was like a way to actually kind of like solve things. And it was all happening in a very distributed fashion that wasn't so top down. And so I think now what we have with DAOs and with the technology that Web3 actually offers is we have an ability to sort of protect ourselves from ourselves, because I think so much of what has gone wrong in human history has been the corruption of a few people that has had ripple effects onto the masses. And this is another thing that I really got from the book Tragedy and Hope, which I would recommend you all read. Do try and actually find the one that's been uncensored, because I think in about the 70s, the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds actually like kind of forced a reprinting, because Carol Quigley got pretty sort of granular with how the whole banking system was actually working as well. But nevertheless, I think it's just super important that we can kind of have systems where things are going to be a little bit more transparent, and things can be put, or the power can really be put into the hands of the community that really is trying to actually solve a sort of specific outcome. And as we'll see in a second, DAOs can actually be used in so many different industries, but I'm not going to be so arrogant as to say they can be used in every single industry. I think they are still going to be sort of business models and situations where a certain amount of centralization is going to make the most sense. So just a note there. But I think as far as we're going with Unit Network, we've kind of reviewed a lot of what's been happening in the crypto space and the Web3 space with tokens, with DAOs as well. And we have tried to come up with solutions to sort of speculative valuations, and just really improve transparency and also tooling that allow these communities to kind of run and to sort of function. So the first thing that we have introduced here is the treasury. So the treasury is a term that gets thrown around a lot in the crypto space, and definitely with different crypto projects as well. But our approach to the treasury is just a little bit different, in that every single token that gets created on the Unit Network platform, as we are a tokenization platform and also a DAO creation platform, basically has access to a treasury. And so what this treasury allows users to do, or allows communities to do rather, is if they raise funding, they can actually lock crypto into their treasury, which can be transparently seen. But most importantly, the value that gets locked into the treasury is only redeemable by the people who actually have the tokens. So for example, if there's $100,000 in the treasury, and then there's 100,000 tokens in circulation, if I hold 10,000 of those tokens, I can basically go and I can actually redeem 10% of the crypto that's held in there as just like a sort of a safety net. And what this really does is it also sets a floor price. So we are hoping that this kind of mechanism is going to be adopted by pretty much every crypto project soon. Because I think once your average user actually has the understanding and the access to a tool like this, they're going to probably be a lot more careful about getting involved with projects that don't have this kind of airbag going on and don't really have a floor price, because a lot of the tokens going around, it's just speculative valuation for a lot of what's happening. Now, the second thing that we've introduced here is this, the vaults. And so the vaults are kind of like a multifaceted feature in that they facilitate decentralized wrapping. And then also it allows users on the network to stake their unit tokens to actually receive crypto loans with no margin call, with no expiry date, and with no interest or anything like that as well. So I'm not going to get too into the mechanism of how this works. I think this will actually be covered later in today's session by either Paul or Michael or Yip. But just important to note that it is there, because for me, this is like a pretty groundbreaking feature that we've added here. And then, of course, one of the most important, but perhaps the least exciting, is just going to be the tooling, which allows communities to really sort of create their own DAOs, manage their own DAOs, and do this in a way which is sort of conducive to the world of Web3. So, yep, as mentioned, this is all in one platform. So the Unit platform itself is currently live and functional. Some of the core features are very, very close to being fully launched. We're just doing a little bit of user testing and making sure that everything is absolutely perfect before we do kick things off. But here you can sort of see some screenshots of what is happening within the app. And so what we've really tried to do as well with this application is bury a lot of the complexity for the average user, because we're really looking to onboard the next million users to the crypto space. And I think a lot of them are really expecting a Web 2 experience with sort of Web3 functionality. But a lot of the people that I've met who are interested in making tokens for a myriad of different reasons have looked at other platforms like Aragon or Mirror or Third Web, and there's just a little bit too much technicality going on there. And I think maybe, I could be wrong, but maybe those platforms aren't actually designed for the average user. I think it's maybe people who are a little bit more crypto savvy and kind of know what's going on and understand some of the conventions within the Web3 space. The other important thing to note here is that every token that gets made on Unit has the same access or the same features as the Unit token itself. And one of which is a DEX. So every token that gets made, if I make a personal token, I can basically open my own DEX for that token and therefore like allow trading as well, which is really, really cool. So as far as industries go, as I mentioned before, I think tokenization and DAOs can benefit a lot of different industries. But the one that really brought me into Unit was actually the artist and creator sort of side of things, because about 2 years ago, my bandmate and also co-founder of the record label, we were talking about a way to sort of create or to tokenize our record label, wherein the community can actually invest into the different projects, sort of crowdfunding of sorts. And they can actually earn some sort of reward or get some sort of kickback for actually helping to grow those artists. Basically, everyone becomes like a sort of a micro investor in this new world. And so this is going to have enormous knock-on effects, because if you can imagine, say the first users of Uber or the first users of Airbnb, if they were actually given some sort of like split or some sort of ownership or some sort of shares of those companies for actually being there to sort of bootstrap the growth, I think it just makes a lot of sense that they're the ones that are sort of taking the risk, and they actually do get rewarded for the effort that they're putting in as well. So as well as my band, I think in probably the next year or so, we're going to look at launching our own personal token, and we can do a sort of a round of sales to actually get the money we need to write the next album, to do the touring, to do whatever we need to do. And then we can actually be sending revenue that we're earning back into the treasury to underpin the value of the token. So it actually really connects tokens in the world of Web3 to real world businesses that actually exist. And this is the big disconnect that I think we're seeing at the moment, is that there's a lot of innovation happening in space, but it's not really like making improvements in the physical world. And for me, this is a super, super important thing, because while the digitization of all different aspects of life are happening radically, like we are still physical beings, you know, we're going to still live and operate in this world. And so if we can find a way to sort of bridge these two, I think this is going to be very, very profound and important. So at the moment, we've got about 2,600 unit token holders. There's about 3,500 or 35,000, sorry, users on the actual platform, about 800 unique DAOs and tokens. And we do also offer crypto-backed stable tokens as well, and then city and industry tokens, which I'll leave to the other unit team to dive into a little bit later on in this forum. But just important to note, because if we look at this Venn diagram here, we can kind of see exactly how all of these different aspects interoperate. And I mean, it's potentially worth mentioning that a lot of this stuff is also dealt with by platforms like Kickstarter and Patreon and GoFundMe. But there's a lot less transparency around what's going on. And then also there's high commissions that are charged by those platforms as well. So one of the benefits of Unit for people who are looking to do similar things with crowdfunding is that it's completely free. There is no fees charged by us or by the platform or anything like that. The only fees that we do charge are fees on exchanges that take place within the platform. Now, one of the other things that we thought about doing here is that rather than just making the protocol, we really wanted to actually build up an ecosystem around the Unit Network protocol. And we think that this is super important because a lot of the people that are coming into the world of Web3 do lack a little bit of the understanding. They're not so crypto native. There's a lot of conventions and terms. that they're not quite familiar with. And I think there needs to be a little bit of hand-holding while we actually start to bring people into this space as well. So one of the ways that we've decided to do this was to set up these 5 different initiatives. So the first of which is Unit Conference, which basically is what we're experiencing now. It's just like a way to get people together, to share ideas, to share innovations. And then Unit Ventures, which is our launchpad that we'll be offering. It's a free launchpad as well. So for anyone that wants to make their own token or come and build their own DAO, they can basically go through this platform and they can get advice from experienced people in the crypto space on how to set their tokenomics, how to look at different business models, how they can actually just sort of structure the whole thing around what they're doing. Similarly, for Unit Masters, it's a free 6-week sort of crypto cohort. We've put thousands of people through this course at the moment, and thousands more on the way as well. Each cohort is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's actually super amazing to see. And we've been getting amazing feedback. Even at some of the conferences we've been going to, a lot of the people have been approaching us, telling us that they went through the Unit Masters program and it was so enjoyable for them, and they've recommended it to other people as well. So it's very fantastic that that's actually taking on good effect. And then a little bit later on, we're going to be launching Unit University, which is basically like a research arm, which will be looking at a lot of these DAOs and tokens, assessing what is working, what is not working, how to improve, and basically just getting some, well, that sounds quite right. And just basically allowing users to get some perspective on what's actually happening, because the space is developing extremely fast. And so trying to stay on the pulse of what's going on to kind of give the most up-to-date information to our community is super important. And then, of course, Unit News is just going to be sharing updates within all of these different ecosystems and from the different platform and from the protocol itself, the Unit Network as well, to the whole community so that everyone can kind of stay up to speed. So as touched on earlier, with this vault, we do allow all of these different assets to basically be wrapped onto the network itself in a decentralized way. As much as I would love to get into how that mechanism works, we are sort of running out of time, so I'll leave that for others to touch on. But just important to note, because one of the things that we've done, especially with the unit token itself, is rather than just making a token, we thought we would actually be wise to use this mechanism of the treasury for the unit token itself. So all of the token sales that happen, basically 90% of all the crypto that's used to purchase unit gets locked into the unit treasury. So here we can see that the unit token currently is supported by the likes of Bitcoin, BNB, Polkadot, Ethereum, Cardano, Matic, Solana, et cetera, et cetera. And so this way, the unit token itself actually has a floor. And so anyone that holds the token, if they wish to at some point, they can go and redeem, effectively burn their tokens in the treasury, and they are then able to withdraw their portion of the value held. And so this same mechanism then kicks on for the stable tokens as well, which are backed by crypto. The city and industry tokens, which are again backed by stable tokens and also by the unit token. And then agency and fund tokens, which will be sort of part of the same package as Unit Ventures, wherein there'll be an opportunity for community members or for entrepreneurial individuals to basically create their own agencies that help tokens to launch. So if I have to give an example, it might be like what a record label is to a band. Again, you know, like it's kind of this place where they understand the industry very well. You can go there, you get support, you get funding, you can get all of this kind of stuff. And then the very top level, very high level token is of course going to be the individual and the business tokens. Just going to try and shield that, that's better. Fabulous. And so Unit Network as a DAO is currently operating all over the world. So we've got hubs in New York, which is probably our main hub at this point in time. We've got Zurich, we've got Munich, we've got Dubai, and we've got Singapore, and then we've got Indonesia, which is where we were based for the most time sort of like building this platform. A lot of the team were stuck in Bali during, or I shouldn't say stuck, were happily in Bali during COVID, building the project and doing a lot of the sort of development that was happening in the early stages. But it's just important to note because I think what we're also pioneering is how to actually build a DAO. And a lot of what we're really like, a lot of what we're learning and a lot of the experiences that we're having, we're actually able to then pass on to different users, say within the Launchpad or whatever, because I think right now there's a very heavy emphasis or a need on actually building a playbook, so to speak, for all of the different industries, the different cities that are looking at actually tokenizing, and the do's and the don'ts and the valuable things to be taken from all of the different ecosystems that have actually engaged on these journeys as well. And so to wrap up, I think I made this tweet a few weeks ago, but I think this still resonates with me very, very deeply, because as I've touched on a few times before, what the most important thing is it's not really just about the blockchain technology. It's what the blockchain technology allows us to sort of facilitate and improve upon. And therefore, it's actually about the people that it unites. You know, like Bitcoin would be still a very cool innovation, but if it didn't have a community around it, if there was no ecosystem, anyone would be hard pressed to convince me as to why it actually has value. And so culture as well, things like music, things like film, sports, are all actually becoming asset classes in the world of Web3, where people can actually be tokenizing themselves or tokenizing their businesses, and actually allowing the communities to really get involved with what they're doing. This also then happens on a global scale, because it's kind of creating a borderless business, a borderless economy of sorts. And we really care, because we do all favor honest connection, belonging, and purpose. And this is really what communities inspire at their absolute core. Is it gives us a sort of like, it gives us a home, gives us a reason for kind of waking up in the morning, and it gives us, this true sense of belonging. And to me, this is really important. And I think that DAOs are going to really start to heavily emphasize this kind of behavior as well, because we can really start to see enormous success and growth and progress coming from this sort of honest collaboration, and the transparency that actually comes from the use of tokens as well, and blockchains all go to just augment this innovation in a very, very good way. So if you want to get in touch with us, or even me, you can reach out to me on Twitter or Telegram, or we can actually have a chat even after I finished up here in a second. Be more than happy to. But you can also follow Unit on our Telegram or Discord, YouTube, Twitter, you know, all the usual stuff. But yeah, I'll leave it there for you guys. And I think I'm just hitting my time now, so that will be good. I'm sorry if I raced through that a little bit. But yeah, any questions, please take it away.
Thank you, Thorn. In time, I mean, like spot on. And thank you for sharing. And if there's any questions, you can either put them in the chat. We'll convert them later on to Thorn. I think you got to go. You have a gig right now happening in Tallinn.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, cool. We're actually a little bit out of Tallinn. We're in the beautiful nature. Honestly, I'm so impressed by this country. It's absolutely gorgeous. Amazing, yeah. But yeah, so I'll be on stage in about 2 hours. But nevertheless, I'm still happy to answer questions if anyone has them.
Great. Good luck. So if there's not any questions, I'd just like to quickly introduce myself. My name is Christian Nicolai. I'll be facilitating, moderating the next sessions and introducing the next speakers, doing the Q&A a bit. So use me as a resource. And I would like to say, first of all, thank you for introducing Unit and for your amazing talk, Thorn. Good luck with your gig later on. And we'll have an amazing follow-up here, speaker, Dr. Talin Resune, and he's going to talk about communication, and especially a topic, I think, which is interesting to everybody, the road to privacy and Web3 on-chain communication, which is been happening and becoming more popular in the last years. Dr. Talin Resune, and I'm going to call you Tali, has an amazing background. He's a blockchain expert, researcher, a lecturer. He has started several ventures. His entrepreneurial career started already when he was 18, and organically has grown over the last years. He has a master and an MBA in business, speaks on technology, brand awareness, web applications, and he is the head of two ventures, two Web3 ventures, blockchain, Block Labs and Force Tech. And he's also lecturing at the business school in Kotkoli and speaks at Adriano. So amazing CV. Thank you for joining in, Tali. And I hope You have already the rights to share whatever you want to share. I give you the mic here so that you can really share your precious insight and knowledge with us here.
Thanks, Unit Network, for the kind invite and for the kind introduction. Let me try to share the screen here. Okay, I think we have it.
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me share my story and what led me to this moment in time. I was always tech savvy and entrepreneurial by nature. To connect to Thorn before me, in 1997, I built the first digital audio recording studio, which was something very strange back in the days when everybody recorded analog. I managed to build it into one of the biggest record and production houses in the region. We were later totally hammered by the MP3, but those were some fun times. In the early 2000s, I was focused on HTML and Google SEO, which later evolved into Online Guerrilla, which is a full stack online brand exposure agency operating since. In 2010, I co-founded an HR company that we expanded into 6 countries, employing over 1,200 people, and later in 2018, made a successful exit. But going back to 2017, when I wanted to find a secure data exchange solution for cross-border communication between our offices, we were dealing with sensitive employee data, and email was just not an option. So you would be amazed by the lack of secure and private data exchange services out there. So at the time, I was introduced to blockchain technology, and in a couple of months, I was totally hooked. I met Denis, our lead coder, back in the late 2017. We launched our first wallet-to-wallet data file exchange protocol in April 2018 on the Ethereum mainnet. And from that time on, I dedicated my full time to private and secure on-chain communication R&D. Finished my MBA in 2012, later my doctorate in 2018. I'm also engaged as a guest lecturer on the Kutruli MBA program, Blockchain Adria resident speaker, and a UNC Fact blockchain expert. I'm also one of the founders of the Blockchain Recorded podcast, which is now running for the 2nd season. So the internet changed the way we live. Okay, it opened the highway to unlimited communication and revolutionized access to information. But as far as I see, it failed greatly in regards to our digital freedom and privacy. So whenever we speak about privacy, we consider it a topic important to us. We give away our privacy on a daily basis. And as the saying goes, if you're not paying for the product, then sadly, you are the product. So securing your digital communication should be your highest priority when going online. There are just too many threats to trust any company with your private data. Companies don't care if they expose your digital life to harassment, scammers, fraud, data mining advertisers, and similar. So blockchain has always offered the promise of enabling private immutable wallet-to-wallet communication while retaining data and identity ownership. It is by design the perfect privacy tool. However, it could never really take off due to early generation blockchain scalability, slow time to finality, and cost constraints. But there are also other challenges to consider. I think that the main challenge after establishing a low-cost scalable infrastructure goes to finding appropriate use cases. There's also a challenge of user migration from now free but not private Web2 communication platforms to payable but private Web3 infrastructure. I believe that with innovative incentive onboarding models and the coming Web3 mobile technology, this barrier could be overcome. I also believe that with the rise of privacy awareness and Web3 adoption in general, the on-chain wallet-to-wallet email or messaging could become the dominant communication, and as such will be the future of private online communication. The privacy and security native to Web3 are just too good to be overlooked. So Vortech is the Block Labs project that develops Web3 wallet-to-wallet communication infrastructure. So when you think about Vortech and what value it delivers, it really is quite straightforward. There are two major value propositions. So number one is on the product side. We released quite some products over the years, such as the Web3 email and the on-chain chat that enables users to utilize the blockchain to exchange emails, messages, or data from wallet to wallet in a safe and private way. So basically, we are utilizing blockchain to enable privacy in online communication, which is now basically non-existing in traditional applications. So the value proposition number two is more behind the scenes and is probably, by my guess, more important, with solutions such as the SDK framework that enables any project to integrate the email and the chat layers into their platform, UIs, or wallets, or the X509 digital identity on-ramping to Web3, where we develop a system that enables users to connect their X509 digital identities with blockchain wallets, verifying them at the same time. It's an important step towards on-chain identification, data notarization, and similar, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So we spent the last 4 years developing the Vortech foundations, which are built around privacy and ecosystem integrations. Privacy by design was our guiding approach when building Vortech. That simply means that we put the consideration of how we could preserve privacy, guarantee protection, obfuscate metadata to the largest possible degree at the forefront of all our architectural decisions. So at the same time, no personal data whatsoever is collected by Vortech. We were able to build multi-chain framework that is Ethereum, Polkadot, and Solana interoperable and enables on-chain email and messaging that is private, secure, censorship resistant, and immutable. So an ecosystem can only thrive when solutions are not built in isolation. We have our own UI for the email and the chat, but we see the maximum potential in ecosystem-wide adoption. So any supported blockchain network app that is looking to include wallet-to-wallet communication features will be able to integrate the email and chat functionalities into their platform via our white labels or SDKs. So with massive communities emerging surrounding popular DeFi, NFT gaming, and DAO platforms, I think that the need for social communication is increasing. In regards to social interaction, messaging is, of course, at the top of the list. But in a decentralized ecosystem, you also need a decentralized email and messaging solution. So Web3 wallet-to-wallet communication opens a whole new chapter in social interaction that is just not possible with the current framework. We will dive into the topic a little bit later when we go over the solution-specific features. So our R&D here took us in 3 different directions. Vortech already enables UI white-labeled email and chat, so partner projects can already enable social communication within their communities. But a dedicated SDK framework will enable direct UI integration. So partner projects communities will be able to communicate within their favorite UIs or wallets. We are also working on a standalone desktop app that would enable privacy sensitive users to send or receive end-to-end encrypted emails via an underlying blockchain network using their existing traditional email client apps such as Microsoft Outlook or Apple Mail.
Well, this is amazing, Tali, what I'm hearing here. So this really like lets my heart beat faster when I'm like seeing what you're doing. I had no clue. Really looking forward for the next slides here.
Yeah, thanks. So although our primary focus on privacy, security, and censorship resistance of emails and messaging, we don't want to neglect the UI or UX aspect of giving our users a great experience using the chat or the email. which would have a similar look and feel like their traditional, let's say, favorite email or messaging apps, but of course with crypto-specific features. So on the product side, I would like to emphasize the private end-to-end encrypted email, private in-group chat, end-to-end encrypted curated chat groups with which we can offer a Web3 community communication framework alternative to the current Web2 centralized services, exchanging media and data files through from wallet to wallet, token and NFT message transactions, NFT profiles, emojis, naming service integration, and so on. So on the tech side, I want to point out end-to-end encrypted on-chain wallet-to-wallet communication, encrypted group messaging, MetaMask integration or native wallets interoperability, depending on which chain we are talking about, SDK and white labeling, decentralized storage. And on the private side, we can touch on end-to-end AES encryption. There's no sign-up or personal information needed, no ads, no tracking, no data mining, no danger of identity theft or email spoofing. So we spent over 4 years now developing the, let's say, multi-chain communication building blocks, which are deployed and tested on various layer ones, main nets, test nets, and so on. So as time passed, some of the chosen layer ones did not pan out due to extreme transaction fees and scalability issues. We are searching for the perfect fit in regards to network decentralization, performance, transaction costs, transaction finality. Here is where we really learned the crucial importance of blockchain's stability and scaling. Everybody's always talking about the scalability and here and there, but this is where we learned our lesson. So there was quite some experimental Web3 development done from 2018 to 2020. For example, we developed the on-chain data notarization for the EU Commission grant program, and the connection option between the X509 identity certificate and on-chain wallet address. Both developments led to new extremely useful use cases. So we developed an X509 to Web3 ID protocol that can provide wallet address verification by creating a link between an X509 user's online identity and blockchain wallet address. For those of you who are not familiar with the standard, the X509 digital certificate standard is widely supported across Europe and the world and can be used for online banking, data encryption, notarization of signed data, digital signatures, basically for all online ID related tasks. This was launched before Web3. This was launched, I think, in the early 2000s. It's an old protocol, but it works. So if used together, both the X509 to Web3 ID protocol and the decentralized notary that we also developed, we can start getting some really useful use cases. Just to clarify here, there are three main parts to data notarization process. There's the verified identity, of course, the data source or origin confirmation, and the timestamp. So we can verify the on-chain identity with our X509 to Web3 protocol, while our on-chain denotary protocol provides origin data verification using the file checksum method while it gets the timestamp from the blockchain itself. So this is something that was seemed like important to mention. So opposite to permissionless identity used by end users in a decentralized Web3 environment, organization need a connection between off-chain and on-chain identity. So this is where X509 to Web3 ID protocol comes in handy, because when blockchain technology will go mainstream, organizations will need to be able to identify the users. So this could be one of the ways to do it, as the X509 is already an established online identity supported by the EU and the world states. So let me just add that our X509 to Web3 ID protocol is Ethereum Polkadot interoperable. So as far as deployments goes, to establish the standard for wallet-to-wallet on-chain communication infrastructure, our smart contracts will need to be deployed on all suitable major chains, so we can enable seamless and permissionless SDK integration for any Web3 project that wants to integrate a email or DChat layers. So no matter what its native chain is. Okay.
That sounds, Tali, that in the future, like we are using our mainstream email clients, and in the back we are using blockchain technology to send, receive, and secure communication. Are you already using that in-house in your organization?
For the email, the app is basically already in development. For the messages, quite more complicated. But yeah, any user now can already use our UI to exchange the emails or the chat or chat online. So yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle. It depends on the network congestion. You can select a network that is fully congested, and of course you must wait for the transaction. But yeah, it's we already use let's say the addresses, the blockchain addresses for some privacy sensitive emails exchange and so on. Yeah, it's fully operational. The Dmail site from 2018, and the chat is so much experimental currently, and it's been live let's say for half a year now. Yeah.
I have a quick question, Doctor.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. It seems a big problem here is P2P wallet to fiat without running into the compliance realm. I'm an engineer, but I deal with a lot of GRC stuff. There are projects out there now that are doing token conversion via Visa and MasterCard, as you know, but those are still bound to those counterparties, right? Could the use of stable coins in these kind of scenarios be the answer to this problem?
If I understood you correctly, or maybe you must somehow understand what the case is in the wallet-to-wallet communication. Basically, you use the native token of the selected chain. Okay, so if you I don't know, exchange emails using some Polkadot chain, you use that native token. So if I understand you correctly, you could use a stable coin, but you'll have to there is a mechanism missing that could swap the stable currency to the native currency that you must have it for gas, because there's one message, one transaction in our case. That's the only way to secure privacy. Okay, as far as we see it. Okay, we can continue. So we'll finish. So here's a slide showcasing the DChat architecture. Without going into too many details, let's just say that we wanted to design the architecture to be as lightweighted as possible. This means that we wanted to keep all our user communication on chain. The message history and archives are kept on local storage, and by user choice can be synchronized on decentralized storage. So only the party with access to his private messaging data is the user himself. So users have full control over their messaging data, which are all end-to-end encrypted. Every wallet becomes your on-chain identity and data vault that only you control. So the messaging app is completely immutable and censorship resistant. So this is the model framework that guarantees privacy, but at the same time, like I explained before, it demands a stable scalable, low-cost blockchain to be able to process so many transactions, because for this model to work, every message requires its own transaction. Okay, so where are we now? What are the development milestones ahead to reach a state where end users will be able to communicate on-chain privately and exchange their data while retaining ownership? When will Web3 projects enable their communities to use decentralized communication instead of relying on Web2 centralized platforms? So these are the questions that we tackle with. We already enable users to use the Dmail or DChat via Vortech UI that is currently compatible with a dedicated Vortech wallet. Users can already choose between Ethereum, C-Chain, Edgeware, and Solana, but our goal is to enable the Dmail and DChat as a multi-chain standard available via various UIs or SDKs. So what are the development milestones ahead to reach that state? Q3 this year will be quite busy for us as we are deploying the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman key agreement protocol integration that will enable major wallet interoperability such as MetaMask or other wallets. In Q3, we're also deploying the EVM DChat smart contract and the SDK framework. Q4 is dedicated to group chat and decentralized storage. Let me just clarify here that end-to-end encrypted group messaging was always difficult to achieve. So this goes for Web2 and especially for Web3. So developing the tech to support on-chain end-to-end encrypted group messaging was a challenge in itself. We solve it by random generation of the secret key that is used to encrypt or decrypt messages. So the secret key is distributed to all group members and separately encrypted with advanced encryption standard over the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman key agreement protocol. So this opens the whole new chapter in Web3 on-chain communication and could easily disrupt current centralized community messaging platforms. So the beginning of the next year will be dedicated to protocol deployment to establish the standard for wallet-to-wallet on-chain communication infrastructure. Our smart contracts need to be deployed on all major chains, of course, when it's possible, so we can enable seamless and permissionless SDK integration. There are quite some development in the pipeline for passion project, such as broadcasting Web3 Dmail to CMTP clients, mobile app, desktop apps, and so on. So I met Denis in November 2017. Andrei joined us early 2018. Peter joined us in the early 2020, made a great addition, as do all the core team members. We have been working together focused for over 4 years now. We have created over 400 pages of technical documentation, written numerous research papers, published over 50 articles covering Web3 communication, data exchange, on-chain privacy, and so on. We also participated in the UNEC chain white paper, where our tech is one of the 5 use cases presented. So what we learned so far? We learned that blockchain has the ability to enable privacy, immutable wallet-to-wallet communication, while at the same time it can retain data and identity ownership. And we learned that in fact, it is by design the perfect privacy tool. We learned that due to stability and scalability issues, early generation blockchains could not sustain the on-chain communication infrastructure. We know that user migration from free, not private Web2 communication platforms to payable but private Web3 infrastructure will be challenging. And we are searching for new incentive onboarding models and applicable use cases.
Cool.
Yeah. So to conclude, after nearly 5 years of R&D solving the privacy and security in online communication, I would say that technologically speaking, we are going in the right direction. The challenge cannot be solved overnight. I'm recognizing new possibilities surrounding new generation application-specific blockchains that are emerging, that were just not available back in 2018.
Yes, I can see your vision. I can see your vision of really mass application, because you're talking every mobile phone on the planet, right?
Yeah.
You're right. So this is a massive a vision you're having here. What's in your eyes the major roadblock for this mass adoption of blockchain communication?
Yeah, it's quite simple. Like I explained, it's stable, low cost, scalable blockchain infrastructure. Okay, that's the first thing, and then there's adoption challenges. Like I explained before, these are the things that, and it's a mindset, of course. It's a mind. We are so embedded in this free messaging communication that we just do not think about what we are giving away. Okay, so yeah.
So really adoption. Cool. Like Tali, amazing talk. You really inspired me here, at least me. Is there anybody else in the audience who has a connecting or like a question for Tali before we close this session here?
Something that Thorn said that came up again in this conversation was stability, which is ultimately trust, which is unfortunately what the fiat world has right now, and something that I think crypto as currency is going to have to get over in order for us to be treated as such.
Yeah, I think I would agree on that. Yeah, thank you, AD, for this comment. And I'd say, Tali, thank you very much for taking the time and sharing this amazing information with us here. And I'm looking forward. How do we reach you? Maybe you post like a chat or whatever, like a preferred way of communicating with you in the chat here, so that people can take it on and go on you and ask you, because I would probably ask you for like how do I get on your mailing list?
Yeah, of course.
That would
no
be
problem.
amazing. Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
I will share, so we don't take time. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Thank you very much.
Tali, thank you very much. And with that closing words and this amazing talk here, I would like to welcome a friend from Berlin, or from Germany at least. Ingo Rube is our next speaker. So welcome, Ingo. And Ingo is talking about another amazing topic, identity in Web3, and identity as a core layer for Web3. So I'm really looking forward to hear what Ingo has to share here. He's coming with a background from the Technical University in Berlin on computer science, and he developed a strong entrepreneurial background. He's an experienced founder and manager in the media production industry, hopefully in Berlin. I don't know, Ingo, whether you're still in Berlin. And he's, of course, skilled in blockchain, digital strategy, and content management. So we have somebody really talking about this, I think, a very important topic of identity in the Web3 world and environment. Welcome, Ingo, and looking forward having a discussion, and looking forward to your talk here on our Polkadot conference. We can't hear you yet. Lesha, can you please unmute, Ingo?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Good.
Great.
So I try to share my screen. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Maybe as this thing is, this show is called something around Polkadot, so maybe I should also mention that I'm the founder of Kilt Protocol, which is one of the projects inside the Polkadot ecosystem. We do everything around identity in the Polkadot ecosystem. We are a parachain to Kusama since September last year, so one of the first actually. And so I hope I share my screen already.
Yes, we can see your screen. We can see your PowerPoint. Yeah.
Very, very good. Can you still see it? We always talk about Web3, and what I noticed in the last half year or so, while the term Web3 really become prominent, and it's actually an old one, the meaning of Web3 changed a lot, and everyone has a different idea about Web3, what it actually is. And I think this is totally fine that everyone has a totally different idea about it. But if this is the case, then you probably also have to share your idea before others just think a different thing. So what I'm going to start off with is explaining what I think what Web3 is, and this sticks very much to the original vision, which is from 2015, 2016, when I actually started working in the Web3 environment. I think the term was actually coined by Gavin Wood, and was picked up very, very early by people like from the Filecoin Foundation and also their investors, which was mostly Union Square Ventures. And there's a blog post around Web3, which dates back to 2016, which is from one of the founders of Union Square Ventures, Albert Wenger, which actually brought me into the whole scene. So I'm going to share this vision first, because I think it's quite important and interesting.
Please.
So when we look at the value creation of the webs that we had, we actually start off with the internet, which then through HTTP became Web 1.0. And this basically consists of a protocol layer, right? You have the IP, you have the TCP, UDP, of course, SMTP, and later came HTTP, which was able to generate something that we call Web 1 or the .com bubble or something. These things definitely happened. The value creation was pretty low. And the fundamental interesting thing about it was these protocols were basically free to use. They were all common good, right? And you don't pay to use IP, you don't pay to use SMTP, you don't pay the people who build HTTP for setting up a website or for using a website. So this protocol level that we had in the early days of the internet was actually a fundament where people could build their great ideas on. It was totally uncontrolled, or almost totally uncontrolled, and it was like the green field where everyone could build something on. But this did not generate very much value in the first 25 years. And then some bright people came to the idea to build an application level on top of that. And this is what happened since 2004, I would say. And what people did is that they actually looked at the bare necessities of people in an internet and said, let's make a service out of that, or let's make many services out of that. So we have seen things like search, which is dominated by Google these days. We have seen storage, because people want to store their files somewhere in the internet, which is now dominated by Amazon Web Services. We have online communities, which is dominated by Facebook and all their Meta friends. We have payment, which was necessary because you wanted to make e-commerce. Payment is dominated by PayPal and those people. E-commerce was first dominated, I think, a lot by eBay, and then also went into the Amazon direction. Computation is also Amazon, and so on and so on. So there are some basic necessities which people have when they start acting in an environment like the internet. And as the protocol level couldn't deliver it, of course, because the protocol level is rather stupid, right? It can send a data package from A to B. When it is IP, it can send a data package from a web server to your browser when it is HTTP. But this is basically it. It can send an email, but it cannot make e-commerce. Right? You need an application level on top of that to make e-commerce. And also search is not an inherent part of the protocol level, of course. It is something which happens on the application level. So what nobody actually had in the mind, and where everyone was really a little bit surprised, actually it shouldn't have been a surprise, but it happened that many of these services in their field actually became monopolies. Why does that work? This is actually simple game theory. It's called shelling points. So imagine, explaining what a shelling point is. Imagine that we all agree that we meet in Paris tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, but we forgot to agree on where we actually meet. So everybody's now in their planes and has to think of, whoa, where shall I go? Where is the biggest probability that I meet the other people? Then we would probably all go to the Eiffel Tower and then meet there. So it's automatic. We don't even have to agree. If we say Paris, then we meet in the Eiffel Tower if we haven't agreed to meet somewhere else. And the same thing happens in economy, unfortunately. When we think search, we first think Google. Of course, we go to Google, right? And when you have, as a company, reached the point that you are a Schelling point, then you are a monopoly in this field automatically. And this, unfortunately, happened very much in the internet, which led to things which we didn't want in the internet, because we have a concentration of power with just a handful of companies, actually. And we can't get rid of them anymore because it is not possible to compete against them. Because when I go to venture capitalists and say, I have a much greater idea for search in the internet than Google has, then the venture capitalist is going to ask me, okay, and how do you kick Google out of the market then? Which is basically not possible, right? And this is why we say, okay, if we want to work against this concentration, we have to do something. And what we hear from the politicians all the time is, yeah, we try to sue Google. Yeah, sue Google for about 1 billion. They're just going to laugh about it. So it's basically not going to happen. And also smashing Facebook, like we hear from time to time. These things, just if they happen, then they happen like maybe in 10 years. And the only thing that we will generate with it is that the Schelling point goes away, but people will look for the next Schelling point. So the new Schelling point will be there. It will not be any better than Facebook. So I think we can't solve this thing on the policy side, and we can't solve it on the legal side. And apparently we can't solve it on the economic side. So the only possibility to actually solve this problem is on the technological side. And this is the original idea of the Web3. We said, if there's a huge application layer and we want to get basic necessities to be non-monopolistic, but rather in a way that they are common good, then we have to build those things as common good. We have to build them on the protocol level. So we have to extend the protocol level in a way that it is bigger and that it holds not only the small, thin protocols like IP and HTTP, but also bigger protocols which can manage like things like ownership, like identity, like payment, like storage, like computations, which is the basic necessities of people living in a digital world. So why can we do this in 2016 and we couldn't do it in 2004? The reason is we didn't have blockchains. So with blockchains, these things become possible. Why do they become possible? Because we can now link the usership of a service with the ownership of a service. If you use Bitcoin instead of PayPal, then you have to have Bitcoins for paying the service fees. If you use Filecoin, for example, for your data storage, you need to pay in Filecoin. So that makes you automatically the owner of the system. This is a little bit like you would have to pay your Amazon Web Services bill with Amazon Web Services stocks, which will never happen, right? So the ownership of the protocol and the usership of the protocol just work together. And this makes it a little bit more democratic, actually, and a new type of business model, which basically wasn't possible before we had blockchains. So in 2016, a lot of companies actually started building basically on bare metal, these blockchains in different ways, and some of them are already there. So I don't see a lot in computation ready, but I see a lot in identity ready, which is the protocol I'm coming from. We see a lot of ownership things, blockchains which enable, for example, NFTs. We see payment already, we see storage already in Filecoin. So there's a lot of Web3 companies which followed this direction. I think I would say there's probably a couple of 100 companies out there who are building on this protocol level and building things which can become or are already common good, and which can be used then by people who build applications on top of them. So So, for example, for IPFS and Filecoin, we see Pinata, right? So Pinata is a decentralized application which uses the underlying infrastructure which came through us through the Web3 and start building businesses on top of that. So I'm not saying that we are not building new monopolies up there in the dApp direction. This is totally possible, but they will not be in the direction where we have bare necessities, right? The bare necessities will be in the protocol level, while the business actually moves on the dApp level. And that is actually very, very good news, because we are going to extend the value creation a lot more again. It's not like we take away the Web 2 and kill the Web 2. The Web 2 will still exist, right? I don't see any valid competition against Facebook today. Maybe that comes in 2 years or so. But the Web 2 is not going to die, just as the Web 1 never died. Web 1 applications are still there. It's just going on top of that. So the new revolution, which is our evolution, which is now happening, is going to extend the value creation of the digital world by far, because it is now so easy to build applications on top of this much broader protocol layer, because you don't have to think about these things and you don't have to buy them from others, making them more powerful. Actually, what you do is just you use a huge piece of infrastructure, which unfortunately took ages to build. I personally thought we were ready in 2018. You saw most of the protocols actually coming out in 2021 and is still working on it. And now we are in the stage where we are moving into the dApps and people starting to build the dApps. So what we can say now, after, when we say the start was in 2016, we can actually say that now there were thousands of great minds and thousands of great scientists from hundreds of companies spending virtually billions of dollars in research and building. And basically, this is what we got now. So we are not there yet, right? So this is the biggest application probably which we see in Web3. It is NFTs, it is basically JPEGs, which now have an ownership. Congratulations. But this is where, here you see that we are right at the start, right? And that we are not finished with the whole thing. So the infrastructure is now there and it is built and it's used for the first experiments that people make. But this is definitely not where we wanted to go, right? So where did we want to go? Actually, as I said, we want to repair the fundamental mistakes of the Web 2. We add common good functionality like identity, like payment, like ownership to the protocol layer. We give users control over the data, like we heard in the last talk already. We enable builders to create software applications on a level playing field, because now everyone can use this all completely 100% open source and permissionless layer of new protocols where you can develop much faster and without asking anyone. You just do it. And this leads, in my opinion, to a world where the Web3 is actually inevitable. So it will just happen. It just takes longer than we thought. And there's no return. Because the Web3 applications protect the data, are in the end more user-friendly than the Web 2 applications. This means that many Web 2 applications will actually be replaced by Web 3 applications. Of course, not all of them. And now we have the infrastructure, and it is now time to build the applications. So this is basically my small talk or take on what is actually Web3. So now let's dig a little bit deeper and focus on what is identity, or what is digital identity. So this is the field where we have been working on since basically 2016. So identity, and I think this is the most important concept to understand, actually always consists of two things. Identity is not your passport, right? So an identity always starts with an identifier. That could be in the physical world, for example, your face, your signature, or your fingerprint. So you already see these things are in the digital world totally, in the physical world, totally decentralized, because no one gave me my face. I did it myself. And the same applies to every human being. So this is absolutely decentralized, and an identifier is not given to you by any institution. It is self-made. And when we talk about identifiers in the digital world, then we have to take care that they are self-made. They cannot come from some central institution or be held by a central institution, like it is, for example, in protocols, small criticism, like X509. So it has to be decentralized, has to be made on my own computer by myself. And then when you have an identifier, like your face, then you can start with credentials. Credentials are issued by trusted entities. Think of your passport, think of your university degree, think of your library card. These are physical things which are issued by your library, your university, your passport. They somehow have a link always to one of your identifiers. So for example, your passport has a picture of you, of your face on the passport, and they're issued by trusted entities and they are owned by you. So you have your passport, you decide when to show your passport, where to show your passport, for what reason to show your passport. So, and all the credentials you have together with your identifiers are your identity, because they say, in my case, they say, I'm a male person from Europe, which has a university degree in computer science, and which is also able to drive a car, and which has a card for the public library and stuff like that. So this is my identity, which is growing through my my credentials. And this is one thing which was totally broken in the Web 2, because the identity in the Web 2 was basically in Facebook. They had your identifier, which is your passport, your password and your username, and they hold all your credentials, which are the data, how you behave on Facebook. And then if you want to enter a new service, you hit a button, say connect with Facebook, and then this service discusses with Facebook about you. You are not even part of this conversation, right? So this is what we don't want. So in the digital world, we actually took a step back in liberty terms from the physical world. And this is what we have to repair, and this is what we have to repair in the Web3, and this is what we are working on, which we have, I think, solved in a very, very nice way. We solved that with DIDs and verifiable credentials. So DIDs and verifiable credentials are nothing that we thought of and now trying to push out into the world. This is actually a lot of research work which has been done by more than 300 companies together in the Decentralized Identity Foundation, DIF, which was founded in 2016, where not only small companies like ours or blockchain companies are part of, but also companies like IBM and Microsoft are part of this organization. And the goal of the thing was that we sit together with hundreds of scientists and define a common base how we can be interoperable, because interoperability is key to success here. Because if you want to compete in digital identity against things like X509, which is greatly appreciated by some governments, or Facebook, which is totally centralized, then you cannot do it as a small company. You can't even do it if you're IBM. You have to work together and you have to be compatible with each other. So we said, okay, let's define how a decentralized identifier actually looks in the digital world, and how a verifiable credential actually looks and works in the digital world, and then define that together, and we all stick to these definitions. And then we were lucky enough to find the W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, which is the organization which also standardizes things like HTML and HTTP, to be the standardizing body for us. And they, in 2021, so last year, finally standardized these things, and now we can start working with them. So this is what we implement. How does it work? So first of all, the decentralized identity is managed by public permissionless blockchains. in our case. It is possible to also have DIDs in centralized systems, which produces a whole world of other use cases, which I'm not talking about today. So in our case, it is managed by a public permissionless blockchain. KILT protocol is, we think, of course, the most recognized network implementing digital identity complying with W3C standards. But you also see, on the other hand, blockchains are very complicated to use and therefore need user-friendly application layer to leverage their potential. So I can build a beautiful blockchain with fantastic technology in, and no one's going to use it because there's no application on top of that, and then it's probably not so successful. What we do is that we have founded another company, which is called BTE, that builds applications for the creation, management, and verification of DIDs. We utilize, or BTE uses the KILT SDK to build decentralized applications. So this application layer on top of it, which are more cost effective than existing Web2 applications, which is very important, especially for the enterprise sector. We provide more privacy than existing Web2 applications, which is most important for people, actually, are more secure, which is again important for enterprise sector, and are more flexible and user-friendly than existing Web2 applications. And we think that we will be able to build some which will be able to replace existing Web2 applications now. As I said, the KILT network is already live. You can use it. Everyone can build their applications. Of course, you can start competing against the BTE now and build even better applications in the same field. So this is now totally open again. We are back at where we started, right? We are back at the times where we had the Web 1 and where it was a totally open and free system. So we are not going to hinder anyone to build any type of applications. We can't. It's a fully decentralized network now. We don't have KILT protocol under our control anymore. It is now fully controlled by the community. Still, I'm going to give you one example, because I think it's important that we see even the small successes that have been made now on the application layer, other than, of course, building great NFTs, where we can see that Web3 actually beats Web2 in applications. And one of the things that we have built is DidSign, which is basically the Web3 version of DocuSign. So when you use DocuSign, it's sometimes, for me, it's a little bit of a strange feeling. So as a company, I want someone to sign a contract, and then I put this on DocuSign. Of course, I have to pay for it. Unfortunately, then the first thing I have to do with the document, I have to upload it to a server where I don't really know where it stands and who controls it. So that is a strange feeling, especially if there's classified information in that. And then someone who I wanted to sign actually gets an email from DocuSign saying, yeah, please sign that. And then they see my document, and then they have a button there. You can press sign, and then you signed it. I didn't really sign it, but it's signed then in a way, and then it is stored again in a signed way on the server where I don't know where it stands. And so this is kind of a strange feeling, right? Because the only thing that was actually a little bit verified is that it was sent to the right email address. And as we know, and I think we heard that before, email addresses can absolutely be forged, right? So this is not a problem, even for a student in the first year. What we built is a decentralized way to sign and verify files privately, which is secured because the files are signed locally on the signer's device, so they don't leave the device for signing. So how do you do that? A DID is a very practical thing because a DID can also sign things. It is, remember, like your face and your fingerprint. So you can use it as your face, but you can also use it as your fingerprint. So you sign it basically with your digital fingerprint, which no one else has because you made it locally on your computer. And you upload the file not to any server, you upload it into your browser, and then your wallet comes and signs it. So that's it.
Yeah, okay. Like Ingo, just a short remark. We have like 3 minutes to go for the session. So just be
so we want to give some time for questions. Then I just show you the next slide, and then we are open for questions. So this is how it looks. So you basically drop your files up in there, then you get your signature, then you can send it with any means on the memory stick, in an email, encrypted or not encrypted, and the receiver can then use the same application, just push the verify button on the top, put the file in again, and the file that he received, and then it is checked automatically on the blockchain if the integrity of the document is all right and if the signature is correct. And then it shows you a little bit more about the signer. It shows everything that the signer published. It could be an email address, it could be the proof that they own a certain Twitter account or a Discord account and so on. You can play around with it. It's on design.io. And I think that was also already it. So I'm through.
Amazing, Ingo. Like, if you could go one step back, like I'm really like a fan of digital. No. There's a form. Like, do I mint then like something on my computer, which I call then a digital passport or a digital Christian like address, or what is it? This DID? Exactly.
The DID looks a little bit like a crypto address. So you don't mint anything, you just create it. A DID has a public part, which is called the DID document, which can be stored, for example, on the Kilt blockchain, and has a private part, which is stored in your wallet. And there's basically all the keys that you need: communication keys, signing keys, different types.
And how do you make sure that you know that this is my address?
You sign it.
But how do you know that it's me that who put like it's my address in there? How do you like read this? Do you have a reader that says, okay, that crypto address is coming from Christian?
Yeah, you can. So if you want human readable names, we have a service for that. It's called w3n.id, where you can attach on the blockchain level human readable names to DIDs, and they are then, this is a one-to-one connection. If you want to be sure that that you are you, we have different levels of authentication there. You can, for example, as I did here, publish on, for example, a Pinata service or an IPFS, you can publish the credentials that you own, for example, an email address, that you own a Discord account, that you own a Twitter account. So if you have these credentials there, then I can be, as an internet person, be pretty sure that you are you. If I'm a bank, I will need something more. So I will probably need something which is a credential issued by a major company out there, which says that you have gone through a KYC process, and that this DID and this W3N actually belongs to this person, proven by one of the big 4 companies.
Amazing.
This service will be out like in the next couple of months, not from us, but from one of the big 4 consulting companies in the world. They will issue such credentials on Kilt for their global KYC and KYB business.
Cool. Ingo, spot on. I got my question answered. I don't know whether anybody else has a question to Ingo here before. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So it sounds to me that the local machine is the chink in the armor. If somebody is able to get to the private key there, do you still have the same problems with stealing information in a digital wallet as you would in this scenario? Or is the multi-factor social proof that you mentioned earlier the way to beat that particular scenario?
So it is no difference to a Bitcoin wallet. So if I have 20 Bitcoins on my wallet and somebody steals the private key from there, then someone else has the private key. So this is the thing in crypto, right? So it will not go away. If that was.
Well, I know that there's a push in the KYC AML space to do digital identity in the physical realm, like what you're doing right now, and do it in a way where there's multiple layers of security, even at the database layer, to keep somebody from getting this information. And like you said a little earlier, you know, it's kind of hard to get away from centralization when you're dealing with those kind of entities. So as a student of hacking, I'm just looking.
I think we're mixing things now. Are you talking about the private keys or are you talking about KYC?
Talking about both, because you can't separate one from the other. If I have a security regime, it's going to have to be inclusive.
I can separate the two because it's totally one is linked to the DIDs and one is linked to the verifiable credentials. So a DID is something which has a private key or which has a number of private keys which are stored on your computer and which are secured by those 12 words, right? So if I give someone those 12 words, they can actually sign something on my behalf, but then they still don't have the credentials. Because the credentials, they can be stored somewhere totally different. They are, in a logical way, they are linked to the DID, but they are not physically linked to the DID. So if I have a DID, I don't automatically own all the credentials. So for example, if I have my DID and all my credentials on this computer there, I can go to my next computer and just type in the 12 words, and then I have recreated the wallet basically. So I have the DID, but I don't have the credentials because they are on the hard disk of the first computer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. So thank you, Ingo. Amazing talk. I really appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to going deeper on this identity topic. Just hearing from our back office here that the next speaker is not coming in. So I will hand over to my colleague, Mark. Thank you, Ingo, for speaking up. And if anybody's interested, maybe you drop a contact address in the chat for easy access or a website. I saw that from Tyler already. And Mark, I guess you're going to do a networking session now. Like, please, I'd like to hand over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all these great sessions. I really enjoyed it. Can you hear me well? Just to check. Perfect. Because yeah, my name is Mark. I'm also part of the unit team since a year. I'm actually in the holidays right now, so excuse my background noise. And yeah, absolutely right. We would supposed to have a speaker here. His name would be Zaranga. And he wanted to talk about how Web3 is revolutionizing today's era. But since he is unfortunately not here, I would like to open up the round for some networking, or even we can even further discuss the topics we were talking about. I think, Ingo, maybe there were still some questions to your sessions, and yeah, we can talk about everything you want and also connect a little bit.
If there are more questions, I'm here.
I didn't really get the part with the credentials. Like, what document in your case would be? You said it will be in the hard disk, but what exactly is it? Maybe I missed that part.
Yeah, so I can maybe simply explain it. So you can explain it very nicely with a driver's license, actually. So in the physical world, a driver's license is exactly what we call a credential. It is somehow linked with a picture to your identifier, and it is issued by a trusted entity, which is probably the driver's license department, and it is held by the holder, which is you. And you can use your driver's license for multiple things. You can prove it for, you can use it for proof that you can drive, but you can also get into a bar with it because it shows your age as well, right? So there's different types of information on there. And verifiable credentials are exactly that. So if I want one, I go to a service. So if you want to use a service which does that, you can go to socialkyc.io, which lets you prove lots of different ownerships for social media accounts, for example. So I go to Social KYC and say, actually, I want to prove today that I own the Twitter account Ingo Rube, which I do. Then I have to give them the account Ingo Rube. Then it gives me a small task like tweet this sentence on Twitter. And then I tweet this sentence on Twitter. Then the service checks if I really tweeted it, and then builds a credential for me saying this person, this DID, which requested that, actually owns this Twitter account. and controls this Twitter account and sends it back to me, and I store it in my identity wallet. So it is just a piece of data, but this piece of data is totally worthless for showing it if I don't sign it again with my DID. So this is basically like what is done when I show my face and my driver's license at the same time. Somebody has to make sure that the credential matches the person, right? So this matching is done with the DID again. So if I want to show you my, I don't know, if I want to go for login into your great service, you build a great service in the internet, and I want to log in with my credential, and the only thing that you require is that you have a valid Twitter account, so that you can chase me in the end if I do something wrong. You can tweet, please be aware of this person. Then your website says, please log in with your Twitter credential, and then I take my Twitter credential out of my wallet, of my identity wallet, and say send it there and sign it with a DID. So then you have the connection as a service, as a verifier, you have the connection between this DID, you know who I am basically, and you know that I have a valid Twitter account. And this is exactly the same thing that happens in the physical world when showing your driver's license.
Ah, okay, I understand. But what happens, for example, if somebody else has your credential and your DID? Would this be possible? Then he can kind of take over your identity, or?
Exactly that. So what you should do is that you either protect your credentials or you protect your DID, or maybe even both. So this is like having like 25 Bitcoins on a Bitcoin account. So if you lose your credentials, what do you have to do? You have to go back to the trusted entities and get your credentials back. Like if you use your wallet, this is exactly what happens. What shouldn't happen is that you lose your DID. So you should somehow have your 12 words somewhere ready. And when you see, oh, somebody stole my my keys, or however that would have worked, then you should shut down this DID, which you can. But if you lose, so if you have the worst case that somebody stole all your credentials because they were, I don't know, all on your laptop, and somebody stole your DID because it was on your phone, and they stole your phone at the same time, and then they broke into your house and stole the paper where the 12 words are saved, then you're screwed. Then you have to start all over again, and with a new DID, and go to all the services and convince them to shut down your old one. So this is the worst case, but this is pretty improbable because you have to have 3 damages at the same time.
I see. Very interesting. So never give away your private keys. And in your case, the credential, like if you say 50 Bitcoins, the public address would be like the credential, and the private key would be like the identifier, or the DID.
No. The DID has the private part and the public part. So the DID has your keys, and the DID also has a so-called DID document, and this is stored publicly on the blockchain. This tells a lot about you. For example, where you can find your published credentials. This is where you can where your Web3 name is linked to. It shows your service endpoints, which you can choose to open up, where your website probably, or some communication channel where you are always available, and stuff like that. So it's a very, very powerful scenario, the DID alone. So this has the public part and the private part. The credentials are things that you hold in your wallet, nothing else, and that you share from time to time, and that if you that you can also publish if you choose to. But you can also depublish, of course. So if I publish my so I can show you that. Maybe can I share again? I don't know if I'm allowed here. So for example, this is a very, very small service. How do I get out of this presentation mode here? Not at all. Okay. So if you go here, and I have to start the presentation mode again. So do you see a browser now?
Yes, we can see it.
We have a small service here called w3n.id, and if I have a DID and if I have also connected this to a name, then I can basically put the name in here, so you can use that at your computer as well. So if I put in Ingo here, what is done by the service, it looks up via RPC calls on the Kilt blockchain, which DID is behind that. And here we see my DID. And then it also is connected to the credentials which I have published, which are stored on the IPFS, on the Filecoin blockchain. And so if I click fetch here, it goes to the Filecoin blockchain and shows me that I have proven already that this Twitter account, Ingo Rube, belongs to this DID. So if you ever get a document signed by Ingo, you can be sure that this is that this Twitter account is behind that. Why can you be sure? Because it was proven by or attested by this company here, Social KYC, and then you can also go to Social KYC and check this. And this is the application I was talking about before. So if I connect this to a wallet, then it shows me that I have a choice of all these accounts which I can prove there, and this is an automated process. So if I actually prove that I have this Twitter account, then this thing is going to issue a credential to me.
Okay, hey, Ingo, I got a question. If I were a bank with my own digital wallet app, like many of them have now, and wanted to expose my service to Kilt, what would be required of me?
Basically, a little bit of programming skills. That's it. So that's the only thing. So there's you would build it on top of the Kilt SDK. Of course, we're talking with banks, and so the scenario is basically that banks apparently sit together and say, actually, it would be cool if one KYC for Bank A would also be valid for Bank B, because that's customer friendly. And then they say, where's the technology for that? And then they look around, and then at some point they come to Kilt, and then they call us and say, hey, we would like to use Kilt. And then we say, congratulations, we really like your idea. And if you need any help, then please reach out to us. If your devs are stuck, we have dev relations, and then we link them up with the dev relations people and open a Slack channel together, and then they are helped out, and then they build their thing.
Okay.
So there's no contract between us and the bank.
Right. Thank you.
And in your example, when somebody attests like your credentials and your DID, this would be like, for example, the report from the police with the driving license and your face saying that this is right, and like just an example that it's verified somehow, that can be trusted.
Exactly, and then of course it always depends on the trust of the issuer, right? So if for example the driver's license department issues a driver's license to me, then this is trusted by a lot of policemen out there. If I issue a driver's license to you, then this will probably not be trusted by anyone. Right? So the trust is still there. The trust is like it's blockchains can't replace trust, right? They just produce additional truth. So they produce the truth that this thing was actually issued by this entity and actually belongs to this person. This is what blockchains can do. You cannot build the trust on the blockchain. The trust is happening in the real world, and it will never go away from the real world because it's an economical thing. So if I open a service today and I choose to attest who's a nice person and who's not, then you may go to me and say, actually, I think I'm a nice person, please check me. And then I would check you, make some background checks. You would probably pay me for that, for the effort. And then I would issue you this credential. But if I then see, wow, this is a great business model, and it would be even greater if I don't make background checks, then I would probably start issuing those credentials to people who are not nice persons. And that would be something which the verifiers would notice pretty soon, and then my credential wouldn't be verified anymore, and it would be useless, and no one was going to buy it anymore. So I would go bankrupt with my great business idea. And this is how trust and economy works in the real world. And the same thing is there for the digital world. It does not change.
Right, great. And what other use cases could you do like with this technology? Like, okay, so social media is one thing, but do you have like other real world examples, or probably not?
So you can do a lot of things with that. Apparently, so it's not. I was discussing with a European football league yesterday, who wants, which starts to build things for fans, basically. Credentials like you have been visiting this game and this game and this game, and now you're an OG of the football and stuff like that. Then we're talking with hospitals. Which want to use especially the DITSign application for timestamping on a blockchain certain findings that they have in research, because when you are a researcher, then you make a finding from time to time, but this is not automatically published in a scientific paper. Then you have to collect like 25 of them, and then you make a paper out of it, and then you publish that. And in the meantime, it may happen that someone else has one of your findings as well, and then you are in trouble because they say, no, I did this before, and you want to get rid of that. So you need the findings being documented and put on the blockchain. Then we have publishers which say, actually, we want to know about video content that we received, that it was not somehow changed in somewhere in between. So we need the integrity of the documents, and we need it signed by the original videographer and stuff like that. So this is use case. So there's thousands of use cases basically out there that goes to, I don't know, car selling, and it's thousands of different uses. So this is really, this is how you build, right? If you want to build something in Web3 and you want to build a protocol, you don't think about an application. You think about make it as broad and as useful as possible, so that people on top of that can build great applications and become rich with that. That's the idea. So we're building something where other people shall build on and then charge customers for that. We are just—
Hey, Mark. That was a great question, Mark. Just following up on that, I'm trolling your website looking for actual use cases that have been deployed in the field. I'm not finding any. Are they in your media blog, or are they somewhere else?
When you look at, for example, DITSign, so I think I showed a couple already. So social KYC is deployed on Kilt. DITSign is developed on Kilt. W3N is developed on Kilt. So we don't actually, I don't think that we have a page where we show like success stories or so.
Maybe you should have.
Yeah, I will talk to the people.
Great.
I think when you look at the website, you see it's the most neglected thing in the whole company. So
really nice. Yeah, I think that's all from my side. Are there any other questions from the audience? I mean, yeah. If you want, you can also, of course, share your contact here in the chat if you haven't done so people can reach out to you if they have like any more questions.
Now I shared it with only one person. and
Direct message.
Share it again. So. Now I share it with everyone. All right. So if there's no other questions.
Yeah, maybe what do you think, like in general, of the Web3 approach compared to Web2? I think you touched on it on some points. Is there something interesting you want to share, like, or maybe summarize once again? Where do you see the advantages?
I think the advantages are pretty clear. It's from an economical perspective, it's just the new boost for building for easier building applications. It is democratizing a lot of the web because it is working against the big monopolies by making these functionalities the bare necessities of a digital person common good, which is absolutely necessary to get out of this stuck thing, which is the Web 2. So what the thing where I'm a little bit like surprised is that it took so long. So all the ideas are pretty old, and well, I'm not an exception. We also thought when we started the building on Kilt in January 2018, we were actually thinking that we were probably in 2019 we would be finished. That was not the case. So we actually went live in 2021. In September, not in January. So it took extremely long. It is extremely complicated to build these things because you have to build them absolutely stable because they're blockchains. You can't really, or you don't want to, or you shouldn't, like stop them and start them again. That wouldn't be nice for the people who have the coins. So you have to be extremely careful what you build, and also the technology behind that, and thinking about the how complicated it is to implement DIDs and verifiable credentials while they are still being standardized is almost impossible. So that was a huge hurdle to overcome, and it took lots of time and lots of money to build these things, but now they're working, and I think we can be pretty proud of it.
Yes, definitely. And for identifier, what can it be like? Well, it can be your face, it can be your finger, it can maybe your eye sensor, maybe the DNA, or what else would you know? Like,
that's all physical world. In the digital world, all this conveys together in the DID. So this is the decentralized identifier which we use, and which probably everyone will use in the future because it has a very broad backing of industry already. So said 300 companies sitting together defining these things, the W3C standardizing these things. This is not going to go away again, right? So this, and there's too much work in there. And if you look at things like when two blockchain people sit together for a night and have some beers, then what comes out is the soul-bound token, which just covers like 5% of the whole thing. But I mean, it's nice, but it just covers like 5% of what DIDs and VCs are, and they didn't even know about these things. And this is sometimes the arrogance that comes from the blockchain, which says with us it's all totally different and we decide everything new. We shouldn't. We should work together with the real world actually, and define standards together, and then we can be successful. And because they are taking the processes which sometimes take 4 years, which is very annoying to me, but it is actually necessary because there's so many ideas and so many stakeholders in that, and they all have to have a word in how these standards should actually look like. And what comes out of that then is actually usable for every use case, which is pretty nice, other than this is just working on Ethereum. So it shouldn't be like that.
Good morning, Ingo and everybody else. I'm Lou Galterio, and I'm up at 9 a.m. So I was just testing to make sure I've got the right place. And so when my time comes up, will this just start working? Is that how it's going to work?
exactly. You can just stay in the room, and when your connection works, everything should be fine. Thank you for checking in.
Okay, well, I'm here now and I'm talking with you guys. So at my time, it's going to change. How will I be live?
At what time is the session?
1300 UTC. My 9 a.m.
Yes, perfect. Which will be, I think, in 1 hour from now.
Yes.
Exactly. Basically, you just stay in the room as you are, and then when your time has come, the stage will be yours.
So it'll magically happen. Okay, I hope you're right. Okay, I'm still preparing, so I'm going to block myself out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for tuning in already.
Okay, I heard some of the original speakers. Were you the first speaker? I had it on a little phone. Are you the very first speaker of the day who kicked it off at 10? No, it wasn't you. It was Thorn.
As you can see in the timetable, the first speaker was Thorn, who is from the Unit Network.
Yeah.
Then we had Dr. Tali here. And
Yep.
then Ingo, who actually took over 2 sessions, another session, since another speaker didn't show up. So that's why we just had like a networking or Q&A session right now.
Okay, okay. I hope I didn't interrupt Ingo's presentation.
No, I think he had more time than usual, and I think all
Okay.
questions were answered so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can also jump to the next session now, because now it is, well, in Germany it's 2 o'clock now, and I think I'll be off. So have a great day.
Thank you. Have a great day. Sorry to interrupt.
No
No
problem.
worries. Thank you very much, Ingo. It has been a pleasure. Very interesting talk. We learned a lot.
Thank you very much for me, and have a very nice conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll do so.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And as I can see, our next speaker is getting ready. It's Paul Healy. Paul, would you like to introduce yourself? A little bit talk about your background, and he's talking about the tokenizing supply chain. So he's coming from the logistic part. Paul, how about you give us a little bit information about your background and kick things off? Thank you very much. I think we cannot hear you, Paul.
You can see me? You can hear me?
Yes, here we go. Wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, well, actually, we have 2 more minutes to go, so no hurry. You want to still get prepared. So many exciting talks today. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the conference.
Hello, guys. Very glad to be here. Hello, everyone. Hi from Venezuela. Okay. This is an amazing trip that we are all making. Thank you, Mark, and Unit guys. This is what's going on here. It's going to be an important place for what we need to do in the world. Okay. So I'm so excited to be here. Hello to every participants and guys. Hello, Anthony. How you doing, man? Yeah, well, just checking. I'm here. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. So, I think we lost Paul now. He's still here. Just maybe getting prepared to start things on time. Lou, are you trying to say something? You're mute. You're muted.
I always do that. 2 things. First of all, I'm in Florida with flaky internet, so I might get choppy. I hope not. Sometimes I have to turn off the video. Hope that doesn't happen. Secondly, so to show my PowerPoint, I simply do a share screen and pick that one, and it happens, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
definitely. You will get the sharing rights as soon as your session starts.
Okay, thank you.
The only question I have now is where's Paul? I think he was here 1 minute ago, and he's still getting prepared. Let's give him 1 or 2 more minutes.
He left, but he's re-entering the room right now.
All right, thank you very much. That's yeah, these internet connections nowadays not always as easy as it seems. Here we have him. Paul, great to have you back.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Wonderful. Would you like to give a little introduction about yourself?
Yeah, I'll put my slideshow on. I'll just share it.
Great. So I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
There we go. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tokenizing supply chain. Good day all from Copenhagen. Just arrived this morning. So very nice to be here and presenting one of my favorite subjects is supply chain. I arrived in Singapore in 1989 and set up a business providing software solutions to logistics providers. We went through the process of connecting up and automating offices, small usually, and then larger ones, and putting them on to a digital domain. Connected up over 50 plus countries, over 50 over countries, and wine, spirits, electronic, consumer goods, chemicals, garments, pharmaceuticals in the warehouse and distribution sector. Empowered small and medium-sized providers from small offices to getting on the computer, from moving away from the old TedXs, photocopiers, and so on. Very paper-dominated business to a more automated one, where they could grow to become, eventually, some became public listed. More recently, been involved in developing decentralized finance apps and NFT apps, mostly on the Solidity domain, but now starting more on the Polkadot substrate-based arena. I'm qualified with a background in electronic engineering, MBA, and a micromasters in supply chain. I'm not sure if people are here or familiar with the supply chain, but just to put things in perspective, what I'll do, I'll start off with a little bit of an introduction to supply chain, token economy, unit network, and how they all can work together in that token economy. Basically, supply chain is very simply getting goods and services out to the end consumer via a multitude of providers and stakeholders who help make this happen, but usually with a rental. So there is charges incurred through the process, and extra documents are required to get through borders and through checkpoints and so on. Internally, we have, like within any company, whether it's small or large, we need to source some materials, we need to process them, we need to get them out to distribute them and deliver them to the consumer. So small and large, the supply chain management flow is pretty much the same, but just on a different scale. Within logistics execution, we have a multitude of providers. It's a very complex web, really, where providers might be supplying into multiple supply chains concurrently. There could be, say, small players, large players, the largest being, say, the likes of a carrier Maersk. And then we've got 3PL providers. These are the people who are the companies that help smaller and larger shippers to get their goods on the container and off through to the destination. It may be by rail, maybe by car, maybe by plane, and so on. So what's the token economy? By definition, token economies refers to the economics of goods and services that are being tokenized. So basically, we have the blockchain, and the very simple purpose of the blockchain is to transfer money and hold data such that it's immutable. It's a stack of data. But now with tokens, we can actually say incentivize, and we can like sort of build an economy based on these tokens. So we've got the most commonly known one is Bitcoin, got Ethereum, we've got many smaller and now growing tokens. So it's already a token economy, but not with much of a attraction yet for applications apart from storing and transferring value. When we talk about tokens, we talk about fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens. And also there is actually, say, an option to have tokens that are a mix of fungible and non-fungible. Fungible meaning, like, say, a dollar is, like, say, exactly the same as any other dollar. Whereas, like, maybe we're more familiar now with the NFT side, where we've got piece of art which are unique. But even those piece of art, if they're digitized, they can also be replicated. So in that case, we get a non-fungible token becoming a fungible version of that non-fungible. Similarly with tickets, there could be, like, say, one show, a non-fungible token, but multiplied over many, it will become a fungible version of that non-fungible. Tokens will help us fuel the economy, self-regulate and incentivize stakeholders. So these are, once it's in place, once people are holding those tokens, then they can help businesses develop and also say do transactions on that business. So those that arrive early and invest early will be able to like gain more because they're buying on the lowest price point of the token. As the network grows and more investors will come on board, and there will be less of a percentage gain possible. So what we have in blockchains so far, we've got, say, ubiquitous blockchains typically, like Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and so on. They are, say, just one blockchain, which covers everybody. Anybody involved in that blockchain is sharing the same blocks, the same data, the same transaction trail. Now with Polkadot and Parity, we have an option of building up individual blockchains. So it could be, say, an isolated blockchain, which is particularly for a permission network of carriers or permission network within a supply chain, or it could be, say, interconnected through the relay chain. That means that we can send messages across from, say, one chain to another chain and do transactions accordingly. So this opens up, say, the option of, like, say, being able to specialize, being able to, like, say, optimize the transfers within a unit, a blockchain, and be able to transfer the to other unit to other chains. Yeah. So what is Unit Network? Unit Network, I mean, I would say fundamentally, the objective is to improve the inequity in the world, to get everybody on board. Now, for example, if you want to raise money in an IPO, then it's very difficult. You have to, like, say, go through the process, very high cost. We've had ICOs for a while. We had, like, say, tokens for a while. But Unit will actually, say, provide a framework where individuals, companies, industries can get these tokens online and create a mini economy that will connect to other economies. So there's a simple, just to go back to supply chain really, where, I mean, why are we talking about tokenizing? We're talking about tokenizing because we have problems with, say, tracing food. If there was a problem in the food chain, then who actually, say, created that problem? Where was it, which farm was it created at? Which factory did it come out from? I mean, it's very clear if all data, if transactions and events are all captured on the blockchain, then we can, like, trace back. We can prevent these situations where we have, like, contamination or spoilage, maybe like tracking along the chain where we're checking the temperatures and it's been left at a very high temperature and spoil. At least we can see on the blockchain. So this is like something that is like very typical now of a blockchain solution for supply chain, where we're capturing events. But what we want to do now is to, like, say, look at this as a maybe a very top-down solution. And now we're looking at, like, empowering the lower end of the pyramid, of bringing people on board and enabling them, bringing them into the network and making them more significant in the use of tokens on this new economy. So if you look at the current state of the web, as mentioned, it's typically top down. So the major players in supply chain like Maersk and Walmart, they're actually driving and directing any stakeholders in their supply chains to actually, say, come on board and provide event-based information. It's not typically token-based, and it's usually, say, by invite only. And it could be quite costly, really, because they have, like, a set of specifications in the data, and smaller companies or individuals are quite slow, really, moving on, even though there's, like, a quite high percentage, they say, of carrier traffic now being handled on the blockchain. There's a lot of supply chain transactions which are incompletely handled on the blockchain. A lot of scope for growth there. So we look at, say, a farmer in a chocolate growing place, where the farmer is, say, coming up with his small allotment, providing it to the co-op, and it goes on through the chain. Now, typically there is like no authoritative document that's transferred. Or if it's authoritative, it might be seemingly authoritative because it can be quite easily changed. But on the blockchain, it won't be changed. There's a full trail of transactions. Now, what I say about, say, not just doing this, it's like also maybe these original suppliers can actually promote themselves through possibly NFTs or through NFTs, where people at the end of the line, the consumers, can see, this chocolate came from who, and it's very nice. We can maybe encourage or support that farmer. We know we've not paid very much, so we can actually say, make a transfer into his wallet by the blockchain. We can also certify the production on the blockchain, and that will be unchangeable. So whatever price has been paid will be very clear to everybody that that's been paid. Okay, so one example or another example of supply chain and blockchain is now, I mean, even top-down blockchains, they're expecting the data to be submitted, but there is no incentive really to actually say put complete data in, and it's quite slow moving. And also, when the data is posted onto the blockchain, is it accurate data? Now, if there is a process where, say, tokens can be used to incentivize the parties that are required or needed to put on the data, then those parties could be, say, rewarded with tokens. They could be also penalized through bad behavior by maybe being late or by providing bad data. And also, for example, now things being very clear on the supply chain, we could actually reward, say, a transporter, a small truck holder, a small warehouse operator for performing according to the KPI of the system, and they can be rewarded in tokens. So it's a very nice, easy way of like rewarding people, getting people on board. People get rewarded. They want to get more involved. They get points. They get more, want to get more points. Yeah. So in shipments, there are a lot of shipments that go in multiple containers. So, for example, say the likes of a large chemical company or a large consumer products company, they might have like 20 containers in one go. But there's a lot of shipments in the world still that are maybe not full container. When you ship a few items from your household, or maybe say somebody's like say not managing to get the best price because they're not filling up the container, they have to look for say a forwarder, a freight forwarder typically, who will actually say take in that part shipment. Now, if information is on the blockchain, the freight forwarder can be supported by seeing who else wants to ship to that same destination to consolidate the shipment, and then they get the better price. That better price is very visible. It's like clearly passed down the line, and the supplier gains. So in this way, small shipments from anywhere in the world can be like, say, consolidated, and the people consolidating will get incentivized by tokens. So it's just one idea. It's not really, say, taken off yet, but maybe there is a potential for this. When we're looking at, say, expanding a business, we want to say, take on more warehouse space, or we want to say, buy a new prime mover, or we want to say, go into a new venture with a overseas partner. We haven't got the capital, but we got some of the capital. We can actually say, make it open such that, say, people involved in the space can support, people partnering in the project can also support, and also outside investors can support. You get in early, you get a good price, the business grows, everyone benefits that have invested early. So this is a nice way of, like, say, making use of fractionalization in a way where we're breaking up the equipment or the asset into parts, and those parts can be sold individually and also maybe transfer on a secondary market for those investors to be able to like maybe cash in or yeah. So is this okay? Yeah. So one issue that I mean, this is like maybe a little bit away from, say, logistics execution. It's more to do with planning. And when we have forecasts being made, we expect each of the parties down the line to actually say estimate, to forecast, to budget the requirement of parts, of components, of finished goods. And what usually happens is that people want to be on the safe side. I mean, when you make a forecast, you're not actually going to pay for that quantity. All you're going to do is say, I want 100, but really you might only expect 50. Or this month you might be, say, having a promotion and you get 200, and you don't bother to update it in the next quarter, and again, the forecast goes in for 200. But really, the promotion is not there anymore, and the price will drop. So this leads to a lot of wastage, a lot of goods being held up in the flow, and also maybe say food, garments, they all perish really. They are not useful, get wasted or get sold off cheaply. So if there is some kind of incentive with tokens to actually say, okay, then how come last quarter you were bang on, you should get rewarded. How come last quarter you were, say, so far out, I'm sorry, you can stay in the supply chain, okay, but we'll have to penalize you. So it's like a commonly used token that can be shared through such a supply chain. And this will prevent what's called the bullwhip effect, where the magnitude of the difference, the discrepancy, amplifies back through upstream to the original supplier. One big issue really is like wastage of lost containers, of packaging that's not reused, of pallets that just go and then they just get left and go to waste really. How do we actually say track these? Now, this is especially difficult because like we've got, say, so many carriers in the world. We've got so many transporters, so many warehouses, so many places where these containers end up at, say, consignees' receiving yards. And a lot of them, they either say never get back into the cycle again and get maybe like lived in really, some of them, and maybe like they would be very slow getting back into use. But if there is a good tracking mechanism of being able to say incentivize the receiver, the holder of that container to put it back in the chain, then there'll be a lot less packaging, a lot less pallets, a lot less containers that are just lying around waiting for something to happen. So it's another application really of where tokens could be useful within the supply chain. There you go. I'm not sure how long that was, but if you've got any questions, please feel free to go ahead and ask.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have like 10 more minutes for Q&A. I actually have a question because I heard already that some bigger companies for their own manufacture, for their producing, they are using blockchain since many years already, like as a private blockchain. So you were probably talking more about public blockchain, so the whole supply chain can see and interact with each other. But
I mean,
how to see the
something like Hyperledger and IBM and Maersk and so on, you see in the banks, they're on a very centralized permissioned blockchain. And these blockchains don't usually say make use of tokens. So earlier in the slide, I said that this is like a top-down approach, and the big players are getting on. Maybe we're just capturing the events of the transactions, but not really say capitalizing and incentivizing throughout down to the lower level. And lower level participants are not really say being able to like benefit and leverage off this blockchain platform. So yeah, it has been around. It's probably 2017, 18, 19 now. There's a touted as being used, but very little really still in tokens, in applications. So what I've tried to go through there today is like a series of just some broad applications where tokens could actually say be introduced, where individuals, companies, networks can actually introduce their own tokens and then incentivize and penalize if necessary to build up the economy. Yeah, so it's true.
Very interesting to pair like the idea of collecting all the data to each product and also maybe incentivize people to reuse things, like as you said in the with the boxes, for example.
Yeah.
Also, you could see, for example, if for example there's a coffee fair trade coming from somewhere. Mm-hmm. And then you can see how much you paid them, and if it's like really a fair trade, you know, like how much did they pay them?
Yeah, it's very clear on the blockchain. I mean, there's a lot of people in the world who are say also maybe mining illegal items like metals and so on. And this is a big problem in the world. So you can see where it's actually come from, because there's like if there's a break in the chain, if there's like no origin to the chain, if there's like say something wrong, it's quite visible really if each event is captured. but you do need to incentivize and reward people putting that data on to the blockchain to make sure that just because it's missing doesn't mean it's actually, say, not happened. Yeah, it needs to be complete, it needs to be correct. And this is like something that needs to happen through just a very simple app, for example, where people can just pick up the hand phone and like press a button and that's their job done. Yeah, so it's now ubiquitous, really, the use of hand phones. It's not beyond us. So it's just a matter of making it very simple, really, and helping people to get onto a blockchain and do the transfer of information and transfer of tokens to make things happen like this.
Great. I see we have a question from Christian here.
Yes. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Hello, Christian. Good day. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. Good. Listen, I have one question. I mean, I have customers who are like in that business, and my customers, they serve harbors and like food manufacturers and like mining industries and so forth. And I know that there have been massive investments like over the last 1.5 decades into exactly these topics, database driven, RFID driven, like what do you foresee like to needs to happen? Because massive investments, and I don't know whether they are really actually written off already, but I assume that if we introduce blockchain to that industry and to that logistic intelligence, that's a massive investment into the globalization, isn't it?
It is, and it's something that maybe it's very slow making progress. But what we're looking at here is like not just a top-down approach, it's like a bottom-up approach where small business holders, where individuals can actually say, make something of the token economy, of simple applications, being able to help them to actually get more transparency, get more visibility, get more revenue through the use of tokens on that blockchain. Typically, a lot of these big projects that have been evolving are not token-based. They're just more interested in event-based, really, in capturing events along the chain and being very clear about visibility. It might have gaps in it because there's like no incentive to stay on unless like companies are very hard, and if people don't submit, they get kicked off the supply chain, but it's unlikely. And there are gaps, but now our transparency is very good. But it's just that tokens are not in use. So there's a lot of scope really for, like, say, incentivizing people to get on that way.
Yeah, but I see that there's a big investment wave, would be a big investment wave into that industry if that is happening. So usually then like regulatory bodies pick on these economic boosting changes, let's say it like that, which makes sense, which leads to a better world. Is there any international standards already in the talks in that industry, similar to the ISO 5001 in the energy sector, like for sustainability investments? Is there anything happening? Because that would radically change the way we consume on this globe.
Yeah, I mean, typically the regulations that are applied are, say, larger companies are powerful enough to actually dictate that, say, the source is not using child labor, is not using, say, inappropriate materials, is not sourcing the materials from maybe unwelcome providers. And I suppose there are countries like Venezuela, El Salvador, maybe so many countries now, just introducing the use of maybe cryptocurrency as a legal currency. So within these smaller economies, these countries, these sovereign borders, applications can start up legally. And if it makes sense and it goes across borders, then just like internet spread past the early wave of pioneers, it could move on through the world and make sense to more people beyond those earlier adopters. It's very hard to stop, really. It's like if it makes sense, if it supports people, if people are, like, say, benefiting from the the gains made from these tokens and so on, then it will just go on. There are countries that could block the internet and block the use of blockchain, but most won't, because they see their own benefits of using the platforms as well. So that's the way it is at the moment, really. So it's also a very evolving area where some countries try and stop, like Singapore, for example. It really encourages and drives forward with investment with projects, and then realizes maybe it's like losing a little bit of control. So it like has to quell a little bit. And there are other countries that can't do that, really. And Singapore also is doing okay, really, in the blockchain space. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I also have a question. For example, if you have a country with a lot of farmers, let's say orange farmers, and these little farmers, in order to send it to Europe, they put it all in one container. There's a different company who will collect them all together.
Like the crop, yeah.
Yeah, and now how do you know which orange was for which farmer? And then maybe there are like some bad oranges coming from somewhere else, and they get all mixed up together. How do you deal with this?
It's very, very difficult, really. I mean, a container of oranges could come from many small allotments, I suppose. But at least to know where roughly the area is, where the container actually it actually cuts off a lot of the world, doesn't it? Yeah, so it's basically, say, getting there most of the way, and it helps, like, say, be able to identify the source a lot quicker. I mean, there are problems with food, pharmaceuticals, and so on, fakes that are introduced into supply chains. But if the information is there, then it's actually, say, very transparent, very visible, very possible to actually trace quickly. It's not going to take weeks like it used to have to take. It's only going to be like a matter of like hours to be able to detect where the produce has come from. But again, I mean, if it happens twice, it happens 3 times along that chain, then maybe you look more into it, really, eh? But at least it's very clear, and companies have got vested interest in making sure that oranges arrive on the shelves in good state. They will be quick to trace back. If oranges come very nicely, nice and juicy, then maybe we would say, okay, let's reward that farmer. Those are the best oranges I've ever tasted. So we've got the option to, just like we buy NFTs, we can say, make donations to a particular producer or group of producers, and they can actually say equitably share out those revenues, and it's done in a very visible way. It's not lost midway through the many layers that say money is lost now in charities and so on. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is ideal. A lot of it's like, say, not today, but it wasn't long ago since people thought they didn't want the data outside the office in the internet time. When internet was introduced, when I was working in these logistics applications, people were very protective of the data. There was no way that data would be allowed out past the room in which the main server was kept. And then 20 years later, it was like, if you're not on the internet now, you're not in business, really, eh? For sure. So yeah, things do evolve, and they don't seem quite practical now, but there are ways that it will happen, and then it will just spread.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I think now we hit the time on time. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
If you want, you can also leave your contact here in the chat.
I should have done, really. Yeah. Yeah. On Telegram, it's Paul DWA.
Oh, maybe just write it here in the chat so people can contact you.
Okay, sure.
If they have any more questions. And yeah, thank you very much, Paul, for your time.
Thank you. Hopefully you gain from it there, right? Yeah. Love.
Definitely.
Cheers,
Thank you so much. Cheers. Have a great time.
Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce our next speaker. It's Ananya, and she's a Web3 marketer and community leader at Polkadot, India. That sounds exciting. Ananya, are you here with us?
Thanks, Mark. Very much here with you. So yeah, thanks. It's absolutely fantastic being here, firstly. So hello to everyone out here, and a very big namaste from India, and the young and vibrant community that I proudly present to you all, that's Polkadot India. Now, I'm Ananya Mahapatra. I'm the community lead at Polkadot India, and I'm basically here to discuss a very critical problem that all of us are actually facing out here, and every global project is facing out here today. And this is the availability of the skilled blockchain developers, right? Now, what's the issue at hand and what we are doing about it? That's what I'm here to talk about, to be honest. And at any point, if you wish to clarify or you want to discuss something further that I'm talking about, do raise your hand or just jump into the conversation and we can discuss that. And also, just feel free to check out the action on Twitter, if you while during the conversation instead of later. If you want to check us out, just check us out at _Polkadot India on Twitter, and maybe you can get a glimpse of it while I speak. Let me share my screen and take you through a little something that we are doing out here at India, right? So
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes, works perfectly.
Awesome, super. Okay, so now basically I would firstly like to start off with a few facts, that we have out here at India. Now we have about 2.6 million STEM graduates, that's your science, technology, engineering, and math graduates. We have developers who are in India, that's about 5.8 million right now. We have over 200K IT graduates every year. And about 75% of global digital talent is also from India. So now we also happen to be the second largest English-speaking country. And by 2024, we also aim to be one of the top providers of developers, right, to the world. Now, what are we doing about these stats exactly, and how did Polkadot India come about? It's a small story that I would like you through. So introducing Polkadot India, firstly, we are a pan-India community of substrate developers, entrepreneurs, and even just Polkadot enthusiasts. Now, what we learned is that substrate is a promising technology, as we all know. And while building on it, we felt the need for a local community that could support us, and it did not exist. And that's when we started building it. And our team comes from a history of community building. So members of our team have built some of India's largest startup and developer communities. So we have the necessary reach and influence to build a 10,000 member substrate developer community fairly quickly. And this development firepower could not just trigger a wave of blockchain innovation in the Indian subcontinent, but it could also serve the needs of substrate-based projects around the world, right? Now, in the future, we plan to also launch a technical coding scholarship program that's kind of modeled in the lines of the Lambda School. And we also are taking our placement and recruitment consultancy plans to the next level soon. Now, training people on substrate doesn't really happen in isolation. We need people to understand the nuances of decentralized products and their token-based economics, right? So we decided to build cohorts of aspiring and existing crypto entrepreneurs that could also complement these developers. And now that we have also built a community, we are seeing a lot of enthusiasm from marketers, community builders, and a lot of other portals as well. So left to our resources, it would fairly take us about 5 to 6 years to reach that 10,000 number developer milestone mark. But luckily, we have very active and great support from Web3 and the Parity Foundation. So both monetarily and in terms of technical expertise. So we should be able to achieve that in less than 2 years at the rate at which we are going right now. Now, with all of this going on in our head, what did we actually do about it? So we thought we should do, something that would involve the people who are pretty shy on the Indian front still, especially with regard to the Web3 atmosphere. So we decided to start off 2 initiatives. So firstly, we had something called Dot Friday. Now, Dot Friday is a monthly webinar series, and this is something we do with global Web3 leaders. In fact, many of them are also speaking at Unit Network's event today. And so we have completed 10 successful chapters, and we've covered various themes across many months. And we started in about September last year, so that's about 10 chapters covered. And we've covered decentralization, DeFi, DAOs, NFTs, advanced NFTs, games, advanced games, metaverse, and the list continues. So we have a lot more to cover still. And my main focus over here is to talk about something we are doing right now, is that's Substrate Saturday. Now, Substrate Saturday is a bootcamp for developers who are interested in building on Substrate. And our first bootcamp completed last year. We started off in December. It was a 3-month program. And our second one started off today. In fact, I'm just coming from there. It was a fabulous turnout, and some amazing devs from not just India, but around the globe joined us. And it's a great session that, again, is going on for the next 3 months now. And this is covered by an in-house team of Substrate mentors. And we have a custom curriculum also going on that is going to suit the Indian audiences, right? And our entire aim is to have a big chunk of 10K plus developers by the end of this. So yeah, going deeper into it, I would say that there's a long way to go. And what is actually going on over here currently is that in this bootcamp, we have 6 interactive sessions. Again, it's exclusively for developers, like I said, and this will cover the fundamentals of Rust and Substrate from scratch. It's a foundation level curriculum, and it's in sync with the parity and Web3 foundation terms that they have put down on Substrate. Also, they have to be a student or a developer with basic coding language or knowledge to join this program. And this is a live coding session and workshop session that happens every Saturday. And what we are doing is every alternate Saturday is going to be a curriculum program, and every other alternate Saturday is going to be an expert speak program where we are actually getting top Polkadot projects and their tech leads to come and address our community. So that's what's happening out here. So just to roughly give you all an idea of what we are covering in this program. So this is something that I have picked up from our website, and this covers the actual curriculum of those 6 curriculumized sessions. So the first one covers the Rust fundamentals, and that includes all of your installing Rust in Cargo, Hello World, the variables, and all kinds of advanced types of structs, enums, basic trait implementation packages, traits, and modules. Then comes the next one. Today's is just about done. We just completed it. The next one will be the live hands-on traits that will be covering generics and lifetimes, live hands-on traits, coupling them with generic types, storages, collections, maps, and arrays, functional languages features, that's iterators and closures. That's happening the Saturday after next. And the third session is going to be a slight recap again with a continuation on Substrate framework. And over here, we are going to explore the usage and working, the actual code structure, understanding node, palettes, runtime, configuration, parameter types, importing a palette and adding it onto the runtime. So a little bit about why I'm going into the details of it is so that all of you understand the importance of our program, because we are pretty much covering everything these developers need to know to get onto live projects, right? Moving on to the next part of the program, which again will be workshop on Substrate Kitty's backend, and we'll also be giving out assignments. Session 5 will have live interaction with the developers to demo their code that they have been working on that far. There'll be live improvisation, there'll be implementations along with the mentors. So that's going to keep it engaging and keep them learning throughout the program. And finally, we end the session with Substrate Kitty's frontend, running and understanding the full application. So overall, with these 6 sessions, we end on the 10th of September. And post that, we'll be starting a recruitment program. And like I mentioned, all these 6 sessions happen every alternate Saturday. What happens in the other alternate Saturdays is actual expert sessions by some of the top Polkadot projects like Polkadex, A-Star, Unit Network. In fact, we are also talking to the tech team at Parity folks, with the Parity folks, and they are coming on board too. We'll be announcing that soon. So hopefully all this is going to go a great way. And what the motivation here is for the attendees is our partners. We have got on board some recruitment partners who are actually going to take up these developers basis how they've performed and how they fit in the bill with their requirements. So we have Subsquid, A-Star, Socioli, Unmol, Unique, Engine Starter, and Polkadex so far, and in counting. And all of you out here, again, a big shout out to you. Do join in. We must connect. I shall be dropping off my creds by the end of it, or you can get in touch with the Polkadot India team. So if you or your project is also looking out for developers, and like I said, Indian developers have quite the skill and we are training them further. So all you have to do is reach out and we'll make things happen together. So that's that on the recruitment front. We also have some great partners who have a great educational outreach over here. So they help us with reaching out to the right people, the right developers, the students who are studying the Web3 atmosphere and want to build on the Web3 atmosphere. So that's Hack to Skill, Head Start, and of course Wow Labs, who is our mother firm, who we started off Polkadot India, originated from Wow Labs. So they also are going to be helping us throughout with the recruitment, as well as reaching out to the right tech folk, right? So that's where we are at. And also we are going all out. We want every single student, every single enthusiast to be a part of it. So, and they're quite enthusiastic and energetic about it. That's what, again, we realized at our boot camp today, that everyone's so interested. It's amazing to see the energies out here. And funnily, we were not just joined by Indian developers, but there are so many developers out there who are just so keen on learning and just growing into the ecosystem already, that we couldn't help but start off our own ambassador program. So we are working with them closely. We are helping them build their teams in their institutes and colleges. We are helping them devise strategies with their growth and also run events within their institutes. Of course, they have their own benefits that help them out and get bigger in the picture, wherein they get insider access to the right educational resources or the right mentors, or they get their mementos and certifications of achievement. So that's how we are helping out the folk out here. And so like I mentioned earlier, so that's on Substrate Saturday. And what's happening at Dot Friday is like I said, it's the monthly webinar series with global Web3 leaders. And we've covered about 10 plus chapters. And we've had some amazing projects that have come. We've had Punk Network, Platinum Software, Anmol Network, Uno Ray, Akala, Behold This. We've had Engine Starter, Odyssey DAO, Born to Die, Scapic, and Sere Network. And just so many more. These are just snippets of who's been around, and the interactions have been great. The community out here has learned so much. They are very grateful. They are so glad to have heard from the leaders out there. And so the community is growing, they're learning. And we also help them out with the right resources. We have event archives, we have educational resources, we create videos that should help them out. In fact, we are also coming up with the vernacular versions of these educational resources, which will be in Hindi. Like if you can notice this one's the same video in Hindi. So that should help the slightly local community out here also learn and grow into the ecosystem. So that's on the educational part. We also do a lot of other encounters, like connecting with the ecosystem and making sure we are connecting with the right folk and other communities out here. So be it the Substrate community, be it the Bitcoin community white paper event that happened last year. So we've been doing all of that so that we have the right validations, and the right traction. Of course, we also do a lot of marketing initiatives, like have a newsletter, we have a blog going on, we have a lot of social media interactions, we keep sharing educational resources. So this keeps the community growing, and hoping that's doing well, because since September 2021, we have grown to a 13K plus member community. Not the highest number considering the rate at which communities do grow out here today, wherein within a month you see suddenly a 30K plus community or a 40K plus community happening. Not that big a number, but we are very sure that this is a very focused and a very serious set of people who are legit interested in growing and building from the atmosphere, and not just here for the freebies or the interactions as is. Right. We also have about 20 plus community leaders on board. We have over 15 plus events that have already been done. We have various cohorts on WhatsApp that's very prominent in India, funnily. We're also building our Telegram and Discord communities. But meanwhile, WhatsApp is still thriving out here. And yes, we have luckily also won 2 Polkadot Treasury grants already, which has been great support again from their end. So working out great for us, but what's ahead now is we have a lot of activations, support activations that are coming up to complement our ongoing Friday and Substrate Saturday. So a lot more AMAs, Twitter Spaces with the actual leaders out there, like all of you, and a lot more partnerships that can help us with recruitment and placing all these developers that we are training, and helping the projects to get the right talent from within this community. A lot of community engagement, so everyone's continuously learning, and also so that they stay motivated to stay in the atmosphere. Influencer marketing and all of the PR and media initiations, of course, is purely because of the validations we need, since we all know how amazing this atmosphere is, that everyone is talking about it, everyone's doing a lot of things. So how does one stand out, right? Like how is it that we all make it out there? So that's why the initiatives like PR and other activities. And we're also planning our hackathon, the first one that's coming up. Already got a lot of skill and talent asking out for that. So hopefully that goes great, and we capture some great talent there as well. And even our national meetup, physical meetup is coming up. So again, so while there's a bombardment of all of this free Web3 knowledge, and how does an aspiring developer know where to go, right? What to choose, right? And that's where we come in. That's where we are very very sure that we want to be that go-to community where people can always just count on it that, yeah, if they hear from Polkadot India, it has to be the right set of information. So that's where we are kind of in. And also about what kind of support further that would be amazing is the kind of initiatives that we do also have to be backed by the kind of placements that we do. So anytime any of you, if you are working on your projects, just reach out to us. We have a great plan coming up wherein all these people we are training right now are going to be screened. They are going to be actually put out there. All their profiles and resumes are going to be out there. And so if all of you or any of you are interested in taking them on board, just feel free to reach out to us basically, and we'll make things happen. So that's about it from my end. Basically, just wanted to give you a showcase of what we are doing here at Polkadot India, and very much open to your views and any feedback that you have for us. But yeah, looking forward for us to connect sometime.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Really interesting what's going on your side.
Sure.
The workshops on Saturday and on Friday, are they for free for everybody to learn? And
yes,
yeah. Okay,
yes, very much. We make sure of that. All our initiatives so far have been absolutely free, especially the Substrate Bootcamp and stuff is absolutely free. And yeah, we are trying to make it as easy for everyone who is willing to learn and wants to learn out here. We are trying to make it as easy for them. So yeah.
And the best talents you keep for yourself.
No, actually not. Would love to say it like that way, but no, very much not. We are so happy. We are so glad to have all these amazing recruitment partners on board. So more than glad to send our developers out there to all these big projects happening. So yeah, that's that, Mark.
Really, really great initiative to educate the people all around. Yes. And how high is the percentage of Indian people or developer and outsiders or
so far we are actually we have been catering to the Indian audience. We have been taking that note on, you know, reaching out to the Indian community out here. That's how we've been promoting it. But funnily, we are also getting great things. I won't be able to give you a proportion to it exactly, but I can say maybe a 5% or a 5 to 10% could be a global audience. We have the visibility, but the actual participation is very strong because we reach out very closely to the Indian institutes and we work very closely with the Indian institutes and educational colleges, right? So that's where we get most of the traction from. The global audience comes from the Twitter engagements and all our other community engagements. So still a good number, but yeah, we're primarily still Indian, like 90% definitely Indian community out here.
Great. And the workshops, they're only designed for developers, or even as a non-tech guy, you could also maybe get like some insights about Substrate, or it's only for developers, right?
It is only for developers. So the bootcamp is specifically for developers, and that's why we have Dot Friday, wherein we educate. That's for the entire community. That's for all kinds of enthusiasts. So that's for the generic community. And Substrate Saturdays, purely it's all about hands-on coding and, you know, live workshops and them actually, you know, getting out there and getting their codes and all of it right. You know, today was the Rust session, and, you know, next time on we start with the Substrate. So that particular one is purely for developers, because that's what we want to recruit, purely developers. That's what our biggest strength out here is. But yes, we have a lot of other engagements and initiatives that cover the educational resources for the generic community. In fact, even from the Web3 marketeers front or the community builders front, there's so much people want to know. So on a daily basis, if, you know, any of you join in the WhatsApp group or the Telegram group, we keep sharing resources that are of information to every person. So that helps them out a lot. So that should help.
Oh, great. Okay, nice. So if I want to join, the event is completely online, or do you also have physical events, or all of them workshops are online, right?
So currently it's all online. We're pretty diverse. Yeah. So because since COVID is not completely dead still, so we didn't still want to take the risk. But I think about next month, we are planning to go with the offline event. So hopefully once we start off with our first offline event and see the response over here and how COVID advances, and accordingly, we'll hopefully have the live workshops too. So as of now, virtual is working great for us, especially with even people from other countries joining in now. So it's actually working out better for us, you know, rather than having for them to come down here for a free workshop. That would be a little tough at this point. So yeah.
Yeah, it's easier for the online conferences. That's also how we are, you know, setting things up for
it's working well. Yeah, it's working great.
And how many people are there in one cohort roundabout? Like,
so each cohort, like today's cohort, we had about 2,000 plus registrations, and since a couple of them have exams going on, the rest of them will be joining in next time. But we had about 400 developers joining in for today's session, and we have a promise of about 600 joining in next time onwards. So yeah, that's a start, and hopefully it gets bigger from next time on.
And it works with the connection if everybody logs in. Are you also using Zoom or?
Yes, very much Zoom. Zoom's working fantastically for us. And we do have a registration process though. It's a tight screening process where we check out their LinkedIn profiles. We see if they have been, if they are legit developers, or if they belong to a certain institute. So we make sure the screening process is a little tight because eventually we have to release them onto big projects out there. So it can't be just about anyone. So we want to make sure that they are serious about this and they are genuine, ambitious about it. And we have also kind of made it compulsory for them to attend the entire program. So it's not like they walk in, walk out. They have to come in, they have to be there through the program. They have to do the assignments, they have to submit it, they have to score a certain, mark, and only then do they make it to the recruitment phase. So yeah, little tight over there, but worth it, I feel. So.
Great. Yeah. Okay. You make it like a more exclusive, that not people are not really into it or not committed to go through the whole program. And at the end of the day, they get also a certificate from you,
yes.
or like
Yes, it's an absolutely set curriculum, and we are in sync with parity folks, like I said, so we can actually put a certification to it, and that's what they are promised, including placement. There's a certification to it, so they would have learned well by the end of it. That's the plan.
And then they can upload it to their LinkedIn profile. And
absolutely, absolutely, yeah. That's
great. I love it. Great initiative. So for people who want to educate themselves more, developers or community, they want to learn more about the community, about Amit, it's a good place to be. Yes. Good to know. Maybe I will join one of those Fridays.
Please, gladly. I will definitely get in touch and share all the details with you, and you must join in. And it's a great engagement. Like, you will love the energy out there. Even I was surprised because the first time we did a trial round for it, like everyone was a little shy and a little scared to, interact and, go deeper into the system. But this time around, it's crazy. Everyone wants to be out there. Everyone wants to already start building. So it's great. You must join in. Definitely, Mark.
Thanks. Yeah, if you want, at the beginning you mentioned a website. I was not fast enough to type it in, but if you want, you can put it here in the chat. And
yeah, I can do that. I can. Let me just share the Twitter link. Just a second. Something's wrong with my. Okay. So you can find this on Twitter. So this is us on Twitter. And I shall also share our current link that is about the current bootcamp. And it has all the details out here. And yeah, as and when we have more sessions going on, we are working out a whole new website for all our initiatives. So we shall share the same with our Twitter link as well. So that should help.
Perfect. Thank you much. If you want, you can also maybe put your Telegram contact if people have questions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Directly contact you.
Yeah.
Great. And I see we have a question here, Alexi.
Yeah.
Hi, Ananya. How you doing? So
Very
cool,
good.
your presentation. I love it. Okay.
Thanks, Alexi.
I'm from Caracas, Venezuela.
Oh,
Okay.
sure.
Yes, we're planning to Polkadot Tribe is gonna be on blockchain Rio. Okay.
Oh.
In October. Yes, and we're hoping. I'm asking you, and what you're doing in India is awesome, and we love to have a way of participate, you know, with us in blockchain Rio. We want to make something very cool. Okay, and yes, I love what you're doing. We need to get more depth, and the way you're doing in India, I think is awesome. Just congratulations for that. Okay.
Thanks, Alexi. I'll definitely connect with you. Would love to join into the Rio blockchain event. Definitely.
Sure. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. I'll just drop in my Telegram on chat, and that's me. That's Ananya Mahapatra, and I'm at Ananya 1987. So do just Telegram me, just DM me at any point, and we can do big things together. I think all of us are on the same page, and we can do great things.
Yes. Well, I think we have to work in this, no, and in a little time, I will share about something about love. No, it's about love. We feel the passion about what we're doing, and I think that's the secret. No, well, that's the magic thing that every one of us has. Okay, and well, placing together these emotions and everything we do for a global thinking in a difficult world that we're living in this moment, in the worst era of the humanity, with the most incredible technology in our hands. So definitely we need to get united to solve this.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. I think Web3 has changed so much for all of us. We are all, the whole world of politics and only work has just died. It's all about love and community and togetherness and growing together. It's amazing. It's a great time we're all in. It's amazing, really.
Like that.
Yeah, I love your enthusiasm and the spirit you bring across here. Like, even if it's just a monitor, I can feel your vibration here.
Thanks, Christian.
Even if I'm a few thousand kilometers away. And thank you for sharing and really like making this work, because this is the basic work we need in order to get this done. Otherwise, it's not going to happen if we don't have the people who actually can code. And you're right in the beginning when you said the major problem is we are all looking for developers and they're not there anymore. Yeah, thank you for doing that for you and your team and the overall Polkadot community. Amazing.
Yes. Thank
you.
So kind of you, really.
Yeah, and all my love to you and the Indian team. And cool. And we have a next speaker here. Mark dropped out. He's like traveling in Spain. I'm sorry, I'm taking over here to facilitate. Christian is my name. I'm also part of the unit team. And I'd like to give you a farewell to drop off or stay if you're interested, because our next speaker actually has a different application, but also the last 2 years have put him quite in the center of the attention of everybody on this planet. Lou Galtiero is his name, and he is coming from the health sector in the US, which is a strong guiding sector for the planet. We have seen that over the last 2 years. how much the US is actually leading the thoughts and also like technologies in many areas. And Lou is going to talk about how we really can integrate blockchain into the healthcare, right, and industry. And he has a background. He's a pro in the healthcare industry, and he's owner of a Suncoast Rio company, Sea Vision, based in New Portland, which is, I understand, near Miami. South of Florida, really looking to see what you can really contribute and talk about what Suncoast is doing. I understand you're doing kind of physician quality reporting systems, so we really know like what kind of quality are we expecting, but also helping these people to use technology and also revenue, because like I assume that Web3 is changing every industry, and also that industry is going to be different. I can see that already today, how I'm consulting doctors, and I think it's going to be a totally different ball game in a decade from now. Right, Lou? And I'm really looking forward, and I have a few questions for you at the end. So welcome to our talk here on the Unit Polkadot Forum. Lou, thank you for dialing in from the US. Early morning for you. Probably had your first coffee. And I'd like to hand you over the mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very nicely. Yeah.
And how do, okay, I'm not sure I'm in the screen. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm in Florida, so it's, you know, we have a lot of storms and a lot of electricity problems. So sometimes you may hear me, things may go a little slower, or you may hear me break up. So yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to be focusing on the theme of digital communities and entrepreneurial incentives, and I'm using the background of what we're doing here and where we think it's going. So thank you for that very wonderful introduction. You hit the nail on the head on that. Very quickly, just me, you know, I've been in my life, I've been employees in the communications industry. I worked for Verizon, electrical engineering there, computer engineering. I also worked in the banking industry until around 1986, 87. One of the things I really enjoyed there, as I started getting into entrepreneurial activities, was I was called to help build a company called Depository Trust Clearing Corp. I was the architect. There were 5 people who were taking Depository Trust Corporation, which has been around for about 100 years. And it clears bonds, financial bonds. And we expanded it to clear all kinds of debt instruments. And so I was a part of that. I don't want to call myself a founder, but I was brought in the early part with 5 people. I was one of the 5 to put together the technology architecture. And then I fell so much in love with entrepreneurial activities that I started Suncoast Rio. And I'll tell you, Rio is Regional Health Information Organization. So I just wanted to give a little background on me, and that's it. And now I'd like to share my screen here and go into my PowerPoint. Again, things are slow in Florida. Okay, let me go to this part here. Show. Start from beginning. There we go. Okay, good. Everybody see everything okay there? Is my screen visible to everyone? Good. Okay.
Yes.
I am. Yep. So I decided to call this presentation the Healthcare Unit Blockchain, because Unit has so much that is helping us form in our strategy and everything we're going forward to. It just fits our strategy so well. So I'm going to talk about that. So thank you, Unit Network. So I've got 20 minutes to try to get out a lot of information. And so I'm going to start by saying that we've been in business since 2013. And the company, as you mentioned, we do a number of things. We started off as a non-profit, a membership, and then we changed over to a vendor corporation, which is a for-profit. But that non-profit part was very, very, very important as we speak about DAO. I found in those early days that because the healthcare environment in the U.S. and in Florida, I come from New York originally. I was a CIO of 2 hospitals in New York City, New York Presbyterian and the Health and Hospitals Corporation of New York, which is the public system. But when I came down to Florida, I found that I was really trying to retire, but I found that there was so much that was going to surprise our medical providers, and I have a very strong place in my heart for them, that I wanted to try to make things better. So we started Suncoast Rio as a nonprofit with members and basically helped our community get started on technology, because technology was changing drastically in those days for healthcare. So we started the company and we found so the big point I want to make on this topic is that we were trusted because of, at least in my experience, and I want to say this is like a blanket statement, but we were trusted in a community where our doctors and our hospitals were bombarded with vendors with niche products to make sales. What you find in healthcare is a lot of strong leaders who want to make their own decisions, and the vendors are there to help. And so because of that, there's many disparate systems that were purchased. And our clients include doctor practices and hospitals as well. We're hoping to get consumers engaged. But the hospitals, that's with open arms. They said, we need you to be here, some of our first big hospitals. So we need you to be here when the vendors come in so you could tell us if what they're saying is true or not. So we were that trusted, even though we ourselves were not part of it. So in a short amount of time here with the 20-minute clock, I'm going to just jump to some of the things we found and make sure that the stuff that's not that important we'll leave to the end, or if anyone wants to contact me later. So what have we learned since 2013 by trying to get healthcare providers and consumers involved? I come from a different generation than probably most of the people on this call. So there's a generational variation in how people trust technology for healthcare. We found that to be very true, that people in my generation typically were, if the doctor tells me what to do, I'm going to do it. It was very little, let me look at myself, let me ask other people, let me be in charge. So the whole idea of a team of doctor-patient called the medical home evolved throughout this time when the next generation behind us started coming up. Much more technology savvy and much more in charge of their healthcare and the people that they cared for, which is another aspect. My generation is baby boomers. We are getting sick faster, and it's just the cycle of life. Those that we took care of are now taking care of us. So the family unit is getting expanded to friendships, family. What is that unit of trust that works with the doctor as the team? And the doctor, in many cases, is almost part of that family extension. The doctors are in unique positions that they have, they're trusted so much, yet they are people we purchase service from. Because of the technology confusion, because we've had a real, the top flood third wave, what's it called today? The fourth turning. Because of the influx of technology so quickly in the world, what we ended up with, instead of having technology help, we had technology being taken advantage of by people with less than the best motives in mind and created a system of scams and confusion. And healthcare had a hard time living up to the promises of technology fixing everything. There's, as I said, a lot of incompatible software. And for those of you who are in this area who are looking, well, how do I invest in something in healthcare? If you're an investor or anyone who wants to know, you know, what wealth is, where they should put wealth, the yield on healthcare is very hard to find. And again, that goes back to the history of the US healthcare system, where some organizations are nonprofit, some organizations are for-profit, some organizations only special surgeries or special types of activities. So this hodgepodge, and they all have different incentives on how they would make money or get quality care. And the last thing I'll say on this slide, I'm trying to keep an eye on my time, and there we go, 9/11, good. Is that I was very interested to hear the last speaker. I'm sorry?
You're good with the timing. I take care of your timing.
Okay, thank you. I can't see it when I went on the screen here. My little
There's
clock.
there's another 18 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I was very, very interested in the last speaker and the talent labor pool that she was discussing. Healthcare is a very funny field because you have the people who make the technology work. You're really the best mix of people. If you could have a perfect mix, would be people with medical knowledge, would be people with computer savvy or engineering knowledge, and then you would have people who understand systems. Business type systems, business running. So engineering, medical, where do you find that combination? So what we tried to do, and I'll talk about that with the Unit blockchain and the Unit network, is creating toolkits with our blockchain that sort of have these very difficult to learn concepts that could be bundled. And therefore you could then take those bundles, and with technology people, like the last speaker had, we could help build quickly new enterprises that would have returns on investment for those of the people who may be watching who are in the venture space. So let me move to the next slide. So about the industry, I think I said a lot of this already. It's very convoluted because of history and a lot of things that have, I like to call the term chaotic evolution under scattered guidance. So in some cases, hospitals and doctors will be driven by charity, just the need and the desire to help. Other organizations would be profit driven. So they are regular corporations where they have to return a return to stockholders in the form of a profit or dividend. So they're a little bit different driven. And then you have the nonprofit. And nonprofit doesn't mean that the people who work at nonprofit hospitals, for example, that they don't make money. It's just that they don't declare a profit. That's what a nonprofit means. It doesn't declare profit. However, people have some pretty good salaries who work in nonprofits, but they have different things that drive them. They may get funded by bonds or other things. So again, that leads to the next thing, which is because of this looking to see what incentives will make us work. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's government programs, sometimes it's, many things. So that reward structure of revenue or whatever it may be, or quality is different for many of them. And we're talking about a very big industry here in the US. 20% of GDP is healthcare related in some way, which is, we call the payer community, the industry, insurance that pays, the doctors and the veterans, Social Security. So everyone in the country is touched. This industry touches every single person. And it's a serious industry, and that's lives and wellness are at stake if we don't do it right. And the last line, I'm really saying this to everybody out there, the system is screaming for solutions. I think blockchain has those solutions. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I want to watch it. Okay, so we've been around since 2013. I talked about this already. What do? We offer software and services. Some of the things we do for our doctors, there's some programs in the US where a doctor will get more money for the care they give if they reach a certain quality threshold that's determined by whoever pays them. In some cases, that's the government, Medicare. In other cases, it's commercial payers like United or Blue Cross Blue Shield. The other things we do is we help our clients being compliant and making sure notifications goes to all parties involved with a patient's health. There are many providers and many settings of care across a person's lifetime. We also help with audit and things like that. So now we're getting to the blockchain piece. So we found that as a Rio, we were morphing into a DAO. And so I said, I want to be a DAO. And looking at some of the things Unit makes possible for us in our white paper, which hasn't been released yet, but our strategic plan is the ability to not only for us to create tokens, but we're going to be the initial DAO. And then other DAOs, almost like a franchise, will grow up, we hope, across the country, and they will have the capability of becoming DAOs using Unit, creating the tokens they need. Healthcare is very local to its place, so therefore token creation, it could be a local and coins as well. The minting and the wrapping and the unwrapping are very key to what we do, because we have to get involved with many other blockchains. And I'll talk about those in a minute. So here's one right after that. We found we think the best way to get our blockchain expanded to the consumer world is through a blockchain called Helium. And what they do is based on antenna cards. If you set a hotspot with your antenna card, you get rewards. So in effect, people who use the Helium network are miners. And that's sort of led us to our mining approach as well. So why blockchain? So I talked about this already. I talked about the rollout plan. We have some crypto assets that we've already mentioned. Two of them is the Rio token and the Rio coin, which would be the one that could be backed and used as currency. We're trying to see how this would fit into the United States Security Exchange Commission, whether they're going to call that a security or not, or a commodity, but we're still trying to figure that out. What we want to do is make sure that the coins we do put out are backed by the assets, fiat, which is out there already, gold. We have an alignment with, actually I'm a reseller for United Precious Metal Association in Utah, where they sell gold and silver, and they have something called a gold back, which is actually can be used as species, can be used as currency in certain states. And it can be used as barter in any place you want, anyone who will accept it. But it's actually, it looks like a dollar or a paper currency, but it's not. It's actually got gold woven into it. So it has a gold value. And that could be a great collateral backup to our Rio coin. We heavily use smart contracts, and our link to the other blockchains, especially Helium, would be through hardware oracles and even software equivalents of that. There's a major need for accurate, mutable records in real time in healthcare. This not only is required for the obvious reasons, but it's also a disincentive for the hackers who are making a day out of ransomware. If they could break into something and it goes away real quick because it changed, because of the nature of the system, then that's what happens. And so what is a unit of health worth? How can we define that value? And what we would see, any coin in a healthcare crypto system could be used for payments, accuracy, record keeping, interoperability. We call that health information exchange. And I talked about the toolkit incubator. Some of the trends in the field is things are moving away from proprietary systems into open initiatives, and that's, I think, 48% of the healthcare. The one organization that is doing most of it is the federal government. As my generation gets older, CMS and Medicare, and they're pushing for open systems. We need to develop labor so that people understand how how to bring together the various cohorts of healthcare. We all can't be doctors, and doctors can't all be engineers, even though a lot of them are really good at it. We all can't be doctors. They go to school for decades to learn what they know and their experience as well. So stop trying to be doctors and let's work with them, and that's so Suncoast Rio is well established to launch into the DAO world, and especially now with the world of inflation going crazy and there are debt issues that many doctors and hospitals have. Perhaps they will start accepting cryptocurrency in payment as well. As I said on the bottom there's a need for consistency in a jungle of incompatible software and incorrect records. So what we want to do, I mentioned at the beginning that one of our problems was people not using technology in my generation, and basically because the incentive was foggy. So part of our consensus mechanism is that we have introduced what we call a proof of patient, provider, pharmacy. This will get, we hope, this will get people involved that when a block is validated, that is validated first by the regular mining community that, figures out the hash algorithm, but secondly, then gets double validated by the people the patient whose record it is, the provider. And so we get a double, triple check and we fix inconsistencies and errors through the consensus mechanism, and they do then get rewarded with currency, with cryptocurrency. So they will be miners. The users will be miners in our system. And so we've had an accurate reporting rate, 100% since 2013. That is how you reach us. That number, MIPS EHR, that's one of the government programs called Merit Incentive Payment System. And what electronic health records are a big thing here in this country. And so that's why we got that, but a lot of people can't remember that. And that's how to reach me. So thank you very, very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Lou, for starting this conversation here. It's like, since you have been out there in the American healthcare market since nearly a decade, what are the first applications out there which makes it possible or to integrate blockchain? What's happening out there?
Wow. The best way to answer that is to ask you to look at the American system and how they define a free market enterprise, free market capital system. So what I'm saying there is you'll find a lot of the private companies, though they may say that interoperability is a good thing to work together with others, they are profit driven. They may in some cases want to work with their competitors, but they may not. They don't want to give away, and I understand that. They do not want to give away trade secrets. So there is this dichotomy of feelings toward whether we share or whether we don't share. Again, the government has some blockchain projects that they're looking at in the CMS and the Agency for Healthcare Research. Those would be the entry points to, on a big scale, would be government and research. As the level of private practice and doctors, they are very, they will look at new ideas. They're all entrepreneurs. Doctors are entrepreneurs. You ever hear the term herding cats? Because it's so hard to get old doctors to agree on something. It's because they're very individualistic people. They're very strong leaders. So doctors would look at something, and I've spoken to a couple of them already, on potentially having an alternative way to get paid. And if that way to get paid was cryptocurrency, and the cryptocurrency had a hard commodity value backup to it, they would do it. And I know I'm working with a number of doctors across the country in different states that are looking at a barter system, or they're looking at the gold system, even diamonds. There's a company called Diamond Standard here in New York. I'm in Florida now, but we have another company in New York called Health Hub, and Diamond Standard is putting out diamonds and a commodity that also has an equivalent crypto asset called Bitcarbon. So with the gold, it's quant, and with the diamonds, it's Bitcarbon. So I don't know if I'm answering your question as well as I can, but I think you're asking me where the entry point is to get this started. There's a couple of blockchain efforts going on, but they're point solutions. This is looking at the system. So how do I get the system to inherit that and also bring in the point solutions? And I think Unit helps a lot with that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that credit. Really appreciate that. I think when I'm looking at the healthcare market and my health, I'd like to own my data, like if I look at my, I think that's the biggest question we're having to answer in the next decade when artificial intelligence marries biology. We're having the internet of the human bodies. That's what I can see like slowly happening.
Yes,
it's going to be an interesting decade for all health enthusiasts, and who owns the data and who has the transparency about it. Lou, I'd say thank you very much for joining us, and also bringing this topic, which is definitely not a usual topic to talk in Web3 conferences about healthcare, but I really appreciate that. One of my personal really focus areas, my own health, and I'm advocating that also in my environment. And with that, I'd say thank you. If there's any questions, please just speak up or chat. Use a chat. If there's nothing coming up, I will ride across from Florida, go about over the whole planet to St. Petersburg, and we have our next speaker coming from St. Petersburg. And Yuri, I don't know whether you are actually right now in St. Petersburg, or are you traveling?
Hello, yes, I'm in St. Petersburg. Yes, thank you for presenting me.
Yeah, so Yuri is going to talk about another interesting topic here, about the Polkadot parachains, which makes really this communication between all these blockchains possible. And he's going to specify on shared security aggregation for the parachains, which, in my understanding, if I look at it, I'm not really a tech. I mean, I know a little bit about Web3 and blockchain, but I'm not a techie. So I think you make it secure that the blockchains are talking to each other. But you're going to have now 30 minutes to explain that with us. For everybody else, I want to just briefly introduce Yuri. He's a financial and blockchain protocol builder and researcher from St. Petersburg in Russia, of course, and not in Orlando, I guess, right? Not in Florida, but St. Petersburg in Russia, correct? And yeah, and his amazing skill set is very tech savvy. It's like algorithm, blockchain, Linux, software architecture, Scrum, Ethereum, SQL and web service, solution architecture, program languages, of course, like many of them, and of course also Substrate, and many more. So let's welcome Yuri here on the call. Thank you for joining us, and I will give you the mic so that you can share your talk and in our Polkadot forum here tonight.
Yes, so thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, and also we can see you well. And if you share something, you just need to hit the share button, and then your screen is shared. Yeah, I can see your your PowerPoint presentation or your Google Docs slide. I can see it clearly, so very well visible. Everything good. Technology works.
Yes, thank you a lot. So your preparation for my speech makes me feel much more comfortable. Yes, so I feel more relaxed and hope can speak better and more interesting for you. Yes, so I will switch to the presentation view a bit later. So I also will start presenting myself. So I'm in industry for 12 years in software development industry and 7 years in blockchain. Yes, I started to work with centralized exchanges. Then it was the Top Trader application. You can still find it in Google Play and Apple Store. Several years ago, I was working as architect on CBDC project Bakong for Cambodia with Saramitsu, and we successfully delivered this project. It was very interesting experience integrating the traditional finance and blockchain technology. Then I was working with Ethereum, Polkadot, specifically Sora chain inside the same company, Saramitsu. We was working on own blockchain, Aroha, which you can find under the Hyperledger umbrella, and some other interesting stuff. And also I was working as an architect, developer, manager of smart contracts application, DeFi applications, for example, Polars or Sora Bridge. Yeah, so this is shortly about my experience. And now I want to present you the shared security markets. It's a new concept. We are working now. It's actually, we see this as a next step in the parachain development and security aggregation between blockchains. We seems found a way to add additional decentralization here and additional improvements in the from the technological and financial side. Okay, so for the beginning, I would like to show you the short YouTube presentation video recorded with a professional speaker, yes, and it will be a bit easier for you to understand it.
Good.
Oh, seems it's unavailable.
Post it in the chat. Post it in the chat. I'll try to do it.
Okay, please. 1 second. Yes, can you try, please? It's a 3 minutes presentation video about this.
No, I cannot. It's not available. Video is unavailable.
Okay.
Same thing. Same thing.
So okay, you can. We can share the link later when we will solve the technical issue. If this video was posted just today, maybe there was some issues while YouTube was checking it. I don't really know. But here you also can see the Medium article. I will post it into the chat. So after my presentation, you can return to this topic. And here you can find my Telegram if you will want to contact me. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's start. Yes. Currently, there is a problem of a single chain security. Yes, we have to select the consensus. It can be proof of work or proof of stake consensus. We have to think about properties, how we want to secure the network, trade-offs of proof of stake or proof of work consensus, which is more secure, or the proof of stake consensus, which is a bit less secure, but much easier to handle, doesn't require energy. Yeah. More ecology friendly. So, and when you selected the consensus, which is normally a proof of stake consensus, then you still have a lot of issues with the security of the chain. So what kind of issues we have? So the first issue is the value issue. What it is? It's when the security of blockchain consensus is limited by the value of a single blockchain token. So we have, yes, so switch to slideshow. So we have only single token, yes, and it has a limited value. And if the value of the token supply is cheap, yes, and people easily, like participants easily sell it. So one person can buy enough tokens to stop the normal block production or perform some additional attacks. So this is a value issue. Yeah. Security fragmentation issue. So blockchains are competitors in terms of security, not partners. What it means? It means that if we have one blockchain, it has token value. For example, the total supply costs 1 billion. But then we have two blockchains, and part of the token value may flow from one blockchain to another successful blockchain. Yes, there is some value which can flow outside of the blockchain's ecosystem, but at the same time, we can see that Ethereum may lose like some part of its value and other chains may gain from it. Yes, so this is a competition for security between two blockchains because they share the same value of cryptocurrency ecosystem, blockchain ecosystem. The next issue is the bridging issue. Yes, so issues in cross-chain trust, security, and implementation complexity. So there are many issues, but we have limited time, and I will speak about the main unsolved bridging issue when different chains have separated security. So when we have attack on one blockchain, it can be reverted, yes, and we can return to normal state. But if during attack of this blockchain, some tokens were transferred to another blockchain through the bridge, yeah, then when the first blockchain reverted, we don't have this bridging transaction inside it. Yes, so we have the state like it was before. But in other chain, we still have this bridging transaction. Yes, and this issue almost impossible to solve if we don't have shared security between blockchains. Yes, so this is also very important. And another problem and the issue of a single chain security is that it's secured only by one token. And in more complex case like Polkadot, chains are secured also by one token. It's a DOT token or KSM token in case of Kusama. Yes, so we have aggregation chain which secures other networks. Yes, but Polkadot still has one token. And you know that development is very boring. Software development is very boring if we don't have bugs. So even if it is not attacked financially. Yes, so there is good distribution of DOT tokens. There might be a bug in the Polkadot or Kusama or Atom blockchain, yes, Cosmos ecosystem, which can mint incredible amount of tokens, yes, and give power to attack all parachains. Yeah, this is an issue. And we also need to look how to be protected from this. So current solution to security aggregation are not ideal. Yes, so this is like one of the main theses in this presentation. And of course, Polkadot is a great ecosystem. So it's one step forward, speaking about other ecosystems. But we still can make another step forward. Yes, second step forward and move to more decentralized and more secure cross-chain consensus aggregation. So let's talk more specifically about the Polkadot. Yes, so I just want to check how much time I have. 1 second.
Another 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. So, 1 second. Okay. So let's speak about Polkadot ecosystem. We can say that it is already security aggregation because there are many chains and there is one chain which aggregates security for all chains. But all chains depends on the security of one network, Polkadot relay chain, or in case of Cosmos ABC, or in case of Ethereum 2.0, rollups depend on Ethereum token, the single token, single chain. Such chains cannot extract additional value from its security power growth. So what it means? Every such chain possibly can have own internal consensus. Yes, and participants, users can pay fee inside this chain. But it's possible, and it may happen, that one of the side chains will become stronger in terms of security than the parent or mother or father chain, which is a relay chain currently, yes, or it just may become strong enough to have enough security, and it can decide, oh, I don't want to pay for the security of Polkadot relay chain. Yes, of course, there are some good parts, beneficials from it. So I have a possibility for cross-chain communication using XCMP protocol, etc. But it's still very expensive, yes. And the chain may decide to be separated from the relay chain because they might decide they don't have enough financial incentivization to be inside the chain. Okay. So that's why such chains cannot extract additional value from its security powers growth. Such chains also tend to leave the ecosystem to reduce costs. It is what I was speaking about right now. Yes, so they may want to pay, for example, for something else. And if we have one relay chain, we create a man in the middle issue. Not really the man in the middle, but the chain in the middle, yes, but it is very similar to man in the middle. We have to rely on one chain, and if something happens with this strong and powerful chain, yes, but you know, your USSR was broken one day. It was a big country, so probably it's better to find a way to work with several chains. And let's look what we can propose here. So shared consensus security market. This is a concept we want to propose and we are working now. So how it works? You can see we have several networks here. And one big circle, it's a separate network. But inside it, you can see several small circles. We can speak about it as nodes or like network value. Yes, so more internal internal circles we have, then the network is stronger. So less internal circles we have, like in green big circles, then the network is weaker. And you can see that different networks have arrows to several other networks. It means that every network can secure several other networks. So like green network asks for security from 3 other networks. Yes, you can see this. If you can see my pointer, probably.
Yes,
so one
can.
green network asks for 3 networks, asks 3 networks for security, and the other green network asks for networks for security. Yes, every blue network also asks several networks for security. And the strongest network doesn't need any security. Yes, so this a kind of security market. Different networks can protect each other, and they also can be protected by several networks. Yes, so you don't have to rely on the single like centralized middle strong chain. You can get security from several chains, and bug in one network will not affect the security of your network because you are protected also by some other networks. Yes. So what are the properties of this solution? Each network still can have own internal consensus. Yes. Networks can diversify and increase own security by getting power from other selected networks. Yes, it was what we discussed, that we can select networks, and different networks can propose different security properties and ask for different amount of payments for this. So that's why it's a security market. You can select and we can propose, and you just select the best proposal. Yeah. Networks can extract additional economical value being reliable security provider. So once the network is small, it requires security from other networks. But when the network becomes bigger, it can already secure other networks. And it can still be secured by some networks, and it at the same time secure some other smaller networks. And the cost of security will become cheaper for this network. Yes, so it's a additional financial incentivization for side chains to stay inside the ecosystem. And because of that, there is no reason to leave the super network after a chain becomes strong enough to support own security. And there is another slide about the properties of shared consensus security markets. So it creates more trust and reliability in cross-chain communication. Cross-security arises, yes, so chains can secure each other. They can know about each chain state, and it makes them easier to communicate and perform some like smart contract actions related to other chains. There is no network in the middle problem because we have multiple networks. We don't have to trust the single big networks. And it creates first ever consensus security market. This property was already discussed because we don't have to be secured by one chain. We can select whose proposal is better. Yeah. And there is another very interesting proposal here, is that we can utilize free consensus power. What it means? It means that if you know how Polkadot consensus works, each epoch, it selects like some number of active validators, for example, 50 validators. But there is 1,000 validators. It means that 950 validators just do nothing. Yes, they cannot get any money. But if we work according to shared consensus security markets, we can ask these validators, which are currently free, we can ask them to protect other networks. Yes, and there's still strong validators. They work well, and if something will be wrong with them, they will be punished by own network, like in next epoch, when they will be active. So there's a good secure validator, so we can utilize their power, and it will be more beneficial for everyone. Yeah. So that's all from the last slide here. So a bit of comparison of properties. Yes. So we have shared.
So Yuri, there's another like 10 minutes for you, right?
10 minutes. So 20 minutes already done. Yeah.
20 minutes already done. Yes.
Yes. So, okay. I just have 1 or 2 slides.
No worries. No worries. You're good. Very interesting.
Yes. Thank you. So shared security markets, let's compare it with Polkadot, Cosmos, and Ethereum 2.0. So what about single coin of failure? So for Ethereum 0.0 seems yes. Yes, if we speak about rollups, it is a single coin of failure because they use Ethereum for security. If we speak about sidechains like Polygon, yeah. So they have own consensus with own coin, but it's very dependent on Ethereum still. But there is another coin, yes. So no single coin of failure, actually. If we speak about Cosmos, its model a bit different from Polkadot. The sidechains can be protected by own coin or can be protected by Ethereum coin. So it might be yes or no, it depends, yes. Speaking about Polkadot, currently yes. So when the network becomes a parachain, it has to be protected only by the relay chain consensus. If it becomes a separate network, it can be protected by the own consensus. So we can say that probably yes, maybe it will be changed in the future. Yes, Polkadot is evolving very fast. Speaking about security markets, this property exists only in the SSM model. Yes, in Polkadot, you cannot buy security from other chains except relay chain. For Cosmos, also seems no. For Ethereum, yes, only Ethereum. So no possibility to select the network which will secure your network. Excludes chain in the middle issue. Ethereum 2.0, it is yes and no. So no for side chains and rollups. But if we speak about sharding, yes, there is no chain in the middle because sharding happened by shards, yes, and there is no the single chain in the middle. But it's controversial, but it's a bit different. For Cosmos, it's actually also yes or no sometime. For Polkadot, seems no. Yes, so there is no possibility to participate in this ecosystem and be secured and not to be secured by the relay chain. Yes, but I think in the future, yes, Polkadot also may evolve. And possibility to select a security provider. So in Ethereum 2.0, you cannot select a security provider. It's always Ethereum network. In Cosmos, no, and sometimes yes, because they provide the possibility. So they have so-called so a kind of shards, yes, and you can create own shard and invite other chains inside it. But actually, the most popular shard is a Cosmos shard itself. IBC, yes, they call it IBC. And in Polkadot also you cannot select like another security provider. And in the SSM model, yes, you can, and you can select one security provider or multiple security providers. So yes, this is a bit about the difference. Okay. And like some inspirational quote is that it's very difficult to have a network more secure than Bitcoin, but it's much easier to have networks ecosystem which will be more secure than Bitcoin. Yes, and such systems as Polkadot can provide this possibility for us. Yes, thank you. Any questions?
First of all, thank you, Yuri, for explaining that important topic. I don't think, I mean, I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm not really like a techie, but I understand if you go back like one slide, one or two slides, I understand that like the future of blockchain is depending on the security, because as we heard earlier also already today in the talks, that the blockchains are not giving us the trust, right? It's they're giving us the truth, right? But the trust is outside of the blockchain, right? So we need the security systems in order to really provide trust through the truth of the technology. Does this make sense what I say?
Yes, it's a very interesting point and one of the main philosophical points of the blockchain. And we know the concepts of oracles, and they try to provide some trust from the outside to blockchains. Yes, but we have to rely to centralized sources. And so Oracle can be decentralized, but sources are still centralized. Yes. So it's a very important point, but I want to say that in most cases, when we speak about something is that outside of blockchain, yes, we cannot speak about trust. We can speak about truth. Yes. But if we speak something which exists only inside the blockchain, we can speak about trust and truth at the same time. Yes. So like Bitcoin.
Can you say that again, please? Can you say that again? When can we speak about trust and truth at the same time?
When something exists only inside the blockchain, we can speak about trust and truth at the same time. So when you get the weather information from the outside into the blockchain, you cannot speak about trust, only truth. Yes, it's true that we got this data. For sure, we got it.
Yeah.
But once it is incorrect, everything else that will happen on the blockchain will be incorrect. Yes.
Yeah, but what I understand, and that's why I feel like security is so important. If we do not interact with the real world, what the fuck, you know, like to say it like straightforward. I mean, somehow the blockchain got to interact with the real world. Otherwise, we are kind of out of the game, aren't we? So that's why I feel this point of security, which and you please like continue and finish that sentence, is kind of giving us trust in a system which provides totally truth.
Okay, so we I think that will be helpful. So when we speak about that, one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So it's always one Bitcoin. Yes, it's when we speak about trust and truth at the same time. Yeah. But when we say like one Ethereum costs 1,000 USDC on Ethereum blockchain, we speak about trust and truth same time. But when we say that USDC costs $1, one USD, we cannot speak. So here the chain is broken. So the chain of trust is broken. But while we don't measure Ethereum or Bitcoin in something that exists outside of blockchain, it's trust and truth. So one Ethereum, always one Ethereum. Yes. If we speak about, I don't know which token, like MakerDAO token, which is created on Ethereum blockchain. We also can speak like one Ethereum is,
Poco. That's a token created on Ethereum.
Okay, so sorry, I mean, should I explain more, or that's all? That's enough.
I think I understood, like getting the direction. I mean, I'm trying to really understand as a not being like a engineer and a software designer. Sometimes the details are getting a little bit like foggy, you know, like to get into this. But so I took a lot away, and here like a few more questions came up on my horizon. I'd like to thank you, like Yuri, for speaking and for sharing. And I would really encourage you to share your Telegram in the chat, please, so that people who are interested to speak to about like security, I think you are a good base of knowledge here to talk about that. And with that, I would like to thank you joining in and enriching our conference here from the technology side, and switch over to our next speaker. He's already online here and sitting in a wonderful wine garden. It looks at least like it. Gilad, right? Gilad?
Close. It's Gilad. Nice to meet everyone.
Yeah. So Gilad is our next speaker, like entrepreneur from the core, and actually talking about what's your topic? I don't have your topic, Gilad, but I would like to talk about what you already accomplished in your life. You have a master's from LSE, which is amazing, on social business and entrepreneurship. So you're really talking about bringing the blockchain into the sustainability area. That's what I'm seeing when I'm looking at your CV. So, and then also traveling has been part of your life a lot. Impact traveling initiatives you have founded. You have like co-founded quite a good amount of ventures. I would encourage people to look at his LinkedIn profile. Indigo was a venture lab on mental health and inner transformation. So it looks like you're really curious. And also you have been done a research project in the New York University on sustainable tourism. And in today's world, you're working on BitGreen, which is a sustainable blockchain. Amazing. I love it. I'm also a fan of supporting these kind of thoughts. And so I'm happy to welcome you here in our forum and inviting you to share your contribution here on our topics. And I'd like to hand over, Mike, and you can already share the screen. I can hear you well. I can see the screen. You're good to go.
All right. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I suppose different from Yuri, who's clearly an expert in what he does, I am the classic generalist. So,
very good.
Yeah.
So my alley as well. Yeah.
Awesome. I guess the common denominator in my background is social entrepreneurship. That's kind of what I've been involved in different industries, now in blockchain. So hi, everyone. My name is Gilad. I am currently in Portugal. Mediterranean wine. It's super hot here. And I'm also the co-founder of BitGreen and the lead on partnerships. And we're proudly members of the .Sama universe, currently in testnet with the hopes of attaining a parachain in the coming months. So as you may know, the ecosystem that is known as .Sama is one in which every parachain will have its own role to play. One will be the bank. One will be more EVM. In our case, our purpose is, well, it's purpose. We exist as the impact hub in the Dotsama universe. And our goal is to actualize on the potential that this breakthrough technology has for impact on a truly global scale. So a bit of background. And by the way, let me actually, maybe it's not looking as good as it should be. That might be better. Okay, so we have a whole ton of crises. As everyone knows, they're all interrelated, but truly these crises are also really compelling opportunities. This is our generation's bags, the big, hairy, audacious goals. It's our generation's moon landing, you know? Our job is to stop this. So what does carbon have to do with this? The topic of my talk will be mostly around the work we're doing around carbon credits and ecosystem services. If you guys were at a Polkadot Dakota, you may have heard my co-founder and CEO, Adam, give the overall vision of Big Green, and we made the announcement in which we will be, along with Sequester, be taking the entire ecosystem climate positive, which includes offsetting the entire ecosystem of Dotsama, but way more than that. So this is just a continuation, really an explanation of what the heck carbon credits really are. I won't get into the details and science of climate change. There's far more better suited individuals to explain how this is truly a man-made disaster. But just in brief, there is a clear correlation between the rise in greenhouse gas emissions that we are emitting since the Industrial Revolution and the rise in temperature. And it is scorching right now. And this rise in temperature is actively destabilizing Earth as we know it. And it may lead us to the point of no return. So, okay. So why carbon then, right? There's different gases. Carbon happens to be the most numerous and the most, basically pound for pound, just the most abundant of the gases that are let out. It may not be the most lethal on its own, but in terms of the amount of time they'll stay up there and how much of it is released, that's why that's basically the sort of the unit that's being used. So it's often termed CO2e. It's basically carbon dioxide equivalent. All these other gases could be basically divvied up into equivalents of carbon dioxide. And that is why we're using that as the basic measurement, if you will. The beast, we name it, is climate change. And unfortunately, I think we're thinking about it all wrong, about really how climate change should be solved. It's no longer an issue of mitigating and reducing alone. We're clearly past that stage. It's now a story of having to actively remove carbon from the atmosphere. Carbon removal, carbon sequestration, many different solutions. It has to be done now. And the conversation needs to be in the gigatons. I was at an investment conference focusing on agroforestry and agriculture. And the entire conversation was about millions of tons and billions of tons. And just like jaw hit the floor, no one was talking about gigatons. And that's really the measurements we need to be talking about. And there's also this. First of all, climate change is definitely a massive problem, but all the other issues that are top of mind for people, inequality, hunger, all 17 SDGs, barring from UN parlance, they're all interconnected, right? Climate change exacerbates tensions between peoples as water dries up and the land gives less and less land. Kids are forced to stop studying, start working. This disproportionately impacts people of color and women. Like, it all connects to overexploitation of natural habitats, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Moreover, there's a price tag. Some research, so 50 trillion is kind of the official thing. Some researchers said it's actually double post-COVID, but let's be conservative and say it's a small $50 trillion. Many people will be paralyzed by that. I find this actually exhilarating. And the reason I find this exhilarating is because we have a North Star, we have a price, we know what we need to reach. And also I know that the world has more than enough money for this. There's more than enough supply of capital, and there are more than enough demand in the form of incredible projects that could take us to a world that we know in our hearts is possible. They just don't seem to meet one another. And that's the issue. And that's where Big Green comes in. So we're launching a purpose-built blockchain that's focused on connecting the dots between supply and demand for capital. Web3 technology, we believe, is uniquely suited to solve many of those challenges. And tools such as marketplaces and carbon credits and other forms of credits are strategically of asset in this process. I'm going to focus on the what's written as commodity markets, essentially carbon and ecosystem service credits. But just a brief primer of what we're at. So I mentioned launching a power chain. That's sort of the foundations of everything on top of it. We'll be releasing our kind of carbon-based tokenomics scheme that's going to be, that we're currently working on. That will sort of govern how the coin works. On top of that, we're building a thriving ecosystem for different teams that have a shared vision to actualize on their vision in one like hub for impact. But we're also seeding the grounds with a few applications. The first one is what's termed here debt markets. Basically, it's green bonds. We're going to be launching a compliant crowdfunding marketplace for things like project finance and working capital. So think a hydropower plant that needs $100 million, or microfinance that's looking for more mission-aligned capital than, say, hedge funds. So this is triple bottom line debt. And that is the majority of what this impact investing sector has, is debt. Unfortunately, it's usually tied up by massive multinational institutions and those in the know. And so individuals and frankly, almost everyone doesn't have access to these deals, and we make it available. The second piece of the puzzle is carbon credits, or rather ecosystem services. So that includes the carbon credits. It also includes plastic credits, biodiversity credits. And we believe there's going to be a whole long tail of impact that's basically built in a quantifiable way and then tokenized to put on chain. So our mission is to move 1 trillion of that 50 trillion into carbon and green financing within 10 years. Audacious goal. That's what we're about. Just audacious goals. Okay, so now get into the bread and butter of this talk. What is a carbon credit? So it's been a controversial topic since basically the notion or the concept was created and brought to life. It's not really a commodity, right? You can't use it to fuel your car or to feed your family. It's not truly philanthropy because certain aspects of it are forced upon people. There's a compliance aspect to it. And it's not a security really, even though given the market growth, it's just growing up. So people are buying for speculatory reasons. Carbon credits were originally created basically as an economic tool to halt the impact of industrialization, the evil byproduct, if you will. Essentially, it was conceptualized to be part of a compliance scheme, a stick, if you will, a tax to incentivize decarbonization. Now, the notion was as the price of basically it'd be totally globally mandated, right? And everyone would have a cap that they have to reach, after which they have to basically pay a tax for emitting carbon. And eventually the price of the carbon credits will go up and people will be further incentivized to invest in R&D, find ways to decarbonize until there's very little of it that needs to be emitted. Unfortunately, the way the cookie crumbled in this world is that we have a few areas where there is a compliance market. And it's a pretty valuable market, as you can see. Europe is one, California, there's a few others, but most of the world, that never went. So there's a growth of this nascent, basically voluntary carbon market. This is where companies like Stripe and Microsoft shine, where they're not mandated, they don't have to do it, yet they still put out funds in order to invest. And they're often doing it in very breakthrough carbon removal technology. They're one of the reasons we've gone as far as we have. Clearly, it's not enough. Okay, what are the problems with carbon credits? So aside from the fact that the original mandate concept kind of fell by the wayside and likely won't happen in our lifetime, there's a few specific problems that this sector has. One thing is that a lot of it's still using low tech and inefficient, and it takes a long time to actually accredit a project. We're talking years and very costly. So there's a high bar for entering. Number two, most of it is done in a way that's opaque. It's OTC. You'll get one price from one person. There'll be arbitrage issues, kind of nasty on the front. And the end result is that those on the front lines, the indigenous communities that are actually the stewards of our lands, the communities that are doing the work, often get a trickle of the billions that you just saw. And so where do we come in on this? So as we said, or as I said rather, we're firm believers in the potential that impact credits and these marketplaces have, really to recognize and remunerate those on the front lines that are already doing the work. So as such, the first application we're launching in this world of ecosystem service credits is the marketplace. It combines the best of e-commerce you'd see on Web 2 with the best that Web 3 can enable. So what does that mean? Imagine a marketplace where instead of logging in with your email and password, you log in with your wallet. And then you have access to all these different projects, which you could filter by SDG or filter by location. There's full data rooms. There'll be audit trails on these projects where you basically see the inputs coming in, the audits in real time. So you'll be able to see the carbon stock if they're using satellite imagery. You'll be able to see the drafts of the applications if you're looking to do that research. This is the kind of stuff that doesn't really exist at this point. You could purchase by the project. You could purchase bundle tokens. So that is several projects put in, which allows you to de-risk the whole equation and provide more liquidity. It's a really user-intuitive kind of foundation. But that's just the beginning, because that's already happening by others. There's some great marketplace out there. We think ours is quite good, but that's just the beginning. That allows us to get into things like carbon project finance. One of the main issues that a lot of early stage projects have is that, as I said, they don't have access to even $50,000 to start a concept note. So through mechanisms such as this thing called a forward contract, where you're basically paying now to get future credits at a much cheaper rate, ideas of like green bonds, using debt as an instrument for innovative impact finance, you're able to drive a lot more capital and also release or provide liquidity to those who already invested in an older project so they could go ahead and do it in the next projects. And that's where our debt marketplace really comes in. So we're essentially allowing any individual to be able to get involved in this project from day one. The last piece of the puzzle in what we're doing in ecosystem service marketplaces, or ecosystem service credits rather, is this thing called DMRV. So M, monitoring, R, reporting, V, verification. This is the process of taking a notion that, hey, this acreage of lands, these forests have been holding carbon and they're under threat. Sorry, hand up.
How do you do this? Are you using oracles for that?
So I'll get you into what our role specifically is. So in 1 second. So the monitoring will be done by, not by us as the Web3 player. It will be done by our partners who are utilizing AI and satellites, or they're using drones and remote sensing. And then they're actually also going on the ground and paying, indigenous communities and locals to literally do measurements and take photos. All of that comes into our chain. And that's where blockchain is of use. That allows the transparent audit trail, that allows for the ability to coordinate and collaborate using things like community currencies. It allows for tokenization and easy distribution, secondaries, that whole thing. And that really goes back to like this notion of reporting, which I was going to talk about. Currently, people are doing it in 600-page workbooks. There's an application that's like heavier than me that gets set to us the registry, which is the final kind of like answer as to whether a project is approved or not. And then it sits there in PDF form. So if you wanted to do the research and actually like audit, and there's a lot of shoddy projects as well, you can't really do it because who's going to be able to do it with a 600-page PDF? And the verification, like every one of these things, every player here gets paid. So if a project is 100%, you have to pay a bit for the MRV, you have to pay a bit for the verifiers, the registry, the broker, which gets the most. In a way that's doing a DMRV, the costs are cheapened, the process is expedited. You match that with the funding that I was talking about earlier and the marketplace, and you have a vision for a much more scalable opportunity. So with the question that was brought up, what's our role? So I'll walk you through a quick use case. This is an active project of ours. Okay, so in the Ucayali region of Peru, so it's all the way on the eastern part, the Amazon kind of borders around Brazil. There is a massive tract of land, can reach upwards of 2.5 million hectares. And this land has there's title to it. It's owned by a specific indigenous community. It's well known. It's one of the most well-known indigenous communities. And for generations, they've been serving as stewards of land. They've been keeping it the way it is. Unfortunately, in our present global system, this is considered an externality. They're not paid for it, right? Altruism and things of the sort are not accounted for GDP. And so they've gotten the rough end of the stick since forever. And many of them live large, like well under the poverty line. They struggle to protect their legacy, which includes some of the richest treasure troves of plant medicine and Amazonian spirituality. And presently in this ecosystem, they're directly and acutely threatened by illegal logging, palm oil companies with horrendous human records, narco traffickers, among other things. Enter REDD+. So REDD stands for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And the plus signifies the role that conservation, sustainable management, and enhancement of the carbon stock plays. Essentially, what it really is, and let's be brutally honest here, it is quantifiable and more scientifically rigorous mechanisms for transferring wealth from those who care or those who are forced to care to those who have been stewarding and doing the work for generations. It's righting wrongs, really. So beyond the fact that this sort of project ensures that the carbon remains in living trees, a supporter of REDD+ projects supports directly the lives of the individuals who are doing the work, supports the native species of flora and fauna from disappearing, and again, taking up the UN jargon of Sustainable Development Goals, which are the goals that literally every country in the world agreed to in 2015. It touches upon almost all of them. So it is an incredibly impactful and effective way to support the fight against climate change. And what is our role in all of this? And I'm just going to do a quick time check. Okay, so BitGreen, first of all, we connected between the indigenous community that has been interested in doing this and the ethically aligned project developers. This is kind of a unique thing because usually the developers come to the indigenous community like, hey, here's an opportunity. And often, not always, but they kind of get screwed over, the indigenous community. Here, this enabled the indigenous community to stand their ground, to lead the entire project, including the master plan of how the money will be distributed, and own or earn most of the funds. Now, this is a massive project, and it's a decades-long project. Like a REDD+ project from get-go, it takes 2 years for it to go to the point where it could start issuing credits, and then it could issue credits for upwards of 40 years, depending on how much the community does the work, right? In theory, 40 years, a project like this could be anywhere from 3 to 10 million credits per year. A credit currently is $10 to $15. This is a $1 billion+ project. This is life-changing for the community, and it will protect the lungs of our Earth. And that's the whole point. So BitGreen connected the dots, brought in the financing. And then as to the question, we are serving as basically the database for the satellites and AI MRV provider, the boots on the ground who are sending information, all the assessment, copies of the concept note, the feasibility study onwards, it's all on chain available for anyone to look. And then we provide the marketplace, the distribution point for those credits. All of it done on chain. This is basically the bread and butter of what Web3 could do for impact. So I know I'm running against time, so I'm going to do this real quick. But basically, why Polkadot? Polkadot is uniquely suited to be the epicenter of impact, bar none. A few reasons. Number one, it's already the most fuel efficient or energy efficient of the major blockchains. And then with our work, it's going to be totally climate positive. Number two, the unique setup of the parachains allows for parachains to specialize. So when we get really multifaceted, difficult problems that we alone can't do, we could go to our trusted partners, the bank, right? Akala, Identity, Manta or Kilts, EVM compatibility beyond what we could offer, Moonbeam, and onwards, Origin Trail for supply chain. I mean, just incredible people that I was fortunate enough to meet in Berlin this past week. You add those two together and really like long-term security that Polkadot offers, it's the recipe for literally Polkadot being the epicenter for impact. And you know, there are others who are doing incredible work, and we're not going to be the only, but if we all could work together, we could really reach scale in the trillions. So that's about us a bit. I'll stop there. And yeah, this is our mission, and it could be yours. It could be ours together. Please reach out if you have any questions. We're always looking for allies and partners, and we can only do this together. That's it.
Amazing, cool talk, Gilad. I mean, I like it, I love it, and also the initiative. I have questions. Leave the slides. The slides are amazing. They look good and they are very informative. Yeah, maybe, but let me put the question to the audience. Is there some comments, questions from the audience here for Gilad?
I crushed it.
No, I have plenty of questions. Like, so if I have a project who is contributing into the sustainability goals, you're looking at carbon Is there any like decision criteria for you or selection criteria for projects?
Yeah, that's a great question. We we brought on in-house. So first of all, we're smart enough to know we're not smart enough.
Okay, good.
You have those.
You have those. You have those criteria. Yeah.
So
okay,
we're social
good.
Okay.
Where do I find them? You know, I'm very concrete. You know, like where do I find them, and how do I convince you to support a project? How do I do that? How is the process? How do I do this? Because I have projects here in Bali. I'm living in Bali. Yeah, and they're looking for funds, and they're very like good stuff. And so I'm very specifically asking.
Great. First of all, reach out to me. And when it comes to like assessing the criteria, the policy isn't out yet, but it'll be run by our head of audits and integrity, Robin, who spent 20 years doing this, worked with names like SustainCert. We're currently crafting the official policy, which will be released, but in the meantime, it will be done internally to have the conversations. And then on top of that, we're building a growing advisory board of experts in every basically form of methodology. So one's focused on regenerative agriculture, the other is focusing on plastics recycling, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, just reach out to me, info@bitgreen.org or gilad@bitgreen.org.
And when I'm having a project, like how do I save these funds? How do I identify these funds? Do you put those credits or these carbon credits in tokens, or how do you do that technically?
Well, so there's two ways. You either go through one of the legacy registries. The biggest one that many people may know is called Vera. And these are the type of registries that once you have your credits there, if you're approved by them, you're golden. Any company would want to buy your credits. The other way to go about it is self-issued credits. So these are projects whose methodology hasn't gone through Vera. For example, we're going to be working with another indigenous community that does not want to wait for a Vera project. It'll take 2 years. They also are backed by a very well-known DJ. And so we're going to provide them with the MRV services and the ability to tokenize. That's going to be done on our website, like on BitGreen. There'll be essentially a registry with specific credits, and each one will be basically an NFT that holds all the information. And then they will go forward and start issuing them and making them available, marketing, distribution. But most companies or buyers won't really get excited about that because, there's something about brand and like the threat of, or the risk associated with buying stuff that isn't already approved by a third party. But again, we could discuss all the details, no problem.
Cool. Thank you. Very, very, very interesting. And cool. So BitGreen is on Polkadot and using, but you're not like a level 1 blockchain. Why are you on Polkadot? Can you technically in the last 2 minutes give me an update, like so that I get it? Like why Polkadot for you?
So we will be we are a layer 1. We're building a layer 1 power chain. We're going to start the bidding. We started actually last week. We put first opportunity to start bidding on DOT and Kusama. The reason we decided to be our own power chain as opposed to a set of smart contracts or DApps and someone else. And believe me, this question comes up a lot. A few reasons. One, I think one of the greatest parts about Polkadot is that rather than having one chain, one set of autonomy, one set of basically governance, one sort of like mandates, every chain is able to take the full advantages of a general purpose blockchain while also taking advantage of the shared security and interoperability. That's just like unique, and it's just brilliant. As Gavin called it, it's the NATO of blockchains. And so we think that we need to have our own blockchain so that we could be multifaceted. It's not just about specifically marketplaces. We're also doing projects that are essentially onboarding legacy nonprofits and other organizations that don't need the marketplace. If we were just a set of smart contracts and something specific, we would not be able to do that. And also it allays the risk of losing our autonomy. In theory, if the guys above us make decisions that are against nature, if we don't have our autonomy, we kind of be screwed.
I got it. Okay, good. Makes sense. You closed the gap here. Like, I got it. Thank you, Gilad. Good. And like you really like spot on. You used the time wisely. At least you got my heart and my mind from your talk and your idea. Please share your contacts in the chat. I think people are interested to get in contact with you. And with that, I want to say thank you. Thank you for investing time and effort to join us and enrich our conference here as an amazing speaker. Gilad, thank you. And I'm taking off here. I'm handing over my facilitation role to my colleague in Switzerland, Stefan. Hello. And let me give you officially the microphone. Please unmute yourself and take over. And it has been a good conference so far. And I see our next amazing speaker is already there. So up to you how to.
Thank you, Christian, for moderating it so far. It's been an incredible morning or afternoon or evening for all of us involved. And it's just mind-blowing about what we're all learning here. And building this community is what we're all about. And I appreciate all the speakers so far that are still on this call and those who are coming up. We have a great lineup of some cool people that will be sharing their experiences. And I'm Stefan. I'm part of Unit Network, helping with the organization and other parts, and also with conferences. So I'm very happy to be involved and hear from all of you bright minds. First up, we have our very own Yip, who is Tai Deep Ta, goes by the name of Yip. And she will be speaking about the well-being in Web3, more than a nice to have asset. She founded the Unit Masters, which has been a huge, huge success with thousands of participants and graduates from the program. It's a free 6-week blockchain literacy program. And she's also the governor of her DAO and co-founder of DLT Talents that are both providing scholarships to hundreds of women to enter the blockchain economy. And her work there has been celebrated with having actually being voted as the top 100 women involved in the blockchain. So congratulations. And beyond that, I think she's worked previously with McKinsey and in the financial services practice and also with Rocket Internet. She holds an MBA from INSEAD, the business school, and is an advisor to Antler, Techstars, Plug and Play, Launchpool, XYZ, etc. So she's a passionate teacher in meditation, a poet, has written her own book that's called Beautiful Brains, Change Tomorrow Today, and a mindfulness manifesto and guide to entrepreneurship. So we're very happy, Yip, that you're with us. And we're curious to see how mindfulness and well-being is all connected with our pursuits in the Web3. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Thank you so much, Christian. Thank you so much, Lisa, for putting together this World Polkadot Forum. We're quite confident that Polkadot technology is the future here at Unit. Like already said, I'm one of the co-founders at Unit Network, and we work towards bringing wealth or reducing the wealth inequity problem in this world. And one way to do that, and one way I think is the most effective way to do that, is the token economy in the way we're designing and building and laying the base layer infrastructure to create that. Me personally, within Unit Network, I take care of the strategy for Unit and also the education, because education or literacy, blockchain literacy, is a key component of building the human layer for the token economy of tomorrow. When you think like on the tech layer, Unit is creating a tech layer that is free from the need of trusting each other, while on a peer-to-peer level transacting value with each other. Right? It's like the evolution of what we've seen Bitcoin doing, the evolution of what we've seen Ethereum doing, the building on top of what Polkadot is doing, which is in a sense building the internet of blockchain. So Unit is building the base layer on the technology side for the token economy, and we are also doing so on the human side of things. And one key component I want to speak about today is the need for well-being, or the need for balance. Because if we are to think about how does a world of balance and prosperity look like, to think about how does a balanced world look like, right? What is a world in which we can be sure that each person can contribute to that world in the way they feel is most meaningful to them. Right? So a world in the token economy is a world in which people are not only creators. We are already seeing that today. We are already seeing in Web2 that platforms such as Facebook and Twitter and TikTok and whatever are enabling something we call the creator economy. What we haven't seen yet, and what we are yet to see, and I'm pretty confident we will see that before the end of the decade, is a shift towards a contributor economy. Contributor economy, basically a place in which each person can not only create, but contribute. And the second most important thing, and this is what token economy enables, is to benefit from their contribution equally. So when you think about it in the bigger picture, it's about internet of value, value being defined as whatever this person or this contributor thinks is valuable, and value floating across the economy in a peer-to-peer manner, very smooth, like, without frictions, in a cost-efficient way. Right? How can something be smooth? It can be smooth because technology and the design mechanisms enable it to be smooth, cost-efficient, cost-effective, so that it makes sense from not only the human perspective, like, oh, we want to see something happening, we care, we value it, but also we can see it happen because the cost of making it happen is less than the benefit that we have from it. So that's like the main idea behind Internet of Value. So a balanced world, going back to a balanced world in which everyone can contribute in the most meaningful way. When we think of balance and we think of the state of the economy and the state of the crypto economy today, it's not a very balanced state. Right? It's a state in which we have a majority of people, and I have done nothing more than traveling the world with Unit co-founders, studying the different ecosystems, in particular the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, and understanding who are the main actors there, who are the main stakeholders, contributors, investors there, and realizing that the world is very out of balance. Mainly, I don't want to be like super provocative, but if I were to be, then I would say it's a very male, Western, white, male-driven world. And this is the world we're building. Like, this world is building by a small minority of people with the expectation and the value promise to be building the technology that is actually going to contribute to 80% of value created in the next 10 years of the world. Like, long story short, when we think, how does the world look like in 2030? From a market valuation perspective, from a macroeconomic perspective, we would believe that as of like similar to today, you look at the list of like the world's 15 most valuable companies, about 80% of them are tech companies, mainly built and raised in the Silicon Valley in US. So when we look into the future, 10 years from now, even 8 years from now, there's no reason to believe that this list will not be like will be of different character, right? It will still be tech-driven companies or projects, but maybe they will not be US Silicon Valley driven companies if we all work together to make this list more balanced. So how do we do that in Unit Network? So my co-founders will hopefully already have spoken about our different economic incentives and our tech infrastructure. I want to speak about the education component, because we think, if you want to think of the world of balance and we can analyze the gap that is in there between, then we can actually find feasible methods to close the gap. One feasible method that I think is most urgent right now to close is the gender parity gap. The United Nations have already declared it a Noble Sustainable Development Goal, as in they declared by 2030, we want to close something called SDG 5, Sustainable Development Goal 5, and we want to accomplish gender parity. So that is 8 years from now. We are very dire in the sector that will create most of the value for the human economy within the next 8 years. We are very far behind. When we look at the different conferences, maybe 5 to 10% female attendance. So when we think about the growth rate of the industry, and Web3 is known to be very, very growth driven, just within the past few weeks or maybe 2-3 months, there has been about $4 to $5 billion commitment from different venture capital funds to build something called the Metaverse. Right? So a lot of money is still flowing into the market. But if all of this money is flowing in and there's not enough diversity in the number of people who use these funds and create something out of it, then we will create a very biased economy for tomorrow. Once this economy or the tech layer is created, it is very difficult to shift it again, because then we are in a world in which we can only reallocate value that had been created. So the incremental value add in, let's say, 3 to 5 years from now will be very, very small. So we have to all join forces to close that gap today, because with every day that we're not closing it, the gap widens. The gap between those who are already contributing and those who have not yet contributed will widen, and that gap will be measurable in wealth held and distributed across different groups of world economy. So in Unit, we think this is really a major problem, like a major obstacle to solve. And we do, one piece of our work to solve it is education. I want to spend a few minutes to speak about the Unit Masters program. So Unit Masters is our global blockchain literacy program. And the blockchain literacy program is a free program. It runs for 6 weeks. It has the intention to close the gap between those who already contribute to Web3 and those who do not contribute to Web3. And within 6 weeks, we go from 0 to hero about anything related to understanding the fundamental drivers of a foundational technology that is gonna transform everyday life. It's on purpose, free of cost, because we understand that those who don't know yet about it will not also have a very high willingness to learn something and then even to pay for something they don't even know about. But those who don't know about it are actually those voices we do want to hear and we do want to have participating when we create this economy of tomorrow. So it's a 6 weeks program, and it's structured in a way that everyone can join in. Our participants have been from across the globe. Maybe let me share a little bit of data with you so that you can understand what we're talking about here. So this is Unit Masters, one of our flagship programs. We're now in cohort 10. So we've trained a few thousand people already. And every week we have one topic, a very simple question for understanding. And at the end of the program, the goal is to be not only literate, but actually to be fluent, to have developed a fluency about the key concepts of this economy, and then to decide whether I want to participate or whether I want to not participate? If I want to participate in this economy, in which way do I want to build my skill level and my expertise to go in there? So the first week is about understanding the merit of decentralization. It's a key component of understanding why people have passionately and fearlessly built the internet of value, or fearlessly built the internet of value. And what is actually the internet of value? In which way does it differ from the internet of communication or the internet of information that we've observed over the past 4 decades? Then in the second week, once we understood the major fundamental thought concepts about this new world, we're speaking about the new economy ecosystem, or actually the blockchain ecosystem. And it's called an ecosystem because the dynamics within this ecosystem are interrelated. So what it means is, if we don't understand how all of these forces that are not part of one single institution are playing with each other, then it's very difficult to understand which part of these forces do I want to contribute my own force to. So we will look at different stakeholders, not only the tech companies, but also the places that provide the services for these tech companies, the places that regulate these tech companies, how are their relationships? And then in the third week, speak about incentive alignment. For many people who are experts in the industry, or people who've built the industry from startup, the main value promise, or the main winning argument for why Web3 is actually the change driver, or the historic change driver for our economy, is that Web3, or the principles behind Web3, allow for the most effective way of collaboration, of like coordination of the collaboration in a decentralized world, in a globalized world. And there are different ways to think about it. There's technical implementation to think about it, and that's about the incentive alignment. How do incentives get aligned on the blockchain layer, like consensus mechanisms, and how do they get aligned on the human layer, like DAOs? So that's what we cover in week 3. And then we go ahead and we see different implementations of how do projects that have already launched, how do they design themselves, and which part of this ecosystem do they play? How do you look at the information that they give out? How do you do research on a project that claims to do A, B, C, D? And then after we've done a little bit of that, we zoom out. We zoom out and we think about capitalism as our way to coordinate the economic, or the transactions of value within society. How can we create a world in which capitalism is used for the benefit of making the pie bigger for all, rather than making the pie bigger for a small minority of people in the world? And how do things such as our relationships to nature, the earth, how can we embed these concepts into it? Or are we actually growing the pie bigger at the expense of non-humans? So that's the question we will explore, and to see where do these foundational thoughts come from. And in week 6, we wrap everything up and we show you, now that basically you understand and maybe have already developed the judgment necessary to see if you actually resonate, if all these different concepts resonate with you, how can you place your voice and become a contributor in the unit economy, the token economy of Unit Network? So that's a wrap up. Every week it's about 5 to 6 hours of contribution, of self-study. It's asynchronous. Everything is uploaded online, but there are very many human elements in it, because like we said, we want people to join and develop a fluency, a mastery about talking about these different concepts, because we think the most effective way to learn is not to study the concepts, but to think about them, to imagine what would happen if these concepts were applied in everyday life, and then to speak with each other and to help each other, to challenge each other, to become friends on the quest of understanding how we want to shape the world of tomorrow. So this has happened. We have already currently, we are in cohort 11 and we at cohort 10, and we're starting the next cohort in July. And it's been fascinating since we started this program. Here is like a little survey. We've had like 1,900 people responding. Like it was of our students respond, and we can see students are from all across the globe. 25%, 26% from Europe, about a third, a bit less than a third come from Africa and the Middle East, 16% from the US, the typical blockchain ecosystem community. We have more and more people from the Southern Americas coming and Asia Pacific. So what we're seeing is what we set out to do, to create a world of more contribution from communities that so far have not contributed into building the Web3 economy. When looking at these data, I would say we're doing quite well, engaging and creating that world of zero exclusivity and laying the base foundation for those who want to join to join in and shape. So here are different age numbers. We can see that our program actually is not only for super young people, but we have about a third who are in their peak of their career, 35 to 50 years. I have 12% of people who are 50 plus and still want to understand what's happening. And we have a lot of young driven builders, young people to learn. So what I want to say with this data is when we look at how to build a zero exclusive economy of tomorrow, we actually do need all diverse skill set. So it's not only about gender parity, but it's also about intergenerational knowledge transfer. And our students, they link with each other, they talk with each other, they meet with each other weekly. And the people who have lived in the old economy actually do have very tacit knowledge about what made the economy that we are living in today really work, right? Because young people typically come into the system and they're like, we're going to change the world, but they don't yet have experienced all the major trouble, all the major crises that can come up if things are not done in a thought through way. And others have more experience, so that's why we bring everyone together. We've had about, now we're better, like halfway male and a female ratio. For this cohort, it was already nearly 50-50. So we're working on it, progressing. And people come from very, very many different categories of contribution to the current economy, like self-employed, startup entrepreneurs, and employed people who are running the enterprises of today, running the economic system of today, still wanting to learn how would their everyday life change when they looked at the economy of tomorrow. So having said that, what happens at the end of the cohort? People can receive a certificate of completion. This one is, for example, one for cohort 10. It's minted on a blockchain with one of our partners that have been supporting us scaling this program in the world. So it's the certificate of completion module by module. After 6 modules, you have six certificates, and then you can apply for the grand program certificate. Why is that of such importance? And we've done this for 10 cohorts. So what we have experienced is when you come from a place in which you cannot afford to attend these high quality, high established institutions for learning. We would say, I grew up in Germany. For us, education was free. So it was like, I took it for granted to study at like very good access, with very good access to the world's knowledge. Libraries, everything was available at zero cost. I did not even come across the idea to understand that peers around the world might not have had this access, the same level of access to learn whatever their heart calls them to learn. Right? So then if they don't have access to learn this, they learn over the internet. But when they learn over the internet, how do they show to other people that will later in a globalized economy employ them that they do have these credits, right? If they don't have any credits to show, their access to even getting into the interview process is denied. So it triggers a lot of systemic problems. And what we've been up to contribute to solving this problem here at Unit Masters is to say, sure, you do your work 5-6 hours a week. We are not an institution that is accredited, but what we can is we can share, you can use this NFT minted on chain to share that you were part of this. And this is already very, very helpful. It's not the ideal solution, but it's one solution. And a lot of our students have already told us, thanks to the different certificates and their participation in the program, they were able to get a job of their dreams in an industry that they fairly believe in, that aligns with their value. And so we've been looking forward to continue this program and growing to 100,000 certificates by the end of the year. So we're still this cohort. We're still in optimizing all the processes so that we can bring it to the world, like to build the world's largest blockchain literacy program, to really make sure that inequity does not come from inequitability, right? What we're solving here at Unit is to optimize for ability to be equitable, like ability to create equity as part of Unit Masters, as part of our philanthropic efforts at Unit Network. So with that said, I want to just take a break and stop talking so much. Stefan, please, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Yip. It's been enlightening. And congratulations for the work that you've been involved in, that you actually started initially and are still very much involved in today. And it's bringing this gender parity through education, I think, which is one of our goals and your goals specifically, to bring, in alignment with the United Nations SDG goals. So good work, great work. I have a question, and maybe others, please join in with the questions that you have. Mine would be in terms of this in impacting the well-being of people. How do you make that connection with what you're doing in education, with your interest in the well-being?
Yeah, so well-being, like the major idea about well-being, it has two components. One is like the well, and the second is the being. Being is a skill that we have embedded as a component into the weekly curriculum. Being as in, how can I be myself in the present moment? That's like a mindfulness skill. That's part of optional components of the 6 weeks curriculum. Well is like, how can I be myself in a way that I can inspire myself, right? What is basically the light that lights up inside me, or the light that guides my actions, my activities? And this is the question of what is valuable to me? What are my values? What makes me wake up every day? So well and being is integrated in Unit Masters curriculum in the way that we have added exercises along the 6 weeks for you to take care of your mental health. Includes like practices of contemplation and practices to inquire within you, what piece of contribution do I want to give to the world based on what is guiding my light, what is bigger than myself, like the light without shadow. And then that's like a constant process, a process of inquisition that never ends, and a process of rebalancing every now and then. And a lot of these elements are integrated in Unit Network in general, but in particular in Unit Masters, as in every 6 weeks we have one batch. And that batch is like, you can take this Unit Masters cohort as often as you want, so you always can rebalance yourself, dive in and dive out at ease whenever you have time throughout the year.
Awesome. Yeah, as a graduate of the program myself, I can only attest to the values of well and being that are embedded into the program. Zachary, you have a question, please.
Yes. Yeah. First of all, I applaud you on all of your achievements in terms of educating and really looking at the gender disparity that's existed historically. I know that education in general is meant to enable and empower. And I'm wondering what your hope for the Unit Master students is after Unit Masters, looking maybe 6 months, a year, even 2 years down the line.
Yep. So, Zach, you've been one of the major contributors to Unit Masters. So just want to give the credits back. Zach, for all of you who don't know yet, Zach is the one who's actually built the human layer and the processes involved to get students onboarded and to get students understand where they want to use their skills and talents within the broader Web3 economy or within Unit in case they want to stay within the Unit network. And what students can actually hopefully do right after Unit Masters is already to have a good understanding of how do they allocate their resources, their time, their capital. Do they want to just contribute in building, or do they just want to contribute being a capital allocator in their means, right? The second thing is we want people to become role models for others, so being the guiding light for others, becoming a local ambassador and lead study group sessions. And the third thing is once they feel very, very comfortable to go out and build the ventures of their dreams. Or of course, like Stefan, like Zach, like many others, join the Unit Network community. And we have a few members here, like Eric. Thank you, Eric, for helping to build the Boston community with Unit Masters. So there's a lot of different opportunities for students to come in, guide others, attract capital, and launch ventures.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ty, for your for your time, and really appreciate your insights and the success that that it shows, and the leadership that you're taking within Unit Network. Thank you very much for your contribution. Next up, we have a team of 3 individuals from Nama Chain. And I will let them explain what that Nama chain is and what it's supposed to solve. But one of the leaders here is Dinesh Ganasas Undaram, if I pronounced that right. We'll call you Dinesh for now. He is the chief architect and co-founder of Nama Chain. And with him, he has a few people that are integral, I think, in your launch and in your dream coming true, which is very, very interesting. And we're really looking forward to your guiding us through this new venture of yours. Thank you, Dinesh, and please feel free to introduce your partners as well.
Thank you, Stephen. I have Jonathan Good with me. He's a co-founder and the CTO of our company. Also, Mayuk Gan, he's the founder and CEO. He's supposed to join, but unfortunately, due to under the weather, he couldn't join this meeting. So most of the stuff will be done by Jonathan and me. So I'm going to give the floor to Jonathan to start the presentation.
Thank you, Josh. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, all right.
Yes.
So, yeah, as Nish saying, you know, with multiple founders worked for a long time. And the title of our presentation here, Dude, Where's My Key? Is reflective of, you know, we see that one of the biggest factors in data breaches and compromising of information and you know, loss of information, loss of identity, you can break all of it down to key management. Who holds the key in a given situation? Who has the authorization? Is really what it comes down to. And to get started, I want to set a bit of a foundation. So you've probably heard of a few common terms: military-grade encryption, government-grade encryption, bank-grade encryption. And if you're a bit more into cryptography and work a bit more at the ground level, probably familiar with some of the algorithms that are commonly used: Advanced Encryption Standard, AES, you know, Cha-Cha, Blowfish, RSA, all these different encryption algorithms and ways we've come up with securing information to keep it protected, right? And yet we still see frequently these massive data breaches where people's identity information is stolen, used to phish people into entering credentials in bad places. It's all over. And so the question always comes down to, where is the key, right? Because you can have the biggest steel door protecting your information, completely unbreakable, but if the key is under the mat, it becomes effectively useless, right? And so this is where we start asking the question, right? Where is your key? And as we move into a decentralized world where we have self-sovereign identity solutions that try to manage personal information, and we have more and more enhanced technology for communication, this becomes even more important than it already has been. And so within the blockchain space, right, we have obviously a very critical need for key management. We have a whole public key infrastructure where my private key is what drives all of my functionality, everything that I do. And so the current modern solution that we have is these wallets, right? Broken into a few different categories. We've got custodial wallets, these kind of in-between semi-custodial wallets, and of course the non-custodial wallets that people try to use where the user is in full control of their key. And of course, the custodial wallets commonly used by exchanges so that they can keep into regulations, but ultimately what that means is that they are in control, not you. You can tell them what you want them to do, but ultimately they have the final say on what happens with your funds, with everything. And so this is where Namachain started, is, well, what if we had a way that whoever needed the key could have the key and only them, without all of the compromises we make on storing them? Because a lot of the compromises that we get, the loss of identity from the fact that I lost my phone and it was stored on my phone. I lost some other hardware device where my key was, and now I can't access the millions in Bitcoin that I have, right? We've seen this story over and over. So we have a couple of principles that we feel that could solve this problem. And the first one, which is a little bit more complicated, is that keys should not be stored, right? Because no matter where a key is, if it's on a server, if it's on your device, if it's wherever it's kept, there's a risk. It can get stolen, it can get hacked. But let's say this theory, if the key was never even stored, then how could you hack it? How could you steal it? The second principle that we draw from is that keys should have as small a scope as possible. If you can make it a single use, even better. And there's cryptographic reasons for that as well. But from a principle, if my key is only used once, that means that if I lose it, it's got almost no value lost to me, right? If it gets stolen somehow, then, well, that's all that's stolen was the very small piece of information or use case that key represented and operated on, right? And so these are the principles that we have built out several protocols that we call the phantom key protocols. And we have a whole platform built in driving this. And so what they are is a set of key management protocols that enable keys to be regenerated only when they're needed, never stored, and always in the runtime of wherever they're supposed to be. So if I have a key that, if I'm a non-custodial situation, and that's my use case, well, I can generate a key in my browser, on my phone, on my laptop, right? Where it's needed without ever having to store it, right? So the benefits of this, right? One, obviously, we've already talked about, is that all the compromises of servers getting hacked or devices being lost, those go away. These protocols are device agnostic. It doesn't matter what device, because they can run in the software level. I don't need specific hardware to manage it. They have integrated authentication, so I can use passwords and biometrics, things that I'm familiar with, to be able to regenerate these keys and put them into whatever context I need. This makes it extremely scalable. I mean, I don't have to worry about what system accesses my key and how they access it, because I can just generate it where it's needed. And if it's not stored anywhere, well, now I don't have to worry about moving it either or losing my device. So as far as use case, I mean, we started with what we felt was the biggest use case around for enhanced security, right? And that was identity, right? Daisy. So we built a self-sovereign identity solution built from the ground up on these protocols on platform, where the security is the first step. Everything is built on proper key management, security, so that the user's keys are never stored, and they can only access them when they've authenticated into the system, right? And so now the keys can be regenerated in their browser, on their phone, on their laptop, wherever they're needing to access their identity using authentication that they're already familiar with. And because of the way this works, all the typical issues like, okay, well, my key is on my phone and now I've lost access to my DIDs and verifiable credentials. Now I can't prove myself anymore. I've lost my identity. These are inherently gone, right? So this is, a very novel concept that we found very disruptive. One, in several ways. One, this enables identity to never have to be tokenized. It's common in the SSI community that things need to be stored on a blockchain in order to be able to be fully decentralized, so the DID and such. Or maybe I just need to make sure I'm established on a blockchain network, and that costs something, right? Something needs to get established. So identity becomes inherently not free. And there's a lot of talk in the space of identity moving to NFTs as well, which, I mean, is inherently, that means that has to put a value on it because public networks need that. But we believe that identity you shouldn't have to pay to exist. So that's part of what our platform drives. The second one, which is very in tandem with the principle, is data compartmentalization. By using the phantom key protocols, we can make sure that each piece of information that a user has and that they store, wherever they happen to store it, is encrypted with a key just for that piece of data that, again, just like the platform enables, is not stored. Which means that even if they need to share that information, they can share just that piece of information and completely isolated. And if somehow the key gets compromised, only that piece of information gets compromised and nothing else. It also removes that cascading effect that you see in some systems where, because one hack happened, well, now instead of just one person being compromised, 100,000 people get compromised because it's all in one database, all with the same key. It makes the solution also device agnostic, portable. I can access it from any kind of device. You just have to build the application, to build the mobile app, the desktop app. And it's easy to expand because it's just the same authentication mechanisms or different ones that you can use. This creates a fantastic user experience as well, because something that's missing from the identity space and even the blockchain, easy customer onboarding. There's a whole group of people from Web 2 that are familiar and comfortable with the way that they work. So I have a username, I have a password. If I forget my password, I can reset it. It's comfortable. You don't have to think about a lot of these problems that you do with a wallet, where I've got this 12-word passphrase. What if I lose that, right? So the other aspect of the user experience is what we call invisible key management through our platform. What we're able to do is have a key available where it's needed. And if you open source the software, then I can easily trust that what I think is happening. And I don't need to authorize every transaction that happens within this application, because I can see what's happening and everything is engaged by me only where I am, right? In my app, in my browser, in my laptop. So what does this mean for Polkadot? Here we are at the World Polkadot Forum, right? So right now we are our own layer one. We have a private network that we're operating until we go open. and open source. And what we want to be able to do is expand this to include other networks, including Polkadot, because we want everyone to be able to benefit from this, not just us. We want a user to be able to use their identity to enable blockchain solutions to leverage their verified identity on other networks as well. We have authentication protocols that enable a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 so that I can use my Web 3 identity to authenticate me for Web 2 solutions. All the data ownership mechanisms, the protocols that enable us to enable a user to store information that they're in complete control over, that only they have access to, right? That can be stored on virtually any platform, right? We want to bring this all to every network so that we can all benefit from this. So we have a bit of an overview of kind of what our ecosystem looks like. That can include apps, dApps from any network, KYC AML that I can build on to establish verified profiles that I can use on-chain and off-chain in Web 2, Web 3. Obviously, we talked about the key management, which, a natural extension of that is to have wallets, enhanced wallet software where the keys don't need to be stored. I authenticate into my wallet, and now wherever I am, I have the keys that I need to operate my various cryptocurrencies. In the future, we want to also expand this to IoT, so I can manage my fridge and have my fridge pay for my groceries and have it delivered, right? Call Uber Eats and get me my food. We want to expand to education claims. The thing is, we have thought of almost 250 use cases for various aspects of this, and there's no possible way we can get to them all. One organization cannot do all of this. It's crazy. So this is where we need to expand, open, and talk to people, bring on other use cases, partnerships to come in and have some of these use cases build on this platform so that they can bring the benefit to people that need it. Is there any questions?
Oh, that's awesome, Jonathan. Thank you so much. I'm sure there's a bunch of questions. I would love to have your perspective too, Dinesh, on what the real problem was and why Namachain is the solution for this.
So just as Jonathan said, we are a privacy-driven company, right? We take privacy serious than everything else. So second thing is we want to give the users the ownership of their identity, not a centralized system. So because of these two, we are different than anyone else. Even though they're calling their SSI solution, we are different from them. And the second thing is, just like Jonathan keeps saying about the key management side of it, since the key are always generating in the runtime, keys are more secure, so no hackers could try to hack your information. Plus, most of the users are really familiar with Web 2.0, which is just to use a username and password to log in. So the same methodology we are bringing to the Web 3.0 too. So the users who doesn't know the Web 3.0 to migrate to Web 3.0 is easier by using this methodology, right? So this is why we are bringing to the table today.
Right. Yeah. Are there questions from the audience? Anyone with some good questions?
I guess we covered it all.
Yeah, I think you did very well. Thanks for the presentation, gentlemen. It was very enlightening. And I think some of these issues that you're bringing up are common challenges across Web3. and the protection of our keys and our identity as well. They're connected with that. And to that end, I wish you all the best of luck in your future. And we would love, as a unit, as part of the Polkadot ecosystem, to stay close and see if there's projects that we could be partnering with and partnering on with you. Where are you located mostly? Where are you at?
We're actually already global. Our CEO, Mayuk, right now is in Thailand. We have resources in Morocco, India. Dinesh and I are based out of Toronto.
All right. Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's an amazing new world that we're in with the way we can be global even at this stage, right? It's been a very long journey so far. We're excited also to see what we can bring to everyone else, right? See what we could bring potentially to Unit. See how we could help any issues you guys have as well. I mean, this is kind of what's just driving, is that there are so many ways that little details can make a difference. And education being one of those. And hearing what Ty talked about what Unit's doing for education, it's amazing, right? And if we can help in any way, that's what we'd love to do, right?
Yeah, we would, I'm sure, be interested in inviting you as part of our speakers for the master's program. If you not have been invited yet, I think certainly that's a very good way for us to work together and learn from each other. I think your insights for our participants in the master's program would be very keen to get your knowledge and learnings as part of their journey. So how do you, I have a question for both of you, maybe Jonathan and Dinesh, is how do you see the future in the blockchain Web3 space? If you look 2030, let's say 2030, in 8 years, what will this look like?
Well, for me, I think that based on current problems, I start with kind of the reason why I'm going to say this. Right now, blockchain is almost universally seen by regulators and the average person as like a stock almost, right? It's a driver for tokens, and that's all they really see. And I think education is going to be a big part of this. But what I see in 2030 is people understanding more that blockchain is a lot more than just tokens and crypto. We can power all kinds of interoperability and functionality and proper utility, things like powering identity, things like powering, one of the, at Consensus, one of the speakers talked about a decentralized economies, but at a micro scale. Like, I have a car that's automated that can pay for the electricity that it uses from the electricity system, which is also its own blockchain network. And maybe not by 2030, but that's the direction that I think things will go, to be more around the utility of what blockchain can provide as a ledger of history with cryptographically powered engines, not so focused on what I can make out of finance.
Right. And Dinesh, how do you see the world in 2030?
Yeah, so even though today most of the system are already on in the web, meaning everything online. So in the future, even though Web 2.0 bring a lot of stuff, Web 3.0 are going to take to the next level, right? So in 2030, most of the stuff are now user-driven than the company-driven stuff. So everything will be owned by the user. So it's a good time to bring the solution to the table now.
Yes, and we are hoping and planning that these will also help fulfill some of the UN's DGGs, right? The sustainability goals that we're all part of and want to help solve and reach. So, are there other questions from participants? Or any final thoughts from you gentlemen, Jonathan and Dinesh?
Well, I mean, thank you for having us here.
You're very welcome.
It's been fantastic to speak. Key management is, it's a large conversation that really is a very, very narrow and focused on cryptographic utility. But I think that we need to start seeing more consideration, I think, into the underlying security. A lot of solutions are built with the functionality in mind. Here's what I want to deliver to the people, and I'm going to try to make it as secure as I can, right? I'm going to start with what I want to deliver and then figure out how I'm going to deliver it. We kind of started the opposite way, right? We said, okay, look, here's how things should be delivered, right? This is the standards that we think that we should expect to see across not just identity industry, but every industry. And we go, okay, well, what can we build for that, right? What can we do? What can we deliver with this methodology? And then going forward, that's our attitude, and that's an attitude that we want to also instill in solutions that not only to integrate with us, but just even completely separate, right? That's an ideology that we're trying to drive forward. And something I'd like to leave with people with is to start considering that, right? We have probably solution developers here. And that's just something I want people start seeing and considering, right?
So another one is everyone talk about smart cities and stuff, and we are thinking a little bit other way around. So instead of bringing everyone to the city and make the city a smart one, we want to bring the technology to the village, right? We want to build smart villages and stuff. So that's our end goal.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anything else to add? Otherwise, I think we're ready to move on to the next speaker that we have. Thank you so much, Jonathan, Dinesh, for your invaluable contribution to this World Polkadot Forum by Unit, and we're so thankful for your engagement and your involvement and the insights that you've shared with us. And we look forward to our collaboration as we move forward, reaching our 2030 goals that we all have so dear to our hearts. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Superb. And I think next up we have John. You're with us, John Paul Humphrey Ramos, who is going to be speaking to us about a decentralized storage protocol for large-scale commercialization. So he's with CESS, which is a Cumulus encrypted storage system, and is part of the in his role as part of the marketing of this this protocol. And we're very happy to have you here, John.
Thanks, Stephen.
Graduated from MMU, which I know very well, with a degree in marketing, and is currently focusing on growth strategies to introduce the CESS into Europe, North America, and Latin America. So I'll hand over the microphone to you, John, and feel free to add to your background, and we're looking forward to your talk here. Thanks, John.
Hi, Stephen. Thanks for that introduction. Yeah, I mean, regarding my background, as you mentioned, I graduated from MMU in marketing. I've been in Manchester for about 10 years now. Prior to that, I was in Shanghai for about 4 years. And prior to that, I was in Latin America. So a bit traveled, you'd say, but also I've seen different cities and their impacts on their economies. And that's something that really inspires me behind blockchain. So let me introduce CESS to you guys. Let me just get this presentation up. 2 seconds. Let me share the screen. Okay. Here we go. Can you guys see that well?
Yes, so we can see it well, we can hear you, and we can see you perfectly.
Fantastic, fantastic. Just to let you guys know as well, the QR code in this title screen is for our webpage. There's so much more information that I could give you in 20 minutes in that website, so please visit it. We're going through lots of really exciting stages right now. So it's a pleasure to be here with you all. From behalf of Team CESS, I'd like to thank all of our community members and our supporters who are streaming this chat today. For those of you that haven't heard about us, we're a Cumulus Encrypted Storage System, better known as CESS. And if you've not heard of us, you may be wondering, what is CESS and what we do? CESS essentially is a decentralized storage protocol that will allow for large-scale commercialization. So let's just look at the trend of the storage market. So we can see that the global storage market size currently is 243 billion, and the decentralized is 1.22 billion. For 2025, decentralized market size is expected to reach 3.49 billion. So the opportunity to take a share of that market is tremendous. And we want to pave the way for that to profit our investors, our partners, but to also create a fantastic ecosystem for our users and communities that use our project. So let's dive into the phases of CESS to better explain the project. So CESS is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the storage and data functionality layer. This includes data processing, data storage, data discovery, display. Any data-related functionality we'll find through this layer. Following, we have the blockchain layer, which is based on Substrate. We have all the necessary blockchain components, as well as new enhancements and innovations in our incentive mechanisms and our consensus algorithms as well. We'll discuss those innovations shortly. And then we have our third layer, which is our application layer. We know many leading decentralized storage protocols at the moment. They're not doing very well at supporting large-scale commercial applications, which is fundamental really for the growth of companies and economies and people as well. The goal at CESS is to become the leading decentralized data storage that can support this large commercial storage applications and like significantly enhance how these applications can operate as well by providing an optimized data service. So it's so important for these applications that are so resource intensive to be able to be optimized at such a fundamental layer. So we're focusing on creating this great application layer with the vision of turning CESS into its own diverse ecosystem. These 3 layers combined are going to give us this full stack solution for decentralized data network and storage. At CESS, we have 2 value propositions really. And the first proposition, as I mentioned earlier, is to be a leading decentralized storage protocol with commercial usage and also scalability, because scalability is fundamental to us. The functionality layer for us is chain agnostic as well, which means it can be called through a comprehensive API by apps or dApps, regardless of where they have natively been launched. So these could be on Polkadot, these could be on any other blockchain. So when these DApps need to have a decentralized storage functionality to save their assets. This could be any asset. It could be NFTs. It could be data files. It can be ledgers. They can access the CESS functionality through this comprehensive API. Now, the second proposition, the value proposition for us, is to deliver a robust and a diversified ecosystem. This will be achieved through delivering the comprehensive application layer, again, through our APIs that can support WASM smart contracts and is also EVM compatible. This is one of the improvements that we have against other decentralized storage protocols. And also apps, they can also natively launch on the CESS chain, besides just using CESS as a storage functionality, which allows CESS to have a fantastic potential to become a very diversified ecosystem. And this will provide more value, not just to our investors, but also to our partners and our users, and more importantly, to the community as a whole. Let's focus on the industry challenges that are being experienced at the moment and the solutions that we are providing at CESS through our innovations. So existing industry pain points for other storage protocols, they include possible data loss. So miners can quit at any moment, like storage miners, the nodes, which means that your data is going to be lost permanently. Lots of these protocols, they store all the data on one node. So if they decide to be no more, that's it for your data. So you've lost very important resources as well. Customers pay more for data assurance due to only having this one default copy made. Then we have slow data retrieval. This is due to indexing and over-designed, like over-engineered proof schemes, lots of them which have time constraints bound to them as security measures normally, but it means that they are very delayed. So you can find yourself waiting minutes or possibly hours to retrieve your data. You really don't know, which for large-scale commercialization, that's just something that you can't really work with. You also encounter very inefficient usage of the actual storage space. So this is due to no space pooling technologies or management. Data, as I said, is only saved on one node, and large data files, they can't be saved on a node that has a small space availability. Now, this means as well that there's a very limited commercial use for these storage protocols, and they have a limited API support for their DApps as they don't run smart contract capabilities as well. On the other hand, CESS, we have high data assurance. So 99.99%, we guarantee that your data is going to be there. We maximize our storage space through our proprietary technologies. We also provide very fast data retrieval. It's going to be down to the milliseconds level. Currently, we're at like the seconds level. This is super important. Again, when you're running programs that need high speeds, you don't want to be having all these amazing technologies and programs and them be loading very slowly or experiencing lag, as we say. And this allows us to be really applicable for large-scale commercial users. Again, with the smart contracts support and the EVM compatibility. Excuse me for those messages popping up. So if we look at our first key technology, it's proof of data reduplication and recovery. So this technology allows us to obtain the high data assurance. So we utilize a few common techniques from cloud systems, and we applied them to our decentralized storage functionality. So when users submit data to be stored, the first thing we do is we replicate this into 3 different copies compared to the standard 1 copy that is normally made in other protocols. The data is then processed. So the data is going to be sliced, it's going to be encrypted, and it's going to be randomly distributed across the storage nodes for the storage. The system also needs to verify data segments periodically, and they will ensure that the data hasn't been damaged or corrupted. If for any reason this data has been tampered with or lost, or there's a fault in it, we can restore this through our proof of data reduplication recovery. As we said, we have 3 copies, and we segment each copy into different blocks, and it's sent across different storage nodes in the system. So we can retrieve them and essentially build that data back together and guarantee the recovery for our users. Now let's look at the smart space management, because this is such an important aspect of storage functionalities. So a few technologies have been combined. Again, the data slicing, which we do by simply slicing data blocks into blocks of the same size, which are stored into available storage spaces. With the use of our cloud pooling technology, CESS manages to utilize all the storage space, which is provided by the storage miners. So that means as a miner as well, you have more opportunity to put your resources to work. And you might find in other protocols that you don't have that opportunity. So you're being beaten to rewards by miners that have better capabilities to you. So the barriers to entry in other protocols may be quite high. Well, we want to create a fair system. We want everyone to be able to profit from this and create a strong and robust system. Now, imagine like a good look at the image here for other systems. So you've got the first node that's got 1 terabyte of available storage space. The second has 2, the third has 4, and the fourth has 8. So if you had a file that was 8 terabytes, in other systems, only the 4th storage node would be able to take on that job. There's no ability to pool the data from all of these nodes. In CESS, we can pool this and we distribute it as well. So everyone is going to get that reward, and it is also safer and it guarantees data for the users. Imagine a good analogy to make it, it's a very simple terms analogy, is if you were to purchase a significant amount of food, I'm sure we've all been there, and it doesn't fit in your fridge, you just can't fit all of it in. So the solution really would be to possibly slice everything up, and you arrange it into individual containers, you stack everything inside of your fridge, and you'll find that you'll not only be able to fit everything, but you'll be left with more storage space for other things. So actually, it's a very simple analogy, but it's exactly what we're doing. Let's look at now at our CESS architecture, the layered architecture. So we're introducing a layer of index functionality by introducing 2 new types of miners into the space, which is the cache miner and the retrieval miner. These will allow CESS to significantly improve the speed at which the network operates and retrieves data, because instead of having one miner do all the tasks. You've got independent roles specializing in their jobs, which allows for a much more effective processing and delivery of data. Again, CESS has shown that data can be retrieved and delivered to our clients within seconds, which is a significant improvement from the minutes, or as we said, even hours it may take for other protocols in the decentralized storage market to deliver that data to you. So if we focus on the decentralized storage layer and the content delivery layer, you'll see the 4 miners. Each of these miners as well will have their own reward scheme per se. As again, the reason we don't want to attach supply and demand to one role is also to stop that node from acting in possibly malicious ways. So let's look at the storage miner. The storage miner is rewarded by providing the following proof schemes. So they do the proof of data reduplication and recovery, which we spoke about. And we touched on the subject that they will tell the consensus miner how much space they are providing for the network, and they'll keep verifying that those files are still intact, that they're good to go. You've got the proof of space-time, which tells the consensus how long and consecutively they've been providing that storage space over a specific period of time. You've got the proof of available space, which tells the network, obviously, your available space. And this gives the consensus miner an overview of how the space is being used in the network, which is, again, an advantage that we have at CESS. And then we have the proof of flow, which tells the consensus miner the capabilities of the storage miner and the workflow, how that miner has been operating. So within CESS, the consensus mechanism is just here, and the consensus miners, they not only have the job of recording and maintaining a decentralized ledger of blockchain transactions, but they also maintain a recorded ledger of space usage of the storage nodes across the network due to these technologies that are this communication that is going back and forth between these two miners. This means the system can see the entire space availability of the network and how much space there is in total that is also being used. This means that we can efficiently slice data and deliver it accordingly to these storage nodes. So essentially, the consensus miner takes on all data requests. It turns them into the multiple copies. It slices them. It encrypts them, and it delivers it to these storage nodes. All of this happens in a TEE environment, in a trusted execution environment. Now, based on a good credit score on behalf of the consensus miner, because we do keep this record to make sure that they have been operating efficiently. Some miners that have achieved this threshold, they will qualify to be randomly selected by the system to participate in consensus and finality of transactions. Miners that achieve a good score will be out of this group. They'll select 11 consensus miners to finalize transactions and to do block generation, essentially to earn this reward. This operation of 11 consensus nodes being selected will occur every 2 weeks. So we're also ensuring by doing this that we don't have the same miners always generating blocks, because it's important to have that aspect of it's essentially decentralization. You don't want all that to be the same minus, generating those transactions. Let's go to the next slide, which is our multi-format data rights confirmation. So here what we do is that we take a fingerprint extraction of our sliced files. This can be text, photos, videos, and other formats. And this fingerprint data essentially is like a hash. You could think about it. It's stored in the blockchain through smart contracts. And the similarity is like SIM hash algorithms. But with this as well, we can confirm ownership of data, which again is such an important aspect these days. We have all this conversations around the world happening about ownership and royalties, and it's such an important thing for artists or content creators as well. And we can see the almost like the blood relation map between these files as well, where they're coming from. You can follow the history of that archive. So let's look now at our proxy re-encryption. So with this, it's going back to the proof schemes that we have redesigned, not time-bound as well. So what we're doing here is that we can encrypt files. Obviously, by being encrypted and by being split, nodes can't manipulate our data. They can't tamper with our data in a malicious way. Your files, you can mark these as public or as private, depending on your needs. Private data obviously is going to be encrypted, and you will get access to this. Only authorized users can access this via their own private key. So if we look at the client interactions of CESS, this is again very, very important. First, imagine the user goes on to CESS and he does a price inquiry. And the user will essentially, very different from other protocols, the user is going to inquire for an amount of space, of storage space, as opposed to paying per file. So per saved file, which other protocols use. And it's important here because it means that in other protocols, if you edit your data, you are going to have to pay for the storage of it again. And this is so important for large-scale commercialization, because that is not a viable option if you constantly need to cash out to edit things. Because in the real world, we all know that data changes, people change, businesses change, and therefore our storage protocols need to resemble the real world a little bit more. We use a dynamic pricing model as well through Origin, and this means that the consensus node, he has a real-time price data of other decentralized storage protocols. So we also guarantee our users that we are going to provide a better price for them. So it's truly a fantastic thing. Once the user agrees with that contract, he can then upload their files through the gateway, and then they will go through the process of being encrypted, sliced, and distributed. You can see here how they go to the storage nodes, and through the proof of replication, space-time, they will generate their own rewards. And then we'll have the other miners, they'll perform the retrievals for them, the decryption as well. And we'll be able to deliver very, very fast speeds. Like we said, we're aiming to be in the milliseconds level. Currently, we can provide the seconds. That's our goal, really. The use cases for this are really countless. We all need data storage. It's a fundamental to any enterprise. We're finding at the moment like we can create a very secure asset trading for NFT ecosystems through data right protection and the assets traceability. It's a decentralized network drive. Again, the dynamic and competitive pricing provides unlimited scalability through fast data processing and very comprehensive and user-friendly APIs. Again, we have that smart contract capability, and we're compatible with EVM, which is very important to be able to cater for a wide array of potential users. Our use cases Metaverse and GameFi as well. So the commercial response times for Metaverse and other DApps, as I mentioned prior, like these are very resource intensive programs. Now, a Metaverse as a whole, we know it's such a complicated real time application. You really need to be able to process the specs of these programs very, very quickly. Let's imagine we have a metaverse with a million people in it. We really need to be able to deliver the expectations of these users in order to be able to scale all of these businesses. We want to provide a comprehensive streaming media platform. We envision real-time artist collaborations, which is absolutely fantastic. We want to be able to be the base of next generation streaming services. We want to be able to stream live from our blockchain. All of these things are super exciting. This is just an overview now of the roles, the miners and the incentives. So again, we have the storage miner, which provides all this space for the network. They provide all their proof schemes, the consensus miner, as we said, with all these very important roles that they have of recording and maintaining ledgers for blockchains and transactions, and the scheduling space usage of the nodes. For staking, the profits, again, they're proportional to the staking allocation. And we've got the dynamic incentive model as well. So these are going to be at the top, our 4 miners, the storage, consensus, retrieval, and the cache. So at CESS, we've got like very...
Awesome, John. We're just coming up to the hard break here. If
okay.
Couple minutes. And
yeah, I'm about to wrap up.
Very cool. I know you've got your eye on the clock, so it's good.
It's so hard. I wish we could speak about an hour about CESS. But yeah, so we've established strong partnerships with Polkadot Ecosystem. So CESS is building a storage palette for Polkadot to provide that storage functionality to over 400 projects now to conveniently use our functionality. CESS won first place in the Polkadot Hackathon 2021. Twice we've received a Web3 Foundation grant. We're part of the Substrate Builders program, and we are part of the Web 3.0 bootcamp in China as well. Also, it's very important, about to wrap up, CESS wants to bridge as well Web 2 application and traditional enterprises, not only Web 3.0. So we can also cater through just the storage functionality for the needs of data privacy. This can be scientific research, medical research, legal, supply chain manufacturing, content creators as well. This is a quick overview of our roadmap. I won't go into it too deeply. I'll just let you guys know that we've just launched our testnet. So please have a look at that. Here is the link to our Discord channel, where you'll find a lot more information about it. And again, if you guys have any questions at all, please reach out to our communities through our channels. We're more than happy to help. We want to share our knowledge with everyone in the ecosystem. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John. That was amazing. That was a very complete and detailed journey into what CESS has become, where it started and what it's trying to solve. And I had a few questions, but I think we're really getting close to the time for our next speaker. But if you could put in your Telegram handle into the chat, then we can follow up. Various people that might have questions for you can connect you or contact you directly.
I'll put all our handles in so you guys can get in touch with us.
Okay, that is excellent. Thank you very much for your engagement and your transparency in this project. It looks just solid to me. I'm not a highly tech person, but the whole storage space is becoming a major issue.
It is.
So I'm
yeah.
very happy to see that you guys are working on solving this in a decentralized way where it's safe and transparent and with guaranteed recovery, which is, I love that aspect of it. So thank you again, John.
Thank you for having us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Next up, we have Irina Karagauer. Hopefully I didn't mess up your name too much. Karagauer? Yes?
Oh, correct. Yes.
Irina? Okay, very good. She's from the Unique Network, not the Unit Network that we're from, but Unique Network, which I love the name. We'll be speaking about the advanced NFT infrastructure on Polkadot. She's the head of ecosystem growth and business development at Unique Network, where she leads the business growth activities for the entire organization. She focuses on establishing strategic partnerships and the ecosystem building to enable the bridging of off-chain world to the open, within the open metaverse. So great. She's the head ambassador for Western Europe of the Polkadot network. She's also the co-chair of London's regional co-chair for FIBRI, which is the Foundation for International Blockchain and Real Estate Expertise. And she also was the coordinator, or is maybe still the coordinator, of Digital Art for Climate Initiative, which I think is a beautiful project. You have over 10 years of experience and established yourself as one of the international business development professionals in strategic partnerships, analysis of foreign markets, and business planning across the UK, EU, and Russia. Irina holds a BA from the Southern Federal University in Russia and an MSc in the urban planning and policy design from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. She is also one of the top 35 women revolutionizing crypto. We're very proud, very happy, Irina, that you're part of our World Polkadot Forum, and look forward to your contributions.
Thank you,
The stage
Stefan.
is yours.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to join friends from Unit Network. We had some really amazing collaboration in the past 2 years, and I'm very, very always happy to be part of Unit's network activities, and really appreciate what you are doing in the space. Today, I'm going to talk about Unique Network and share with you some amazing developments. I'm just going to share my screen if I can. I think I can't because I don't see the button, if anybody can help me. In the meantime, so a couple of words about Unique Network if you still don't know who we are. Unique Network is the NFT parachain in Polkadot ecosystem. we won Kusama Hackathon back in August 2020 and received also community award as a favorite project of a hackathon. And during the hackathon, our team launched the first NFT collection in the ecosystem, which is called Substrate Banks, as a tribute to CryptoBanks. And a couple of months later, Unique Networks team also launched the first commercial application in the Polkadot ecosystem, which is an NFT marketplace. So today, we're proud to announce that we have two fully running operational parachains, NFT-specific parachains, both on Kusama and on Polkadot live, and we are offering next-generation NFT infrastructure that takes NFTs way beyond the use cases that we've seen in the past. So, okay.
That's awesome. We're looking forward to this, Irina.
So nevertheless, for many businesses, NFTs and blockchain is still an unknown land, a land that a lot of enterprises and startups, artists, creators are exploring how to enter into this space. You know, what is it about? Because still blockchains are pretty complex. And for us, one of the key things we're trying to achieve at Unique Network is to make these tools available to everyone. So we call it an essential toolbox, and we white labeled our marketplace. So if you visit uniquenft.io, which is an first NFT marketplace, you'll see that we're not listing collections there. We only have Substrate Banks, and then second collection that our creative team launched during Polkadot Decoded 2021 to showcase what is possible. So every time we launch new features, we create something, we create upgrades for the marketplace, we demonstrate it on our own marketplace. But our mission is to make this marketplace as a white label accessible to everybody. So any startup or any business can take our white label solution out of the box, unpack it very quickly, tweak a few things in UX and UI, customize it and make it their own, and be ready to present it to investors, to potential buyers, to community, and to have an entry point into an NFT space. Either it's a collectible, an artwork, a music work, a video, you know, whatever you want to experiment with when it comes to an NFT and see how it is received by your community. So you can very easily use a couple of tools that we came up with. It's a minting solution. We have a minter and a scanner where anybody without any knowledge of the blockchain coding, not needing a single line of code, can go and mint their collection and then put it out on available marketplaces on our own chain, and soon in the entire Polkadot ecosystem. As I mentioned, we have a marketplace where you can sell your artwork trustlessly. And we also created a gallery solution, which will simplify not only the process of showcasing the artwork, but also this solution can be used for an e-commerce applications. So any marketplace that has, for example, a need to sell a digital artwork and also physical artwork can now easily do this by connecting their wallet. And not only Polkadot.js, which many of you in the ecosystem know that sometimes it's very painful to use, but also MetaMask, and connect fiat on ramp solutions and gateways to simplify this process for the end users, which probably 99% of people still do not know how to use crypto wallets. So they would much rather prefer to enter this space with the credit card. And we also have an NFT-specific wallet, which helps you to display images and properties of your NFT. So these essential features and what Substrate and Polkadot ecosystem makes available and differentiates us from other NFT chains. You can have frictionless experience, so you can set up your UX and UI in a way that it interacts with the blockchain seamlessly, so your end user doesn't need to deal with blockchain at all. they don't see that things are happening in the Web3, even though they follow the principles and have all the advantages of decentralization, peer-to-peer, transparency, et cetera, but the experience that your user has is Web2, is something that we all are familiar with, and oftentimes, there is no need to replace some things of the Web2 because they are working perfectly. So the blockchain tech is hidden under the hood. The heavy lifting is done by our chain infrastructure and our team that is working on improving features, on releasing features, and making experience and interaction with the blockchain, both for developers and end users, as easy as possible. Polkadot also offers interoperability. Many of you have heard of XCM, and what Gavin recently announced with XCM3, we will be able to talk to other parachains. So by creating your NFT on a unique network, you will be able to plug into Moonbeam, Akala, and all other parachains that will be allowing you to probably sell NFTs. You could exhibit them or sell them in other galleries or marketplaces. So the entire ecosystem will enable you to use the blockchain of blockchain solutions that Polkadot offers to the entire space to solve scalability, interoperability issues, transaction fees, congestion, et cetera. Our front end, as I mentioned, is completely customizable. So you can create pretty much any UX and UI solution and plug in our blockchain and enjoy the seamless experience. We also have a feature that's called advanced ownership, which works really well for businesses because you don't have to be the owner, the sole owner of the platform. You can have administrators. You can have different structures of ownership and assign administrator for different project or collaboration you have. For example, if you're working with museums, and you're the owner of your NFT platform, you can appoint a museum in New York to curate a collection, to sell a collection, share profits with that museum, and after the collaboration is over, you can appoint another administrator of your platform, which is a museum in Buenos Aires, to say. You can sell NFTs, you can rent them, you can display them, so you can pretty much exercise any administration rights that you would exercise in the real world with the blockchain. Very important point that NFTs on Unique Network are sustainable. So minting Unique Network and Polkadot ecosystem, as you know, is proof of stake, and we have a minimal carbon footprint. And if you look at the research published by Carbon Research Institute in January 2022, I believe, it says it compared different proof of stake blockchains. So Polkadot is way more efficient than proof of work blockchains, and among proof of stake blockchains is the most efficient blockchain. When it comes specifically to Unique Network, minting an NFT on Unique Network it equals to 1 human breath. So this is how much CO2 we actually produce with one NFT minting. So we can be confident that we are not killing the environment, as there were a lot of conversation in the space about the blockchain sustainability. We also have flexible economic models, so you can sponsor your transaction fees. And at the end of my presentation, I will offer you the opportunity to actually experience it yourself. So again, you can hide all the complexities of the blockchain under the hood for your users as the platform owner. And this experience would be very valuable for, say, gaming industry, because in game you don't want to hop on, off, search for your wallet, go into the wallet, buy the token, transfer to the platform, use it in game, go back to the wallet. All this we have eliminated. And another benefit is the possibility to use fiat on RAM and allow your customers to pay direct for an NFT directly with a credit card, or have, say, get KSM or get dot button and have a checkout on your platform. So let's move on to the advanced features, because those solutions are available for the entire ecosystem. And here I want to focus on a few features that are only available and very valuable for the NFTs and specifically developed by Unit Network. So freemium and sponsorship of transaction fees, as I mentioned, this is a really cool feature if you want to call smart contracts, or you need to mint NFT, or you need to transfer token from one wallet to another, or set variable data in your NFT. You can do all this. You can allow your user, you can sponsor this transaction for your users so they don't have to deal with it. They have this experience seamlessly, and sponsoring for you would really cost a fraction. In Polkadot ecosystem, transaction fees and the price of gas is really not an issue anymore. So we're talking about a couple of cents per transaction, and with $100, you can do thousands of transactions. Another point is EVM compatibility. So we are EVM compatible chain, and what we can do, we provide ERC-721 functionality in our NFT palette. So for both developers and users, we provide familiar to Ethereum environment if necessary. So if you're a developer and you have your solution built on EVM, you have a smart contract, you can seamlessly transfer it to Unit Network and benefit from the advanced features. If you're a user who is used to a MetaMask and you don't want to switch to any other wallet, you can continue using MetaMask on unique chain as well. Interoperability, as I already mentioned, we're using cross-consensus messaging format, and will allow our users to transfer tokens between parachains. One of the use cases that is coming up soon will be that we will allow our token quartz on Karura DEX soon. Some of the other features, scalability, we will soon be able to reach 6,000 transactions per second. Currently is around 300, but as we go, we scale. Transaction fees, depending on the market and token price, are also insignificant. With a couple of hundreds of dollars, you can mint as many NFTs as you wish. And this again is very, very valuable, for example, for gaming industry, where you need fast speed of transactions, and you need to be able to mint in gaming items frequently and at the right speed, so your players don't get bored and annoyed of the all the obstacles that blockchain has in the current gaming landscape. And of course, it's a security, because Polkadot provides us all as parachains with a relay chain economic security. So both Quartz and Unit Network provide really good level of security. So, and in terms of XCM, you can be sure that not like in, there are cases of bridging to other chains, and bridges not always secured. You often hear that assets are being lost or stolen, or you cannot fully trust these bridges. You need to be very careful. In Polkadot ecosystem, thanks to XCM, this is no longer an issue. You can really securely transfer your asset to any other parachain and be sure that it's all secured by the relay chain. And two, last but not least, features that I would really like to discuss and show you a concrete example and give you the opportunity to touch this NFTs is refungibility and nesting. So refungibility, you perhaps heard about fractional ownership in Ethereum space, but on Unit Network, refungibility happens natively. So you no longer need a smart contract in order to create a fractional token. You can actually, with a simple function, create a token once you mint a collection. Either entire collection can be refungible, or one single token can be refungible. And you're able to input these parameters into collection or a token and decide how many pieces you want, either in the collection or in the token. So by minting this, you can sort of create your own DAO in one click, because you can have 100,000 owners of one collection, and as owners of this collection, they already share a common asset, so they can create some sort of organization around it in a decentralized way. And the coolest thing about it is that on Ethereum, for example, this is a one-way process. So you can break down a token into fractions or a collection into fractions, but you cannot go back. On Unique Network, you can go back. So you can fractionalize an asset and you can bring the pieces back together. When it comes to nesting, you probably heard of Remark, and we're jointly working on this very exciting palette, composability, and NFT Legos, which allow one NFT to own another NFT, or you can equip your, say, gaming character with other NFTs, for example, a sword, a hat, anything that you want your gaming character to have in game. You can also have a room that can be an NFT, and the room can own a character of the game, which owns the attributes or owns another character. So this really allows us to gamify every single NFT. It can gamify artworks. It can play with different attributes. It can really help visualize things and create sophisticated ownership structures of one single NFT and in gaming experiences. So now I want you to really practically try what, experience what refungibility means and what owning an NFT means on Unique Network. So what we have done, we believe in democracy. And as I mentioned, we want NFT technology and NFTs to be available to everybody. So we bought a CryptoPunk 3042. Her name is Monique. And now every one of you can own a fraction of this CryptoPunk. What we will be doing, we will be moving Monique from Ethereum to Unique Network, and we'll create a refungible token. So in order to claim it, you just need to scan this QR code. It is absolutely free. The QR code will take you to the Telegram bot. You'll need to input your either MetaMask wallet address or Polkadot.js address, and you will automatically become an owner of a piece of this CryptoPunk. And then stay tuned to the quest, visit our social media, or stay updated on our blog, because we will be releasing more other chapters of the quest of what will happen with Monique. And we're very excited for this journey and for this experiment. And we believe that there is much more that we can do with NFTs, given that technology is already there to help you take NFTs to the next level. This is it for me. Thank you so much for attention. Please join our Telegram community and follow us on Twitter. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Oh, thank you, Irina. That was really epic. Thank you. And thanks for the insights. I mean, this has been really, really interesting. And it seems to be so user-friendly. As a private person, as not a blockchain or another ecosystem, how would I, as an individual, create my own? Can you walk me through that? Create my own NFT, or based on, yeah.
So you can simply go to our minter. If you go to Unique Network website, there is a link to a minter, and the minter allows anybody to create collections. We actually had earlier this year a campaign where we asked our community to showcase their NFT collections, and everybody can just go there, mint anything in the format available as NFT, and just try how it works. Then, of course, in order to sell it and to exhibit it on the platform, you need to agree on the available platforms if they're interested in selling these collections or showcasing them, because many are now moving towards more curated content, and which is probably the right thing to do, because all ecosystem projects, and we have a couple of really great ones like Digital Art for Climate. The purpose is to feature digital artists who are sustainability enthusiasts and climate activists. So there is a purpose and there is a visual appearance to that. We have Sovereign Nature Initiative. They're working with incubators. They are advocating for protection of the nature and nature becoming self-sustainable. So many of this, there is a gaming and art specific marketplaces coming up. So depending, and actually everybody, you know, if you minted your collection, you got excited as an individual, you can actually have a white label and use it as your portfolio website. If you're a photographer, for example, you know, you would need to create your own custom UX and UI that works well for your specific solution. But I believe that in the very short future, we will see these NFT platforms working just like portfolio Web2 websites are working now, especially for photographers, digital artists, and for everyone, content creators, for everyone who cares about protecting their assets and tokenizing their work to make sure that it's monetized properly, that the ownership is really in their hands. There is not in the hands of the centralized platforms. And also this technology is becoming more and more accessible, easy to use, inexpensive, and it's really not more expensive. Running an NFT platform and marketplace right now is not much more expensive than running your own portfolio website in terms of maintenance, in terms of services. So it's really up to you to come and try. It's fairly simple.
Well, I will try it. Well, thank you so much, Irina. Are there questions from the audience for Irina? Yes, Alexi.
Hi, how are you doing? Well, first, let me, Irina, congratulations, was amazing. You're doing an amazing job around the world and taking Unique and Polkadot to another level. The thing you have done so far is amazing, okay? And Unique, so talking about your climate, the climate project, you're on charge, okay? Which would be the next step, okay? How can we connect? You know, so with my worries, how can we connect to now we are on the Web3 and maybe we don't know a lot about Web2. You know? What do you think we should do to go from the Web3 to the Web2? You know, where everyone is now, okay? What will be that step or those steps that we need to make, Irina?
Well, community is very important and marketing is still important. So building community, Digital Art for Climate management team is starting now to build a community. There is already a base of artists who participated in the first art contest. And now there is a preparation for COP27 in partnership with the Egyptian government, who will be responsible for the next COP. And they want to bring more startups. They want to bring more artists. They are uniting people from the African continent, young people in particular. We also now have UN Habitat on board, based in Kenya. And last year, a group of young artists from Kenya won a special prize from the community. It's really about mainly education, and what you, Alexi, is doing in the space is absolutely amazing and valuable, because educating people about Web3, about decentralization, about how platform works, you know, how you can open a wallet, as simple as that. But these things are becoming more and more becoming easier, and we are simplifying them in terms of tools, because there are two sides of this. First, from the platform perspective and from the tech companies, we need to make technology usable and accessible. So when a person lands on the platform, he knows intuitively where to click, how to use this. He doesn't get lost, or you know, nothing makes him close the window and say, okay, I'm not gonna ever go to that platform again. And second, on the other side, we have communities, we have education, we have users, businesses, creators, who need to understand the benefits. They need to understand very simple terms like, why do we need decentralization? How does this benefit creators? What does it mean owning your data on the blockchain? What are the problems of centralized Web2 platforms? Why social media platforms where all creators are used to run their businesses actually monetize on them heavily, and how you can build different relations with different platforms. We still see a lot of sort of repetition, bringing the old Web2 logics into Web3 when platform owners are trying to increase the fees or trying to keep creators locked in the platform. But in reality, they cannot, because you as a token owner, once you mint your NFT, you own this. And with the logics of smart contracts, you can define your ownership rights. So you can actually take this token to another platform, or you can rent it out. You can decide that you don't want to sell this token and allow the platform owner to own your token, right? You don't give this rights. You say, I want to rent it for 3 months, and then you go to another platform and you rent it for another 5 months, and you completely change your business model as a creator. And you make sure that you are in charge of your content. You understand, you have a true ownership of your digital data. Yeah, I hope I answered your question, Alexi.
It's awesome, always. It's awesome. By the way, we have Avatar with you now. We are setting blockchain real with Polkadot, okay, team. So it's going to be very soon. So if you want to be available in a couple of months, I hope to see you on Rio de Janeiro, okay?
Perfect. We're going to be hearing from you, Alexi, in about an hour, I think. So looking forward to your talk. And we have now, I think he's on, Michael Healy from Unit. Love to introduce him. He may not need a big introduction, but he's going to be talking about the Unit Token Economy. And he's the co-founder of the Unit Network, and has been instrumental in building this network. He's powering and investing in two-sided token-driven marketplaces to create meaningful jobs and solving the inequity. He's self-taught full-stack web and mobile developer. He's developed successfully like Chartridge, which is an encrypted peer-to-peer video conferencing technology, Ratemash, which was UK's largest student social network, and WikiLeaks on the Android app. And he's advised many startups around the world, Middle East, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. And he's a finalist of the Thiel Fellowship by Peter Thiel, and awarded the silver medal in mathematics in the Olympiad. He served as entrepreneur in residence for top European venture capital firm Wellington Partners, with over 800 million under their management. And he's worked for Google, KPMG, and Mini Saatchi and Saatchi, L'Oreal, Imperial College, London School of Business, and others. So we're happy, Michael, to have you here as a representative of Unit, and I'll turn the stage over to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stefan, and everyone for being here. It's an honor to speak at the World Polkadot Forum. Really excited to do a session today on introducing everyone to the Unit Network and a little bit about Substrate. So Substrate is what people use to build on Polkadot. And I've got two presentations prepared. One is on intro to Substrate, and another one is touching specifically on the Unit Network. So to get started, I can start off with the Substrate presentation, since it's very relevant to Polkadot. So a little bit about Unit. So Unit is a layer 1 blockchain. You can think of different blockchains like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Polkadot, Solana, Algorand. These are blockchains, and you've got different layers of them, right? So a layer 1 is something like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Unit. These are these are layer 1 chains which either provide their own security or their security is taken care of by a layer 0 like Polkadot or Cosmos. So usually to build a blockchain, it's really difficult to secure it, to engineer it. One really cool thing about Polkadot and Substrate is it builds that security, that functionality. It provides a toolkit so that it's really easy to build blockchains. So what is Unit? We're one of the leading tokenization tools, for creating DAOs, for creating tokens. Our underlying mission is to solve the wealth inequity. So there's two groups of people in the world. There's the founders and investors, and there's the customers and employees. And all of the value in the world is largely accrued by the founders and investors. The customers and employees, they don't really get a piece of the pie. So we're excited to create this token economy where the founders and investors absolutely benefit. They make more, they earn more, but at least they share some of the ownership with the customers and employees. If you think of something like Uber, if Uber had an $80 billion valuation, instead of the founders and investors owning everything, some of that value being held by the customers and employees. That's what we're excited for. A bit of background on myself, kind of introduction from Stefan earlier. I'm originally from Singapore, half British and Irish. I got into crypto in 2010. I built the WikiLeaks Android app, helped with lead fundraising there. We're using Bitcoin. Started a social network with 3 million users. Launched a coding school. Also helped introduce coding into the UK curriculum. Worked with one of the top venture capitalist firms in Europe. We invested in like Spotify. Worked for the Founders Forum, the leading conference network, and one of the co-founders of Unit. And a few of my co-founders are here today. I'm really excited to speak about it. So as mentioned, Bitcoin was blockchain 1.0. Allowed people to send, receive payments. It allowed people to hold value. And then Ethereum said, okay, hey, let's build more things than just a decentralized payment and tool. Let's build decentralized news. Let's build decentralized social network. Let's build lots more applications. And then, Polkadot basically said, hey, instead of trying to build every single thing on this one blockchain, let's build the blockchain of blockchains. So the really cool thing about something like Polkadot is it allows you to build many different chains for very specific purposes. So at the Unit Network, we're a chain solely focused on the token economy. So taking a step back, what is a blockchain? A blockchain has many different parts. It's got a database, it's got a peer-to-peer network. You need to author blocks. So the point of a blockchain, it's storing data in many different blocks. You can think of blocks like pages on a book, or you think of it like, effectively boxes where you're putting information and you're putting things in, and then you close the box. You can't touch that box anymore. You got a new box. You've got a way by determining how to fork the network. You've got ways to handle transactions, and you've got the runtime, which is effectively how the network functions and chooses to operate. So these are components which all kinds of blockchains use, whether it's from like Ethereum or Bitcoin or Solana or Algorand, and Substrate and Polkadot basically makes it really easy to build a blockchain and decide, what should the runtime be, how do we handle the consensus mechanism, things like that. And then we can touch upon smart contracts. So smart contracts, they're effectively tiny pieces of code. Smart contracts on the blockchain were pioneered by Ethereum. They're effectively, they're less smart contracts, they're more dumb contracts. They're very simple. They're very expensive to operate. Usually, in the case of Ethereum, uses a lot of gas fees, or they can't do very much. But what they can do is very clear to the people. So if you think about something like WhatsApp, or something like Telegram or something like Facebook, if they were written with smart contracts, you'll need to think, what are the actions which I can do? In the case of something like Twitter, it could be posting status updates, changing your profile picture. It could be, editing your bio. It could be, adding a description, on a picture. All of these are effectively what's called functions. You add these to smart contracts, and when you put it up onto the blockchain, typically with blockchains in their current implementation, you can't really change it. It's kind of fixed there. It's locked there forever. Nobody can affect it. So it doesn't use servers, and this was a major innovation in blockchain tech, because people would write smart contracts. When you write smart contracts with Ethereum, uses a language called Solidity. And when you write the smart contract, you post it onto the blockchain, and you've basically built an application which lives in the cloud, which operates beyond your control. And then there's this organization, Parity, and the Web3 Foundation. Parity is effectively an engineering studio based in Berlin. The Web3 Foundation is a foundation based in Switzerland, and they're largely responsible for Polkadot and Kusama's growth and development. Originally, Parity spun out of the Ethereum Foundation, They were initially working on helping people who were building on Ethereum to develop, and then they realized, hey, we're building all of these blockchains for people. Let's build a tool by which people can build blockchains more seamlessly and connected to one another. And the Web3 Foundation, they're very focused on developing Polkadot's growth and seeing how to grow a thriving ecosystem. So it brings us next to Polkadot Substrate Kusama. So Polkadot, as mentioned, this is a layer 0. It's a blockchain of blockchains. Substrate is what you use to build a blockchain. And you can think of Kusama as something very similar to Polkadot. It's another layer 0 blockchain. It's effectively a copy. So if you're launching a blockchain and you want to, you want it to be secure, you want it to be connected up to other blockchains, you can use something like Polkadot, you can use something like Kusama. So what is Substrate? As mentioned before, it's an open source, modular, and extendable framework for building blockchains. So you've got all of these different tools. You can think about, the consensus mechanism. You can think about storage. You can think about P2P networking. You've got, different layers of it. You've got the database network, transaction queue, runtime modules mentioned all before, and you can customize exactly what you want in the blockchain. There is a there is a concept of palettes. So you can see here, there's many different palettes. You've got an EVM palette, you've got a membership palette, you've got a grandpa palette, you've got balances, you've got an asset palette. And all of these different palettes are basically allowing you to choose exactly how you want your blockchain to be built into function. And based on which palettes you use, it basically gives you an opportunity to build the blockchain exactly how you want it. So, you could say, hey, I don't want to use Substrate, I want to build my own blockchain, but then you're effectively building all of these things from scratch. Or you could say, I'm going to use this palette and that palette, I'm going to use the democracy palette, I'm going to use, the staking palette, and then you've got all of these network protocol layer tools and frameworks which you can just plug in and play into your blockchain. So what is Substrate? It's built using a language called Rust and WASM, WebAssembly, and these are super low-level languages which are really fast. It's really safe. It's if you look at Ethereum, it uses a language called Golang, Go, and Rust is really effectively a better language because it's much more, as mentioned, they're reliable, performant, and productive. Ethereum was previously running on both Rust and Go, but then once Parity stopped working on Ethereum, they no longer manage the Rust client, and effectively now Ethereum is only running on Go. If you look at how many miners are managing the network, almost all of them use the Go client, and that means they're using the Go software, the Golang software, which is created by the Ethereum Foundation. One major benefit of Substrate is what's called a hard fork upgrade. So you can see here a forkless upgrade. So you can see here an issue with Bitcoin in 2010. There was an issue where someone could effectively create Bitcoin out of nowhere. They could affect someone's, they could influence how much Bitcoin a user has. That's a overflow bug, which is a serious bug. And they needed to do a hard fork, to fix it. You can see on the bottom left, in the case of a hard fork upgrade, you've got the old logic, and everybody's got to move to the new logic. Otherwise, they're running the old logic, which is no longer functional or useful. In the case of a forkless upgrade, the upgrade is processed on chain. So it's kind of more similar to how software development or internet development works, where when you make an upgrade onto, let's say if you run Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or Telegram, when you make an upgrade to the server, all of the clients, they get upgraded. But in the case of a hard fork, it's much more clunky. So, this is a feature that's provided by Substrate and Polkadot, where when you want to upgrade the network, you can push an upgrade, everybody votes on the upgrade, and the upgrade gets implemented. So it's much more seamless, it's much less cumbersome. There's a tool called Substrate Playground. This allows you to play around with different substrate palettes. You can create blockchains. It's allowing you to build a sandbox. So instead of installing all of the software, you can just use Substrate Playground. It just makes it really much easier to, as mentioned, skip the preliminary setup to get the parts most important to you. So you can really play around with it. There's something called Node Template. So this is a skeleton blockchain. So it's a template. It's like basically a piece of like a bunch of code, and you are able to play around with these 4 different palettes: the balances palette, the transaction payment palette, the pseudo palette, and the template palette. Here you can see what it looks like. It's showing you what the current block is. how many finalized blocks, and you can see the URL by which it's running. There's also a front-end palette. So this is similar to the node template palette, but it's got a bit more of a front end. You can see the different key components, balances, block number, metadata, interactor, and it's using React.js, which is another front-end language, and it shows you all of the front-end code, all the UI, UX, which allows you to build with node template. Moving on, you can check out Substrate tutorials. This is a page which shows you a bunch of tutorials on building with Substrate. There's also a bunch of how-to guides on building with Substrate. I highly recommend going through some of these tutorials. They're really good. You can see here, create your first Substrate chain. There's one for node metrics, how to do forkless upgrades, developing smart contracts with Ink, and the crypto Substrate kitties. So this is using how to play around with ownership and NFTs. And it's all really, really good and clear, I think, and it's constantly being improved. So one major upgrade, parachains are now live. So parachains are effectively the children blockchains. So you can see here, there is the relay chain, that's the likes of Polkadot or Kusama, and then there's many parachains. So something like Unit, something like Unit Network, which is spoken about earlier. These are all parachains. Akala, Moonbeam. These are parachains which have collators and validators, right? Going to be touching on that very shortly. And effectively, parachains are their own layer 1 blockchains, which connect up to the parent relay chain. So it's quite a complex concept, the idea of layer 0, layer 1, but parachains are effectively layer 1s, and relay chains are layer 0s. They take care of a lot of the consistent security side. Here you can see Akala. So Akala is, they call themselves the DeFi hub of Polkadot. They deal with a number of things like swapping between tokens, kind of like Uniswap or Pancakes or SushiSwap. They also have an AUSD token. This is their stable coin. They allow you to do liquid staking, which basically means that you can stake on Polkadot, but anytime you wanted to unstake, you can pay a 1% fee, and then you can unstake it. You can also receive your payments in AUSD, which is their stable coin. State Mint. So this is the for good parachain that Polkadot has provided, and it provides a number of features and tools which are provided effectively for the good of the Polkadot network. They did not have to bid for a Polkadot chain. They were effectively given a parachain on the Polkadot network. Next is Clover Finance, is another parachain. Here you can see here, it's a chain focused on being EVM compatible. So EVM compatible, EVM stands for Ethereum Virtual Machine, and it wants to build effectively cross-chain functionality, supporting for multi-chain future. And you can see here on the right, many of the different chains it supports. So it supports BNB, Ethereum, DOT, HT, which is for Huobi, Kusama. And it's an example of another layer 1 blockchain, which is connecting the different chains together. You've got Moonbeam, which is another EVM Ethereum compatible chain where people write Ethereum decentralized applications, and then they're able to publish it on Moonbeam. Next is Parallel Finance. There's another very much DeFi related layer 1 blockchain. You can see here some of the different projects that people have created, that they have created. They have applied for crowd loans. So crowd loans are how layer 1 blockchains or parachains win a parachain slot. So here you can see that's Interlay, Equilibrium, Nodal, Light Entry, Fala, Darwinia. These are all parachains that have bid for becoming parachains. Many of them have won. Next one is Asta Network. They are another layer 1 blockchain, and they are focused on scaling to many different blockchains. So they want to be another DeFi sort of hub supporting languages like Ethereum, WebAssembly. Here you can see what it looks like on the right. Polkadot JS extension. This is super important. This is what you typically use to interact with Polkadot-based applications. As mentioned here, it's a browser extension. It does one thing, manages accounts, and you can sign transactions. You can see some of the different accounts here. You can, on the right is where you write in your password when you submit a transaction. Here's the Polkadot relay chain, and you can see one cool thing about the relay chain is potentially you've got relay chains of relay chains of relay chains of relay chains. So there are going to be many different relay chains moving forward. This is the similarity, the crossover between Substrate and Polkadot. Substrate has a significant amount more code than Polkadot. You can think of Polkadot as a much slimmed down version of Substrate. There's two different types of chains. There's a development chain, which is effectively what's running locally. And you've got a local testnet, which is running say on your local server. And then a properly decentralized blockchain, this is where it's connected and syncing up to other blockchains and to relay chains. Mentioned before a language called Ink. So Ink is what you use to write smart contracts on Substrate. It's very similar to what Solidity is. So Solidity is the language for writing smart contracts on Ethereum. This is the language for writing smart contracts on Substrate. This is the Unit Network blockchain. So here you can see here some of the different digital assets that we support. One cool thing about Unit is we are able to bridge a lot of these assets, the likes of BNB, the likes of Solana, the likes of Bitcoin onto the Polkadot network, onto the Unit network, which is connected to Polkadot. And we think that the token economy, the idea that there'll be millions of coins this decade is going to be really exciting, where everybody is able to create a coin for themselves, they create a coin for their local business, they create a coin for community, and we end up with a worldwide wealth and equity solve. That is our underlying mission. So please feel free to get in touch. My email is m@mihealy.com. My username is @michael, and we are at Unit Network on Telegram. We're looking for speakers for our next Unit conferences. I have to say good job to our team here for pulling such an amazing show. Unit Ventures, we are launching our upcoming batch. This is a program by which we are supporting and incubating and accelerating tokens and DAOs. Also the Unit Masters program, which is actually led by one of our co-founders, Anchor, who's here in the audience today. And they've done an incredible job. What we're focused on here is educating and teaching people about the token economy. So creating a world where blockchain literacy is much more apparent. People understand and appreciate the benefit of this amazing technology, and really benefit from the significant upside that the token economy has to offer. Does anyone have any questions or feedback what was discussed? I'm also going to do a quick run through of some of the stuff that I spoke about Polkadot Decoded. I've got about 9 minutes left. Does anyone have any feedback? Please.
Thank you, Michael. We're looking forward to the next one. Go ahead.
Cool. All right, wonderful. So I'm just pulling it out. Give me a second, please. Cool. Right here. Thank you. I'm sharing my screen. So going to quickly run through this in the next 8 minutes. So as mentioned, we are the Unit Network. We're focused on creating this token economy, this blockchain future. We kind of see the evolution, as mentioned, having gone like this from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Polkadot. And we see Unit Network as really the killer use case, as something that is so important for not just crypto, but for the world. And we can really expedite and speed the level of blockchain adoption forward because of how important DAOs are. So, traditional companies, everyone is typically connected to a central entity, an LLC, a GmbH, a company. And the cool thing about DAOs is much more decentralized. The ownership is spread out. And we believe that when the ownership is spread out, not just amongst founders and investors, but customers and employees, that is how we're going to solve the wealth and equity. If you solve the wealth and equity, you solve other issues, right? Climate change, you solve plastic, you solve, people's health, people's mental health, people's physical health, gender equity, racial equity, like all kinds of stuff. So this is, really the solution to DAOs and the token economy. So what makes Unit special? We've got three main things: the treasury, revolutionary. We don't just think tokens can be backed up by speculative value. We think they need to be backed up by underlying value. So, if you look at a coin or a token, the top 15 coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, DOT, BNB, Sol, things like this, they don't need to be backed up by anything. But if I made a Michael coin, you made your own personal coin, you need to be backed up by these 15 coins. So it removes the speculative value behind coins. You can see if a coin has nothing backing it up, that means the the speculative value is 100%. There's no underlying value. So I'm going to talk about the treasury, maybe touch on a bit later. The vaults are really cool. Blockchains are kind of like highways at the moment, which don't connect. If you want to move a coin from one chain to another chain, you need to use an exchange, typically a centralized exchange or a centralized bridge. That's like picking up a car with a crane and dropping it onto another highway, which is super clunky. It really should be connected. You should be able to drive from one highway to another highway and have it be super smooth. Unit provides a number of amazing tooling. So when people launch a DAO or a token, it's generally quite expensive now. It's difficult, it's clunky, it's unsafe. We basically make it super easy. So we provide a number of tools. So all of these features, they're all in one platform called the Unit Network. We believe we are the most innovative decentralized exchange, DAO, and token builder. You can see on the left is our treasury function. Every token you create has a treasury. This is how the vaults work. You basically add unit to a vault, and you're able to borrow against your unit. You're securing the wrapping and unwrapping for the network. This is how easy it is to create a token. You just give it a name, an image, a plus supply symbol. You've created a token. As simple as that. And every single token has a decentralized exchange. So one tricky thing about creating a coin or a token is getting it listed and traded and liquidity. So we basically make that really easy by providing an exchange for people to trade. How's this going to change the world? It's going to change every single industry, every single person, every single business, every single community. Here are a few examples of some of the different parts of the economy it's going to revolutionize, whether it's startups, real estate, artisan creators, governance, nonprofits. All of these industries and aspects of society will be transformed through the token economy. So what's the state of Unit at the moment? We've got about 2,600 people who are our token holders and stakeholders. We've got 35,000 people in the network. We have 800 unique tokens and growing. We've got about 22 stablecoins, 37 city tokens, and 30 industries. So you can think of this as effectively our network behind Unit. You can think of the stable tokens as things which are able to get a lot of the value and wealth in the world onto the Unit network and the token economy. You can think of the city tokens and industry tokens as kind of like shared funds or saving accounts where lots of people within a city and industry are able to collaborate and work together towards this common goal of building a token economy within heavily densely populated cities like London, New York, Tokyo, New York City, San Francisco, Hong Kong, Singapore. All of these are our city tokens. And industries, things like fashion, movie, film, real estate, hotels, things like that. Here's our flywheel. So this is all comes in our marketing. So we've got conferences, masters, ventures. We've done a lot of conferences here. Excited to be part of the World Polkadot Forum. Great job to the team. Very grateful for your hard work. Unit Masters, we're on our 11th cohort, as mentioned. So this is trying to educate and get people up to scratch with the token economy. Our Unit Ventures program, this is our launch pad and our accelerator incubator. If you've heard of something called Y Combinator, this is really similar. It basically allows people to be best well-equipped to launch tokens and DAOs. These are the different blockchains that we support and that we're interoperable with. This is our ecosystem flywheel. So we kind of see tokens as operating on different levels. You've got the blue chips like Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of these above these blue chips. Unit needs to be backed by all of these blue chips, same with everything else. The stable tokens, the city industry agencies are responsible for helping support and catalyze tokens, and the millions and tens of millions of individual and business tokens that operate around the world. So effectively, Unit is the DAO of DAOs. We think that this decade there's going to be millions and tens of millions of DAOs, even billions. And Unit wants to help support all of these DAOs to succeed. We think there will be other DAOs of DAOs, but we really see ourselves as one of the first movers, and we're excited and inspired to for other people to create DAOs and to lead and drive that. So please feel free to join our community. We're working hard on building up this global ecosystem. Here you can see some of the social media channels that we are active on. There's a link tree here. You'll be able to join there. We've got about 30,000 members in our community, which is quite significant for the blockchain sphere, but it's really small compared to how big the world is. And if you look at the internet, it doesn't have thousands of people. It's got millions and billions of people on it. So we're really such early days in this huge shift, and really looking forward to team up and participate and collaborate with everyone here, and honored to be given the opportunity to speak today. So thank you very much, everyone. If anyone has any feedback or questions, I'm going to post my Twitter handle here, and also I'll post my Telegram. please feel free to get in touch.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. That was awesome. Very good. Any questions from the audience? We have a couple more minutes. I have one question for you, Michael. If you're going to put it into just a simple, short phrase, what's the problem that Unit Network is trying to solve?
Good question, Stefan. So we want to solve the wealth inequity in the world. So we want to solve the fact that a small number of people have all of the wealth and resources, and majority of people in the world are just kind of getting by. That is the fundamental issue. And if we believe that if we solve this wealth inequity, if we're able to distribute wealth, not just amongst the founders and investors, but customers and employees, everyone's doesn't have to think about money as much. They've got lots of resources, financial and otherwise, then all of the other problems in the world will be solved.
Right. Cool. Thank you so much for your time, Michael. And I know it's precious, but we appreciate it very much, you being part of this World Polkadot Forum. Thank you for your insights and your motivational input. It's just been fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have next up, we have a wonderful speaker from Africa, Mr. Ugana Okoli, and he will be helping us. Welcome, Ugana. Helping us understand the networking autonomy and the culmination of natural computing. He is an experienced lab coordinator, managing partner of the User Experience Lab. He's also a full stack engineer with Innovantics Limited, and a full stack software developer for hotels in Nigeria. And he will be helping us understand and get a little deeper into how blockchain autonomy and the networking technology of Polkadot for the Web3 can be considered the last important pieces needed to achieve absolute natural computational systems. So, welcome, Ugana. Welcome to our World Polkadot Forum. And we're so happy to have you here. And looking forward to your participation in this and your talk. So the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. So without further ado, I think I should share my slide.
You're welcome to add to your profile if you would like.
Yeah. Yeah. So once again, my name is Ugana Okoli. I am the founder of CEO of User Experience Lab and founder of Vortech Networks, a blockchain network. And as you have already said, I am a full stack engineer. I have experience working in a number of companies, and I have a keen interest in blockchain technology. So over the years, I've been following the trends, I've been following the technology, and finally building something for the ecosystem. So based on that, I think I would like to share my talk based on my experience and all of that. All right.
Wonderful. We can see you, hear you, and see your presentation well.
Awesome. All right, so I'll be talking on the networking autonomy and culmination of natural computing. So to what end? This is to show how blockchain autonomy and the networking technology of Polkadot for the new Web3 can be considered the last important pieces needed to achieve absolute natural computational systems. So when we talk about natural computing, in simple terms, natural computing is like the human designed computational processes observed and inspired by nature. So nature inspires us to do what we do with technology, in science, and in arts also. So in other words, nature has its different algorithms embedded in everything natural with the following characteristics. So talking about nature, nature has a number of characteristics that that makes it quite unique, that makes it an entity that we can model systems out of. So one of the characteristics of nature that is important for natural computing is originality. So in nature provides the first principles, the fundamental building blocks for complex ideas. In other words, nature provides us raw materials. When we talk of production, when we talk of even in science and technology, first principles can be traced back to nature and all of that. So the first principle is a basic proposition or assumption that cannot be deduced from any other proposition or assumption. The second characteristic of nature is self-sustaining. It is an ecosystem of ecosystems. Nature on its own can, sustain itself. Is a cycle of life. An ecosystem is a self-supporting unit with the ability to maintain itself. So it produces and consumes and creates. It has this self-sustainability to it. The third characteristics is distinctive. Nature by itself is distinctive. Nature offers individuality and also diversity, the ability to be studied and documented. So in nature, we can easily distinguish individuality, and also in nature, we can observe diversities in species in animal, plants, and so many other areas of studies. And also nature is predictable. So talking about predictability, the ability to study nature comes with the power to predict and manage causes and outcomes. So all that nature has, we can study it, and out of data, we can predict and manage causes and outcomes that comes from it. And the final point to the characteristics of nature is traceability. Nature has an underlying system of trustless identification of its elements. So what this simply is it has by nature we can easily trace it. Nature gives us a pathway of like footprints to trace the originality of its elements. Looking at our first point, originality. So when we talk of DNA, there's so many uses of DNA. We can use it in genetic genealogy, ancestry, tracing, species, relationship between species and all of that, carbon dating and all of that. So all these are found in nature. Now focusing on traceability as one of the characteristics of nature by which when we are modeling computations out of nature, before now, computations were just based on other characteristics of nature. We could model a system that does things that are observed in nature, but traceability wasn't there per se. So natural computing hasn't captured an absolute model from its nature counterpart because of traceability. An important point to security, which blockchain technology has solved. So with blockchain technology, we are not talking about trustless systems, the ability to make transactions without depending on third-party verification systems. So the system itself provides that trust for transactions that can be traced and all of that. And this is what nature by itself provides. And moving forward.
This is, Ukana, this is really, really interesting. So in looking at nature itself and how nature functions and how it's sustainable in various environments and various epochs or time periods, you're looking at how this can inform Web3 and how we move forward in Web3, right?
Yes,
yeah.
That is part of the point.
Yeah.
We can draw our lessons from nature and how it can inform our innovation in the Web3 space. Yeah.
Yeah.
So looking at engineering natural computing systems, natural sciences are concerned with the study and formalism of natural phenomena. Mathematical and computer models of these phenomena are designed either for a better understanding of nature or for being applied to problem solving. In order to develop such models, it is necessary to gather knowledge about the structure, dynamics, and the metadynamics present in natural phenomena, and these have to be incorporated in the models. So this just describes how we can take the lessons, the sustainability, the lessons that we can observe from nature. When we study nature, we can model that into systems, especially as you have pointed out in the Web3, there are lessons to draw from there. If we want more sustainability, if we want to have more natural processes and more of the characteristics that nature itself has, we can copy nature into the Web3 to create more sustainable systems. So examples of natural computing algorithms, we have the nearest neighbors algorithm used in image search engines that was kind of inspired by studying the fly brain. So algorithms, like we have the Google image search, engineers and scientists had to study how fly processes images. So out of that study, they were able to build an algorithm that can process, that can behave like a natural phenomena. So in a general sense, natural computation, it's kind of related to artificial intelligence, where we talk of neural networks and all of that. So, and the second example here is object recognition algorithms. It inspired the first convolutional neural networks for computer vision from studying cat brains. So once again, scientists and engineers took inspiration from studying how object recognition is being done. Looking in depth, there's a study on that. You can go further to look at how it was done. So an algorithm was created out of that study that helped, that delivered better processing when it comes to object recognition and so on. And also negative selection algorithm used in identifying bad network systems. This is inspired from our immune system. So the human immune system was studied, and out of that study, they were able to model an algorithm that helps identifying bad network, bad players in a network. The last example here is the swarm intelligence algorithms that is inspired from insect colonies used in building decentralization of complex structures. So we know swarm colonies like the bees, the ants, and so on, they have like an organized system. They are able to build, their colony independently, but still somehow connected. So there's a science to that, which in computer science, we also have a branch, the swarm intelligence computation that it's a study of its own, where we can learn certain benefits, and it's being used in decentralization of complex structures, basically. So moving on to the next topic here, subtopic here, blockchain autonomy. So why I have talked about nature, its characteristics, pointed out some examples, and how can we relate this to blockchain ecosystem? The multi-chain vision of Polkadot. So looking particularly at Polkadot, Polkadot unites and secures a growing ecosystem of specialized blockchains called parachains. Apps and services on Polkadot can securely communicate across chains, forming the basis for a truly interoperable, decentralized web. So our focus here is Polkadot is like a blockchain of blockchain. From our characteristics of nature, we know that sustainability, nature by itself is self-sustaining because it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, and Polkadot has it's kind of been modeled in that way, although it might not be an active ideology that was put, an active ideology put into the design of Polkadot, but that is what it looks like now, and more can be done in that aspect. Decentralized web, the model of Polkadot has gradually evolved into the idea of a blockchain of blockchains, from what I've pointed out, and this is a good characteristic of nature in sustainability. So an ecosystem of ecosystems. Polkadot blockchain is becoming like a swarm intelligent system. So the having a look at the swarm intelligent algorithm or systems from nature, Polkadot kind of has somewhat same model where, we're talking about the collective behavior of decentralized, self-organized systems. So parachains on their own are full-blown blockchains, and Polkadot on its own is also a blockchain. So we have this interconnectivity, interoperability in the ecosystem, decentralization. So in other words, we can kind of define the blockchain, Polkadot blockchain, as a swarm intelligence system. This may not currently be an active design ideology in building Polkadot, but it will be great making natural computational design decisions to the innovations in the ecosystem. So what is Web3? So having looked at the point nature, Polkadot, and Web3, we know that this Web3 at this point doesn't have like a complete, it's still being defined from different angles. It hasn't fully taken shape, which is expected. So from my own definition, Web3 can be seen as a swarm intelligence system of self-sustainable, decentralized ecosystem of trustless technologies. So looking at the word trustless technologies here, this is what blockchain in itself has brought. Blockchain has brought the ability to trust transactions without the need of third-party verifications and all of that. So this is based on my own definition of Web3, the way I see it currently. So in the study in light of all this, having followed the whole blockchain technology for years, we are building a blockchain system or network that we call the Vortech network. So it is basically modeled out of natural computing. So the Voltage network, it's more like, is a decentralized financial blockchain. It is part of natural computing and is inspired from physics of electricity. So looking at electricity in its own, is a study, when you study electricity, the concept of electricity, electrons, the voltage, and all of those parameters, it kind of gives a good model for a sustainable type of currency. So what we are trying to do with Voltage is to model a blockchain system that kind of works as the way electricity works. Electricity, we know, is modeled out of, like, it's a natural physics phenomenon. The way power moves, voltage pushes power, all those parameters, a good currency and a good kind of blockchain network can be modeled out of it. So that is our focus in Voltage networks. And we are actively researching and trying to build this system.
Ugana, at what stage are you with Voltage Network? And what's your main role in this? This is fascinating to see how, based on nature, how it functions, etc. You're focusing on electricity and electronodes and how they move through bodies and through systems. What is it that you're trying to solve with Voltage Network, and what's your role in it?
Yeah, good question. So what we are trying to solve with Voltage networks is we're trying to, create a good currency system that kind of backs the fiat currencies, the dollars, all the currencies in the world, is able to move. Just going back to like the first principles with electricity, what powers our bulb is the electrons that is being pushed through the cables by volts. So it's like the token within the system that we call the volt. It's like the gas that pushes the electrons from the cell or node, from one node to the other, from the cell to the load, and so on and so forth. So in simple terms, we're trying to create a more sustainable kind of currency that fully backs the fiat currency, and it also can kind of solve fund transfer from one fiat currency. It's not here to overtake currency, replace our fiat currency, the dollar, the euro, the naira, and so on, but it's to place our fiat currency on blockchain, on a more sustainable blockchain that's powerful and can solve issues when it comes to international transaction and so forth, exchange and all of that.
Oh, it's amazing. Your role is in this is?
Yeah, so I am the CTO. I do the research, all the technical stuff for the team, and it's a very small team. So we try to work to grow the team and make this possible.
Right. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You have a couple more minutes to finish your presentation if you'd like.
Yeah, so this is actually like my last slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's fascinating, and I think there's so many lessons to be learned if we observe how nature works and how the universe works, and how we can learn from that and adapt that and bring that into our new space that we're exploring now in Web3 and the blockchain technologies. It's really, really interesting, and thank you for pointing that out or showing us how that is informing your product. that you're developing. Is this developed on Substrate or Polkadot?
Yes.
Yep.
So we are building it on Substrate, Polkadot network.
Yep. All right. And then you will be bidding for a parachain at some point of your own. Oh, nice. Nice to have you part of the Polkadot community, as we are here at Unit. And I think there might be some questions from the audience for you, Ghana.
All right.
Anyone like to speak up? Okay, well, thank you so much, Ugana. It's been enlightening and inspiring, and I appreciate your research in this area and how it can enable all of us in this space to look at how systems are built. And I was especially interested in this whole swarm intelligence and how that can help us with the decentralized organisms that we are becoming. Maybe you can speak just briefly on that again, and how that works, how the swarm intelligence works, and how it can help us in our spaces.
Yeah. So more on this swarm intelligent network. So looking back to how, for instance, the termite colony, how each worker, each member of the colony can independently make or carry out its duty and still leave kind of certain information on like progress for other members to also, to also join in building or carrying out a task. So that's a form of independence from the lower level of work, and also looking at it from the higher level. Every member is able to also individually work into a particular goal. So each member kind of represents its own ecosystem that does something, and collectively they can be seen as one system, as a colony that achieves something. Yep.
Right. Oh, fascinating. Well, thank you so much, Sugana, for your time and your research, and all your insights has been absolutely great today. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks.
Pleasure. Well, thank you. And next we have Amit. Amit Singh. We're very happy to have you among us, Amit. Is talking about the Socioli, the interoperable metaverse. And Socioli is, as Amit will explain a little bit more, I'm sure, is a layer one blockchain designed specifically to power an interoperable sorry, metaverse. And so for him, it's very important that he covers the what they are building and why and how. Amit is the CEO of Socioli. He is also a founder of Polkadot India community, which we heard of earlier today from Ananya, and which was also a fascinating presentation and talk. Amit loves to work at the intersection of technology, startups, and design and policy. In the past, he has built one of India's leading product engineering firms, Wow Labs, and one of India's largest startup communities, the Head Start Network. So welcome, Amit. We're very happy to have you here, and I'll give the stage to you.
Well, thank you so much, Stefan. It's a pleasure to be over here. And I would love to share with you guys what we guys are building at Socioli, and take any questions as well once that gets over. May I just share my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Please let me know if it's visible.
Not yet.
All right. Not sure. Okay, wait a second.
There we go. We can see you, hear you, and see your presentation very well.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you for the introduction. I'll not introduce myself again. So overall, Metaverse is hot property, and everybody from brands to celebrities, gaming studios, they're all rushing to get a piece of it. But building a Web3 Metaverse is tough. And one thing that's tougher than building a Metaverse itself is building a Web3 Metaverse economy. And this is where Socioli comes in. My name is Amit Singh, and greetings to all of you all from Bangalore, India. So Socioli is, like Stefan already mentioned, a layer 1 blockchain designed specifically to allow communities to launch their own metaverses. Now, each of these metaverses come with their own social tokens, NFTs, and Web3 constructs, like DeFi, GameFi, etc. So there are a lot of possibilities of building an economy within these metaverses. I'll talk a little more about how we are approaching this particular market later on. So to talk about the metaverse market overall, there are multiple reports that have been out there, depending upon which one you're reading, whether it's from McKinsey or Citigroup or JP Morgan. It's a $5 trillion, $8 trillion, $13 trillion economy by 2030. And a significant portion of this is going to be around self-sovereign Web3 metaverses. And this is the area within which we guys would be operating. Pretty interesting developments that are already going on, things that we will be tapping into. So we foresee Socioli's biggest adopters to be brands, games, Web3 DAOs, though we'll be taking things one at a time, and I'll talk about it when I talk about our GTM in a bit. Here's some early validation of folks that are already pretty active on the metaverse. So in a nutshell, Socioli's adopters get their own metaverse deployed on the Polkadot blockchain. The protocol will provide a custom social token, which would be the native currency of this metaverse. Land parcels can be minted, sold, or rented to earn a yield. And each metaverse would have token-gated access to create exclusivity. So all Socioli metaverses will be able to talk to each other, even talk to metaverses deployed across chains. And if we look at this particular circle representing a superset of metaverses, then the green ones being Socioli and the red, blue, red, yellow ones, etc., being on other chains. Each cluster, a metaverse getting added to every single cluster, ends up having an interoperability network effect. So each new metaverse brings with it its own set of users, a lot of capital, and every new metaverse getting added makes the whole network even more valuable for the existing ones. So we foresee multifarious innovative use cases of trade-off assets between metaverses, analogous to trade relationships that we see between nation states of the world today. So Socioli provides an SDK and a set of APIs, giving developers a lot of freedom to come up with innovative products and services for building their own metaverse. These include some of these services that they can come up with include renting, staking, organizing exclusive events, virtual goods, portability services, gaming rewards, etc., etc. So how do we go about acquiring some of our customers? So this the screen that you're looking at right now kind of shows how we run the flywheel. So as more capital flows into this ecosystem, it attracts more developers, which create innovative products and services. New users start using these services, put in more capital. This infusion leads to more predictable ROI, especially when it comes to the AMM pools that would be there for some of these social tokens. And part of it goes towards the treasury to manage this innovation, but mostly it goes to the people investing to create greater ROI, and greater ROI leads to greater investment, and the whole virtuous cycle continues. So multifarious use cases like I shared earlier. So we guys are taking a pretty interesting approach on how we would go about acquiring our first 100,000, 10,000 customers. And we are not directly jumping into building big, large-scale metaverses just yet. What we've realized after talking to numerous stakeholders, now we've spoken to many people, over a couple of dozen people around in each of the customer segments that I mentioned earlier. And they said that, yes, we want our metaverse, but we want you to help us get traction over there. And we don't want it to be a cost center. We want it to be a profit center, etc. And we felt, okay, let's attack that problem. Let's build a community of metaverse natives, the first citizens of an interoperable metaverse. And this is something that we give people an access to. So we start building this community by giving people their own meta home. So if you guys use Oculus, you land in your own home, similar to Horizon Worlds. And this will be not owned by any third party. It is your own place. It's probably your permanent residence on the metaverse, and you'd over a period of time, you'd most likely want to, enhance it, modify it, invite people over, do a bunch of stuff. So this is your little microverse that you get. It is initially issued as an NFT, and every NFT owner gets a gated access to this particular microverse. And every microverse has, or meta home as we call it, has the ability to teleport to different socially metaverses to begin with, and later on to other socially other chains that socially builds bridges with as well. So we're looking at taking things slowly. You get 10 new people every day, pretty similar to the Nouns project, if you guys are aware of that, and building this community grounds up in a way that's very responsible, as well as in a way that involves making a decent economy as these people build up. So each of these meta homes will have different properties, like some of these land plots will have the ability to expand significantly, and all of these will be attributes of the NFT that is issued to them. And we will create a lot of quests. So to be able to expand your land parcel, you will have to play a game of performing these quests. So log into your socially meta home 3 days in a row to mint an adjacent land parcel. Go to invite 5 friends over to mint another land parcel. Jump to 4 different metaverses, socially metaverses, mint another land parcel. Jump to a third-party metaverse, another land parcel. Jump to a third-party metaverse and do $10 worth of transactions in that metaverse. Another land parcel. So it becomes a game, and all these land parcels are things that over a period of time become valuable because they're still finite in number. And as we go to step 2, when we launch bigger metaverses, chances are that a bigger brand would want to just acquire you because they want a fairly large, plot of land which already has different users coming in at a handsome sum because you've invested your time and energy into building it. So this is, so as people are playing these games, we keep recording these actions into their profile. So some kind of a proof of active participation or a soulbound token, you can think of it that way, that it will end up reflecting as the user's profile. Then this is an example of how these land parcels could look at. You initially start with one in the center, but then you keep building different things around it, eventually becoming like a small little village or a much bigger community where you could get a lot of different people coming over. This becomes its own little social network, and everybody leverages the core technology of interoperability, jumping into the metaverse directly that we guys are building. And the way we are designing it is to really create a whole new level of enhanced user experience. You don't have to jump to another browser window, change the network, reorganize your NFTs, none of that stuff. You just go inside, teleport, and all the adaptations happen on the fly. So that is something that we guys are looking at. The native token of Socially will be called $social. And there are different use cases that people have for Dollar Social as well. They can buy, stake, play using it, and of course it serves as a governance token as well. So we guys are actively in development. In October, we'll do a reveal of our first meta homes. December, we guys will launch these microverses. The demos are already ready. We guys are also building on Substrate. We've already built a layer 1 on Substrate, which is capable of making things pretty cheap, kind of nearly free. For people to keep recording a lot of these transactions, because we expect them to happen in mass, because many of these quests will become multiplayer quests, and a lot of people together will be performing small little actions, which are then again getting recorded along with their profiles, etc. So the next stuff is more about tokenomics, etc. Because we're raising, so we've already raised our pre-seed earlier this year. We're going ahead and raising our seed round. I think that might not be most relevant at this juncture, but here's more about our team. So it's founded by my co-founder at my previous organization, Wow Labs, and myself. And so Roshat and I have been together for 11 years. And during our time together, we've built over 150 different products, thanks to the fact that we had a product engineering, we co-founded a product engineering firm. So many of India's top startups, their core pieces of technology, we guys have built it. And another thing that makes our team pretty unique is that between the core team of the people who are there in Socioli right now, who are earlier members of the Wow Labs family, we co-founded 4 different communities in 4 different areas. Now, I have, like Stefan mentioned earlier, built one of India's largest startup communities, been doing that in a voluntary capacity for over 15 years now. We have also built 3 product communities, a pan-India design community, and most recently, a Web3 community, which is Polkadot India, something which my colleague Ananya discussed earlier today. So whatever I shared right now is not just my belief that hey, interoperability is going to be pretty important. Gartner shares the same view that the future is of the metaverse is going to be highly immersive and highly interoperable. And we guys want to short circuit the time that Gartner is predicting that this interoperability will come into play. Socioli will be compatible with Web2 metaverses like Horizon Worlds as well. And because we see a lot of traffic, honestly, being over there. So for sovereignty, people come to Socioli, and possibly a lot of bleeding edge stuff on the metaverse side will be built by big tech as well, which I'm pretty sure that it'll see amazing adoption. So before I conclude, I'd just love to talk a little about some of our partners and some things that we guys are doing, along with aspects of the Socioli ecosystem that we guys are building. So here are different communities. Each of them will have their own Socioli metaverses too. Some of these are a part of our own ecosystem built for startups that are going to be building alongside Socioli. So heart of Socioli is Metaport. It's a teleporting technology that with the UX that I was mentioning about earlier. There's MetaMatter. So all brands and creators that create NFTs on Socioli metaverses, these will automatically be available across all the different Socioli metaverses. And this is and over here we are solving some very interesting problems, because the formats of, say, a Decentraland USD format and a voxel edit format for Sandbox, etc. So we're also creating some plugins on on these kind of platforms to make this interoperability for creators very, very seamless. Meta Estate is a simple consulting firm. Like, while interviewing people, they said that they need a lot of guidance with respect to where to buy, what to buy, how much to pay for, etc. And this is a small little team that we guys have incubated, which is primarily helping people identify good real estate within the metaverse. MetaList or Metaverse List is our endeavor towards getting a lot of Web2 traffic to build the Socioli community. So over here, we have already analyzed 70 existing metaverses, and we have, to a great extent, created some very, very detailed reports about each of those. Now, the next step will be about getting in touch with each of these metaverses on a podcast, striking partnerships with them, because creating these bridges, interoperable bridges, also requires some amount of technical stuff to be implemented on the partner metaverses side. But when we are getting a lot of users to them from Web3, from Web2, etc., this is a very big problem that metaverses are facing today. They don't have a lot of traction. They don't have much of commerce happening. So this is one of the ways via which we build our own community of meta natives, and these meta natives in turn, using their quest-based gaming, go on to create a lot of value for other metaverses that are in the social ecosystem. There's Metaverse Blueprints, which is our homegrown incubator, where we will invite startups to build some amazing products and services for in the social ecosystem. And Meta Meets, which is primarily for hosting events with gated access on the social ecosystem. And last but not the least, an academy. And over here, we guys are planning to train a lot of people on Unity, Unreal, Web3 ecosystem overall, to be able to fulfill the needs and demands that are going to come on the development side, on the design side, as people start adopting Web3 metaverses and take them to a whole new level. So this is all about Socioli, and I'm happy to take questions.
Wow, that's awesome, Ravi. Thank you so much. I'm stunned. It was so interesting. Looking into the entire ecosystem around Metaverse, and how you can gamify this in your instance, which I think is genius, so that people can get involved at whatever early stages or levels that they can in order to play in this field. So really interesting, very interesting. Thank you, Amit. And I have a question for you in terms of how you see the future in the metaverse. What is that going to look like in 5-8 years from now?
So 5 to 8 years from now, I think people will be spending a significant portion of their daily lives in the metaverse. A lot of work will be happening on the metaverse. So people's work life will have a significant portion of that would be there. Microsoft has already built a pretty interesting technology for collaboration between teams, and Facebook's doing that work. Meta is doing that work too. And I'm pretty sure there are going to be plenty of such initiatives being taken by the Web3 community as well, creating a work-centric metaverse. It is primarily because the level of immersiveness that will, so first of all, virtual headsets, VR headsets, etc., will become significantly cheaper. As they become significantly cheaper, and maybe in 8 years' time, few 100 million, if not a billion, or maybe a billion people will have a VR headset of their own. And it just does not make sense for them to not leverage such immersive usage for education, for work, for entertainment. So I think majority of the people will, of course, continue coming to the metaverse for interesting, engaging group experiences along with their friends, primarily for entertainment and networking, social networking of sorts. But very serious use cases will come in the aspect of people doing work, primarily because of greater ease of collaboration. And students will be spending a significant amount of time, or rather a lot of the curriculum in existing, or rather in a lot of curriculums, there will be VR-based education, because it's an order of magnitude better or easier to learn things by visually experiencing them in a VR environment than rote learning, which happens via textbooks, etc. So I'm anyways a metaverse maxi, so here whatever say with a pinch of salt, but I have reasons to believe that all of it's going to come true, because the technologies are becoming cheaper and more accessible.
Wow, I spent over a decade in higher education, especially in the hospitality field. And I was always curious about how we can build a gamified way in order to educate people around the world in various parts of the world, developing world and developed world, whatever. So it's easy access, but they can learn as they go through the different levels. Is that something that the metaverse will allow us to explore?
100%. And I think that's a pretty exciting way of learning as well. In fact, there are multiple startups right now that are primarily creating gamified VR content for education. So a lot of content has existed. Unfortunately, VR has been that industry, or AR, VR, for nearly a decade now. It's been saying that, hey, the next 2 years will arrive, and it's not happened yet. But now, given that eventually the cost of VR headsets, and so the primary blocker was the cost of technology. And now that is kind of at that inflection point wherein VR headsets are going to become an order of magnitude more affordable. And so there were also technological challenges which companies like Oculus were trying to address and solve, which they have done to a great extent. There wasn't enough demand at that point in time because of the price point, and even that barrier has been broken. Now there is an insane amount of demand. A lot of credit goes to Meta rebranding itself. And with that kind of a demand, Horizon Worlds coming on together, economies of scale are totally going to work out for VR headset manufacturers. So NVIDIA has come over. So we are also an NVIDIA incubated company, startup. And even NVIDIA is making a lot of their GPUs available for these kind of worlds. And many of these worlds will be streamed directly to people's end devices. So 5G and even 6G for that matter, and 7, 8G might come in 6 years, who knows. So this is going to make download free, nearly free, and very, very high speed download free. On a lot of these metaverses will directly be streamed directly from cloud, and you won't make a difference whether any of your GPUs being used or cloud GPUs being used. Cloud GPUs are going to become very, very cheap. And then there is an insane amount of content that's available. So all of these things kind of stack with each other towards making things happen. So sorry, that was a very long answer to your rather simple question, but I am very bullish on amazing education content being created. And when you're creating a content in a metaverse, it ought to be gamified, because one thing that makes a metaverse different is the amount of player agency that you can experience. The child or the learner is free to do whatever they want to do, and they learn at their own pace. So all of this becomes available. So yeah, it just makes sense to me. And given that so much content is being created, it'll eventually find its way into one metaverse or the other, which will most likely get adopted by education boards for mainstream adoption within curriculums.
Right. We'll be fighting the accreditation and validation processes that are, permeating the educational space. But I've spoken to a few universities in the UK, for instance, who would be very happy to validate a program as long as that would be on the metaverse or in the metaverse, as long as the learning outcomes are achieved. And so they could, gain through this different layers of education or different layers of the game. For instance, a hotel hospitality degree that you start off as an entry-level positions as a server or as a host or as a whatever housekeeper, and then you learn all the basics of housekeeping and the front desk, etc. And then you move up. You're able to take some courses and things that you can move up to the next level of supervisor and the next level of manager and then executive director and even owner or regional director. And all of those players are part as an avatar within the system. Do you know of anyone who is exploring this right now?
There are games. So this is a complete category, and within the Oculus ecosystem of apps, there are, I think, a couple of games that are already doing this. unable to recall what this category is called. It's a very popular category. But I'll be very happy to mention, to share it with you post this call.
Thank you.
It out, along with a couple of companies that are building this specifically.
Right.
Like it is in existence today. Like you can just wear your headset and do this stuff.
No. I see this the future of education, and especially by bringing all the people involved, the inclusive nature of education. That doesn't require a level of investment that you can afford. But awesome. Well, thank you. Are any questions from the group? Ankur, I'm calling you out. If you're still there.
Well, he did leave a comment.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I'm here. Sorry. So no questions, and thank you for that, Amit. Really exciting, and really exciting to see what's coming up, and excited to see the whole development and everything that's coming in. So great presentation. Thank you very much for all that knowledge.
Thank you, and thank you, Stefan.
You're welcome, Amit. Really appreciate your insights and your valuable insights and the lessons learned. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the pleasure, and we always keep the best for last. We have the pleasure of introducing Alexi Landaeta, who is, Landaeta, who is speaking on the pursuit of decentralization, which is a topic that we've all been very much interested in. The digital decentralization of communities and its impact that it has, and the challenges that we can learn from them. I know this is a big topic in Web3 today. There's a lot of questions and a lot of entities or organisms that are trying this out and are learning as they go. And there's no definitive book yet written on how to do decentralized communities. So I'm really looking forward to your presentation, Alexi. Especially, I love what you said about love and emotional intelligence is the future of these new digital tribes as keepers of their own digital values. So you are an apprentice of life. I love that. An educator, researcher, Web3, blockchain, metaverse, NFT, fifth IR, social impact and adoption. And he is the CEO of Escuela Blockchain, and also a Polkadot ambassador for Venezuela. I have some good friends in Venezuela. So we're really looking forward to your contribution, Alexi, and welcome to the Unit World Polkadot Forum. I give the stage to you.
Stefan, thank you. Wow, what a presentation. Okay, yes. Well, hi from Caracas, Venezuela now. I am from Merida, okay? And well, I've been involved. This is one of these countries that when I talk about this, because we are living this, we are living the need. Well, these countries in ways of development or in ways of destruction, it depends of the way you see it, okay? Needs these new technologies, but actually, do we understand why do we need it? And we know we have the problem, but do we understand why these new things, use new technology, talking about taking guys, you're going to save the world, how could it help us? Okay, but besides that, I think that the whole compromise of what is doing Web3, that we are now like too maximalist and how our communities behave, okay? And well, it's part of my research. I've been in this for a lot of, about 4 or 5 years, and I understand. I come from the industrial part. So I know I'm a miner, okay? I've always been involved in technology and ecology. Okay, I'm not a miner of proof of work. Now I'm a miner. Like I learned to, I got graduated a long time ago, and well, finally I found, my purpose. Okay, after doing a lot of things, and one of those purposes, how to get people involved in this and how we can understand what's going on. It's very hard because how can we compare, okay, what we're living, and other things that we're used to forever, these paradoxes. And that's why, okay, and now I begin to make my presentation. Okay, that's why, well, this is my topic, is about pursuit of decentralization. I hope you're watching the presentation already.
Yes, we can see it.
All right. And well, yes, it's full of love, okay? This is full of love because it's love where it's bringing us to everything we do. And but the love, you know, we have, as humans, we have many different ways to understand what love means. And what means for us, what means for everyone is different. Besides that, we are, like I say, we're human, but we think different about that. So it's gonna be my pursuit of decentralization, okay? And I will begin with this. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, it's the illusion of knowledge, okay? There is something that Bernstein left to us. And of course, always would like to share in this moment and to make a synopsis also, okay? And 2 million, sorry about that. Okay, 2 million after the birth of Jesus Christ, humanity has the technology and equipment that can make digital messaging between peers possible, with protocols without barriers, in real time, and without intermediaries. The interoperability of the blockchain 3.0 opens the portals of the infinite and safe world of the Web3. The amazing world of decentralization has arrived, okay? And yes, actually, well, you already made my presentation. Okay, yes, I'm an educator. I'm in love with this. I'm a plebeian. I'm not a king anymore. I'm a plebeian. I'm a team player. I'm also a musician. I hopefully will end this with some music. And yes, this is kind of the thing I want to talk to you today. Pursuit of decentralization. I know you know this guy. I will tell a story about this guy, but it's not about the last one. Okay? Yes, it's about, remember, the pursuit of happiness. Well, it's kind of the same thing, okay? But well, the arrival of the fifth industrial revolution marks the new digital renaissance, where communities will understand the importance of collaborative work with reward models that will continue to evolve, being the members of the emerging communities of Web3, the guardian soul and life of ecosystems, revealing new models of digital governance, and of course, models of business like play to earn, like learn and teach to earn, like guide to earn. Like we know now, we have education, like you said, and like I said, the last speaker, is going to change forever, okay? We have to involve people in this, and there are a lot of institutions, and thanks to smart contracts, it's going to be easier to do this. But we need to get, we are now in the moment of technology, that we have the technology, but actually we are not a consensus as humans, because we are too different and we still don't get this, okay? Because it's about a decision in our brain that is taken in our amygdala. It's about our fears and things, and it's like our antivirus. We are programmed from long time ago, hundreds or 1,000 years ago, to do the same things, okay? And actually, that's what decides our emotions, okay? And our emotions that are the one that taking care of our decision for us. You say like, this is my decision. Actually, it's not like that. This is one of the most primitive sides of our brain taking decisions for us, okay? So you have to talk to them with the brain amygdala and tell her like, dear brain amygdala, can you lead me understand this? I want to learn something, because it's about learning new things, and forget about all things. It's too hard as humans. Get the idea of forget about what you already know is completely true. And we have to fight against that, okay? And it's like an emotion game, of course, that we fight in. There is about evolution, okay? This evolution that and the story I'm about to tell you today, I will tell you is about love, the simple heart, okay? That you will see that has a story from a long time ago, from sex, you know, 500,000 years ago, okay? And that was the most primitive things that we have already we have it, okay? After that, there is an evolution from the music, from Homo musicus is the first evolution from humans, so the music is beginning to connect us. And after that, so that's the music love. And after that, well, with the original scene, we begin the story of God's love. I'm sorry about the other guys, I'm telling the story this side, okay? And well, it's a death with God we already have in this moment. And what about the story in the change of century, 1999 after Christ, the story of the good and evil love between Sylvester II and Meridiana. Sylvester II was a pope, okay, in the change of millennial that he said the story that make a pact with the devil, but the devil sent, of course, a demon to take care of it, whatever demon that is a woman in this case, okay, and that was Meridiana. But this story is very cool because Meridiana fall in love from Sylvester and she quick to the eternity for love. So after that, the platonic love, Romeo and Juliet, I know you know about this, I won't tell because I want to be a little short. Show love, okay, now we're beginning to the human cognitive need about get communicated with people. And after the Crusades and disasters and things, well, in the Renaissance on 1500, burns the money love, okay, like the bank that we know in this moment, okay, this is the money lender and his wife. Take a look at the picture. She's trying to read something, but actually she is saying what he's counting on, okay, and it's part of the thing that we understand that the banks and religion and state from that moment with the Medici guys that were in charge of this were on this. And let me present you love to information. Those are the first drones ever built, okay, on First World War, okay, yeah, so we need to get the information. People, governments kill for that, people kills for that, and that's very sad in this moment. And of course, we get to communicate with cables. That's a telegraph, and after that, it begins the globalization with the radio, okay? And now we got the TV. And I'm talking about the love because I will tell you a beautiful story now after the TV comes. Of course, the internet and these new social networks, but come Bitcoin. And Bitcoin changed the game because now we understand what we wanted to do about decentralized, so come the NFTs. That is so cool, so no fungible tokens that we can get the value of our property forever. And that's something that maybe not, I'm sure that most of people doesn't understand. Why should I take care of my property, for example? And well, also with this born of these new technologies and blockchain, the metaverse, that is not a new thing. Now it's possible, okay? But talking about these things that maybe will bring us like from another world, I will bring you this story that is bringing us forever, that we are, that's the Web2 sending things, okay? And the whole information we have. But now the love story that we want to tell you is, it's a love story it's a recent love story, the man, her versus Pep, and the hope of the holy man. And please, I want to take the flag with my friends with Ukraine, a lot of people of Polkadot in Ukraine. I love them. They are very good guys working, and we have to stop the invasion. So after 7 long years, the most important love story of the millennial era has a verdict. Not an end. The beautiful actress Amber Heard that begins her career on a horror movie as a premonition of the future that happens to her. At Veritas, she believes in their own truth. What true is also is very ephemeral. We're humans. This guy, well, I suppose you know him. He's a multifaceted American actor, film producer, and musician, known for his great talents and adaptability. And this girl denounced her husband, Johnny Depp, for excessive emotional, verbal, and physical abuse, carrying this story to the court. But after 7 years and in absoluta veritas, it was very hard to understand what they were guilty and not guilty at the same time. Just the money was the thing. And after the verdict, she asked to Johnny, I need to ask you something. Was very careful to her about that. How can I help you, man? Do you still love me, Johnny? Take some moment, okay? It's not an easy answer. Love? What do you mean about love? Remember, we're talking about love, right? So she asked her again, are you still in love with me, Johnny? So he looked directly into her eyes. He had waited an eternity for that moment, and then of a long breath told her, I don't know if I ever will see you again, man, so I need you to listen to me very carefully. There are 3 things you need to know. The first one, I love that, okay? That's one of the things that is very important to tell you. And second one, all we need is love, okay? And because love will fix a lot of things that we are involved with and fix this world as it is. With that, guys, I'm beginning. This is a sharing thing that will be publicity for Polkadot and how people will adapt in our ecosystem. I know it's very hard because this is alien things we are talking about. People doesn't even understand money. Okay, so we have to show something or love to bring us, okay, about what we're doing, because this is about love. It's nothing more about that, okay? And of course, love stories that are born in, and this is not ending, by the way, okay? This is not ending. And also, of course, Polkadot, that is very important, and Kusama, part of things that we are doing, that is a layer 0, is their token name is DOT, is ABM compatible. He has an incredible scalability of 180,000 transactions per second. Uses DPoS as consensus, parachains are the apps, and the language is Frost. And this is something very cool. The XCMP is a protocol of messaging that between parachains that is possible now. So when I dream about this, I say, when will this be possible? And now we have it in our hands. What should we do with that? Okay, it's part of the things. Who created this? This is Gavin Wood, Ethereum co-founder, CTO, Solidity co-developer, Web3 Foundation member, Parity EO, and PhD in music. Okay, so this guy, one of the genius, so I'm trying to explain this. Hopefully this will work. This guy, and I don't know if it's playing, this is the Web3. We are like little dots trying to break some paradigms, okay? And this is the barrier of paradigms, and we have to go to the Web2, but we need to make plans to go from the Web2 to the Web3 or the Web3 to the Web2, you know, trying to make bridges also, because hardly we can find an XCMP protocol to do this, because there is no something right, and because we are humans, we are not machines. So what I want to tell you and show you about, and maybe we can go after that, and I will stop after that. This is Polkadot ambassadors that we have in Kusamaverse. Kusamaverse is the first. I want to tell you where we show love when we want to do this. This is a Web3 Metaverse founded by the treasury of Kusama, and where we are placing everything we are creating now, trying to people can collaborate themselves. I'm going to stop to share now. Maybe if my computer left me on my internet, I will show you, get inside into the room of Polkadot JS. That will be something very cool. That is something that I need to tell you and show you around, okay? If my computer left me, okay. Let me see if I can share again. Okay. Trying to share this. Okay. So please tell me that you are watching that amazing place that I'm showing you.
Yes, we are.
All right, welcome to Kusamaverse, guys. Kusamaverse is a representation of the whole Kusama ecosystem with all the parachains and all the things. Let me get up a little bit. I will go right inside the Polkadot ambassadors to show you what we're doing. But first, I need to maybe go a little back. It's working. Let me see if it's working. Okay. Trying to do this. So it's like a representation of the whole, we have all the collators, well, not the collators, we have the validators, 1,000 validators of Kusama. We have it there, like a physical representation and everything around. All right, it's trying like saying no. Okay, all right, so let me just get into here and just show you how this works. Okay, we have a place in the Web3, so you can be connected from everywhere in any part of the world, and you can contribute and leave your signature, your digital signature that you did the contribution. Because more of the things that is happening in this moment is that we don't have the right thing that how we show to the people that is our job. All right, now we have the NFTs, and that is like something that is changing a lot. And the smart contract also is going to change the way of interaction of humans. Okay, so well, we're trying to get into the Polkadot ambassador room. It's open for anyone. By the way, I ask, maybe you know, I don't know if every one of you have Polkadot JS. Okay, there is the portal. We're working also on very nice way to understand this. It's trying like not getting inside. Okay, but well, trying to do this. Well, if it's not, I would like to show you. Is maybe thinking a lot. I'm in Venezuela, and the guy of Miami, he's complaining about Miami. Come on, come and live in Venezuela a couple of days. I will invite you, my friend. Okay. And well, this around. Okay, let me show you. These are the parachains. Okay, these are the space where are more of the most important projects of Polkadot, and all the parachains are this ring around that in every time they make, like you're watching this, like a representation, the visual representation when a validator, you know, takes a thing. So you can see it in Kusamaverse. It's amazing. Okay. It's a good place for explaining people. And also there is a place like we have here Rabonomics, we have here Astra, Genshiro, Kala, big country with Pioneer. And well, it's kind of the things that on this world is like pushing me to go there. Please let me in, I want to get in. Okay, so well, you know, we're interacting with these machines, and it's kind of the things that we need to do. So actually, I don't know, it's not working, but well, let me go a little back, and I promise that maybe we can make a session only for this. This is the world lobby. Okay, like I told you, this is a project based on the proposal from the Treasury. Will now the governance will be 2.0, will be on chain. So we should learn to ask to the community, not to the community, to the Treasury, that will be on chain now, how to do the things. Okay, and well, sadly, I couldn't get to show you. Well, in the last picture that I show you on the slide, is kind of the things that we need to know. And let me take a look up to show you, okay, what we're talking about the validator something. And this is a 3D representation of what it is. Okay, let's see. Okay, all right. Let's go and see the sky. This sky are the validators that are the one, when people gets me like, are the ones who are taking care of the updating. Everything happens in the blockchain ecosystem, in this case in Kusama. Okay, so we don't use machines. We use about $38 a month. That's the cost. That's it gaseous in Polkadot, the cost of getting update these platforms, because we have only 300 validators in Polkadot and 1,000 in Kusama. And so you can realize here where is everything, like the node of RMRK, okay, for example, and all the nodes that we have at Polka House, one of the greatest projects of community, okay, with Alex, okay, and well, everything about that. I will stop to share here, okay, because now we're going again to the presentation. Hopefully we'll open again also. I can close here. Yeah.
Alexi, this has been absolutely wonderful. Thank you for the demonstration of the metaverse. Wow.
Yeah, well, sadly I couldn't get into the, but yes, I'm trying to get into my presentation again. Okay, well, I don't know if you're, I don't know, it's going on, it's thinking too much. Yes, well, Stefan, I think this is very important now. In fact, will be a new model of business that is born in here. It's about guides to learn, so people can guide to people to know the places, you know, and you will get a tip for that. And treasuries are thinking in using this for the elaboration of for the elaboration of new models of business that hardly we will understand in this moment, but in this couple of years this will happen, and we will part of this. So, and we can take it to all our communities. So that would be very awesome. And just waiting to go in that moment and see what we can do. Okay, we're working on it already. We have a lot of things that I will show you around also. Okay, are you watching my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. So let's continue in this, guys. Do you remember with the story of love? The story of love that I talked about was, you know, the holy man, you know, the hope of the holy man. Okay, what about the hope of the holy man? That story, well, actually didn't get about one day and some hours, because this guy, come on, she's Shakira. So we have no, you know, like our hope of the manhood thing, well, was committed by that. And well, it's kind of the thing that happens. We are humans, but with that errors, we can keep going on. As Shakira now, he has Superman behind her. Okay, so well, why do I have to say this? And I want to say this to all the projects. Dear projects, support your community. This is the most cool crypto winters of decades, okay? And your community has lost a lot of things now, loving you, trying to support you. And I've seen the most of the people complain is that we don't have, you know, the feedback from the community, and we not supposed to be this for free also. So please, that's very important. We have to make mechanism to do that. We in Polkadot now, we have an event thing that's very cool, made by Zoe and Mark. They are head ambassadors, and just trying also the idea of making an event in an easy way to help the community to create them, okay? Because love is one of the winner things. So maybe people ask about where is that we have in common. There is a research that I began about 1 year ago, okay? It's very easy. We have to base our things in the 17 objectives of sustainable development, okay, from the UN. So we have a goal, okay? We have to place our goal, our technology, and our love there in the goal. It's also very important. That's El Nido. That's also my Escuela blockchain, okay? And it's been very hard. I work for myself in this. It's been very hard to go ahead with the projects, okay? And actually, I will also tell you that's a mirror board we have on blockchain Rio. Well, Polkadot team is gonna be part, okay? And I would have to say hi to Eduardo, to Gustavo, to Francisco, okay? All the guys from Brazil that and with myself that are involved in this co-production of this amazing event that it will change things forever, and it will be an important place to go. And not just about token technology, we'll get our music, our roots, because we cannot forget about who we are. You know, the technology is born. My father once told me, like, the technology doesn't work for anything. It's not for the people and for the people's service. And yes, we need to use our things to get the music and the things done. And well, finishing, those who lie in the cold grave are not dead. Dead are those who have a dead soul and are living yet. Okay, so it's about love, it's about passion. And before I go, okay, of course, have any questions, Stefan? Please, I'll be here very helpfully to answer them. You're mute. You're muted, Stefan.
There we go. Sorry, I lost my place for a second. That was awesome, Alexi. Wow. Great introduction to our quest for decentralization, and love is the engine that drives all this. And I really appreciate the fact that this is a human endeavor, not a technology endeavor. I think the human part of this is central and needs to stay central in all the things that we do in Web3. That we're actually impacting lives and helping people, humanity in general, with their futures and their situations that they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and bring equality, equitability, and sustainability into their lives, so that we can together achieve the strategic or the sustainable development goals from the UN. So thank you so much. I was not wrong with keeping the best for last. So okay. It was really awesome.
Thank you. That was, by the way, that was something that it was not like, well, but thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience before we call it a day today?
Before I finish, I have something to finish also. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Alexi.
Okay, don't worry. First, well, that's my link tree. Alexi Landaeta. In anywhere you can find me. Now I'm the shaman in Web3 now. Okay, that's and a special hi to the love of my life.
Lovely. Is this in Venezuela?
Yeah, that's Merida. Yeah, that's the Bolivar Peak. Okay, that's the last place in the Cordillera Andina that burns in the Patagonia, in the end of the continent in Venezuela.
Wow.
And this thing around, this is ice. It's supposed, when I was there like 20 years ago, I'm a climber, I'm a sport player, you know. When I was there, there was a lot of ice in the Humboldt Peak. I was climbing between ice and things, and actually, it's not there already. It's disappearing because we are finishing with our planet, and that's one of the things that we need to work on. We have to get people involved in this ecology, and we have to people understand what this means. So that picture is a lot to me.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And finally, you know, because this can end without a song. Besides everything, okay? And I said to myself, what a wonderful world. And I say to myself, what a wonderful world. Thank you so much.
Oh, what a wonderful way to end or come to the end of this incredible day. Thank you for Waleska and everyone involved, Lesia and all of the hosts previously. And a special thank you to all of the speakers that were ready on time, well prepared, engaging. And this has been a learning journey for me personally, and I hope it's been as well an enlightening time for all of us as we build this community around Polkadot and beyond, but especially around Polkadot. So we're very, very thankful for everyone's contributions over the last several hours. And I want to thank you for being here, participating. And if you're watching this afterwards, as the recordings will be made available to you, thank you for watching this as well. And you can know that you're dear to our hearts, and you can reach out to us at any point in time to help you connect within the larger community that we're part of and building. Well, thank you very much, everyone. This has been a delight, and I look forward to our next conference as we end this Unit World Polkadot Forum. Thank you all.